First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do. Yes, Charlotte.
Mars.
Talking like you really bad at it's internet. FY Sports and the colors a minute, man. Talking about sports and debates, how your feelings, yeah. Lace up the kids when we stepping on next to him. Number one sports debate, now that we killing it, always 100. So stay on my Benjamin, fearing no man, cause my God about the business, yeah. Kwame and Ticket, we pray for the sinners, yeah. Want all the smoke, but be acting like kids again. FYF gang, and you know we don't switch on that talk on the line, but you won't ever mention me, claiming we fuss, but you trying to go dissing me. I am a dog, came for the streets, feel like I'm weight, cause I'm feeling the heat. All of my subs, they know they peeps. Here's a debate, hop in the seat, yeah. You know we got sports debates banging, we never lacking. Number one draft pick like I'm Lamont, I'm about that action. You can keep on talking, I promise I'll give it back, yeah. FYF, we here, you know we dogs, welcome back, yeah. You know we got sports debates banging, we never lacking. Number one draft pick like I'm Lamont, I'm about that action. You can keep on talking, I promise I'll give it back, yeah. FYF, we here, you know we dogs, welcome back, yeah. Yeah, welcome back, yeah. Yeah, what? Welcome back, yeah. Huh? What? Welcome back, yeah. N-I to the E-X, yeah.
Mars.
FYO Sports, man. We back, man. I know what time it is. Oh, man, a new conversation, man. A lot going on in the NBA. A lot of things are starting to unfold. We got to talk about it, man, because things are a lot different from how we predicted them to be. Right? There's so many things that even I myself, salute to John Goodwill in the chat, Eric, Marcus Jones, salute to everybody who pulled up. So many things we got wrong about this NBA season. And we got to really start to address what went wrong for all these teams, not just even with the Lakers. All right. I mean, when you look at everything, like I think a lot of people predicted the Heat to kind of find their way into the top three. Number one, bought Celtics and Heat, number 1 and 2 in the East. I don't think that's what many people predicted. Right. Maybe Bucks, Nets, something like that. Teams like the Bulls, we predicted to be a little bit higher than what they were, even though the Bulls dealt with a lot. Right? Team for me, the team that I was completely wrong on, a team like the Toronto Raptors, started the year off rocky, looked like they were going to be out of the playoffs. Yeah, but they find themselves at the 6th seed, 45-33 in the East. Pascal Siakam is playing like an all-star caliber player that we knew he could. Fred VanVleet, those youngsters over there are stepping up big time, doing a lot more than I thought they would do. So, again, you got to give a salute to the Raptors. The Cavs, a team last year that surprised many people. This year they came back and surprised. They're in that 7th spot in the East, 43-36. Now, they've dealt with also a number of injuries as well. Right? They've dealt with a number of injuries as well. So, can they bounce back and can they make a run in the playoffs? Salute the Hood TMZ podcast. Joe was just checking out one of your videos today, man. Man, salute to you for pulling up, man. Appreciate it. All right, Sturdy, man. You know when we open up this panel, man, we're going to have to bring y'all in. Right? We're going to have to bring everybody in to cook on this stuff. But I kind of have to set the foundation for the conversation today. All right? And this is what we got to talk about because so many things went wrong this season. So many things went wrong this season. When you talk about a team like the Knicks, right, having such a bounce-back year last year, everybody thought the Knicks was going to be able to duplicate it. I think the Knicks even believed that they would be able to duplicate what they did the year before. But they went into the offseason with a lackadaisical mindset, didn't improve the roster. So while everybody else got better, the Knicks stood pat, didn't bring any superstars. They could have went out and got a DeMar DeRozan. They could have went out and chased down Alonzo Ball. They didn't go after any other big-time names. And now they're standing outside of the playoffs wondering if Tom Thibodeau is even an answer for that team. Has his voice already run dry for the New York Knicks? The Wizards just seem to find themselves at the bottom of the East always. They always find themselves at the bottom of the East. Why? It's Bradley Beal's time Is Bradley Beal's time in Washington up? Bradley Beal is not a number one. You're not going to win with Bradley Beal as your number one. Bradley Beal is a number 2 or a 3 guy. And I think the Lakers in the offseason this year should have probably have targeted Bradley Beal and not Russell Westbrook. All right. But again, we know Washington is very reluctant to let him go for a cheap price. Pacers obviously struggled this year, made a massive trade, brought in Tyrese Halliburton. Pistons, young team, still trying to figure it out. And the Magic, also a young team trying to figure it out. That rounds out the Eastern Conference. When we go to the West, I think we all thought the Suns would be back, but did we believe the Suns would be this good? I don't think nobody saw the Suns being this good. At 62-16, top at I'm talking about clearly the number one in the West. Nobody predicted that, even though I knew they would be good. The surprise team of the year has got to be the Grizzlies. And I said it at the beginning of the year. When I saw this fool, Jamal Murry, playing in the preseason, they were playing a preseason game like it was the NBA Finals. I said that can only be a good sign, right? They were able to get through the injuries to Dillon Brooks and Jamal Murry, and they find themselves at number 2 in the West. Everybody, they're hitting their stride at the right time. Warriors at 3, they kind of fell, right, with injuries to Draymond Green, injuries to Steph Curry, but they've still been able to hold on to that 3 spot. Can they hold on and keep that 3 spot with the remaining, I think, 5 or 6 games left in the season? The Mavericks, one of the biggest surprises of the year. If y'all honestly think about, salute to Uncle Shook for pulling up, man. We got all the heavy hitters pulling up. Hood TMZ, Uncle Shook, man. We got to get y'all in here. But when you talk about one of the surprise teams of the East, look at what Luka Doncic is doing with little to no help around him. Is he the white version of a young LeBron James, where you could surround him with mediocre talent and he could still make that play to get that team to play above expectation? Nobody expected the Mavericks to be 4 in the West. You have to give him credit to some degree. He has a slow, methodical game. He has no flash, no frill, can't jump out the gym, can't really do anything special. He just kind of cerebral with the way he breaks people down, right? I want to get people's thoughts in on that. All right, we got the Nuggets as well. So we're going to be going through the whole NBA, but the story of the day, as y'all saw in the title of the video, revolves around the Los Angeles Lakers, who most recently got beat by the Denver Nuggets. A season that just became unhinged from start to finish, right? We saw the red flags in the preseason with the turnovers, the lackluster play, people not caring, people not necessarily caring about winning or losing, the functionality of the team. Russell Westbrook's talking about the turnovers don't matter. And nobody started paying attention to those problems then. They just let things fly. As the season progressed, right, they struggled even when they had all 3 of those players on the court. Then the injuries start to happen. Right? Russell Westbrook's role was never, I don't think Vogel did a horrible job of giving Russell Westbrook his role. It's almost like he just told those guys to go out and play. He never gave anyone a role. THT never had a role. THT played every game like he's about to lose his contract. I don't know what's going on in his head. Anthony Davis, when he was out there, it was a 25 and 10 easy, but was it impactful? Right? Did it really impact winning and losing that much? Right? Do you really feel his presence on the court defensively the same? And then the biggest question mark of them all, we got LeBron James, where individually, statistically, I'm talking about immaculate year, can't be touched. But did LeBron James tarnish his legacy or tarnish his name all in the pursuit of the NBA all-time scoring lead? Did he sacrifice it all? Did he sacrifice wins and losses? Did he sacrifice some of the things that gave his biggest impact on the court to chase the scoring title? And this is an honest, that you have to be honest about this. I want to see how many people are going to come in and be honest about this. Because LeBron James' biggest impact on the game is pace, being able to control the flow of the game, and 2, being able to get other guys around him to play better than what they normally do. He struggled with both of those this year. the pace of almost every game seemed to get out of control. And by the fourth quarter, LeBron James and that entire Laker team is gassed. All those older players are gassed, where we've seen older players on LeBron James's rosters before in the past, but he's been able to control the pace to a certain degree so it doesn't get out of hand. I think LeBron James lost grip on this season when his sight got set on the scoring title. We just watched a couple games ago. LeBron James dropped 21. Let me fix my camera. But LeBron James dropped 21 in the third quarter. We just saw that. Do y'all remember us seeing it? He dropped 21 in the third quarter, but what did he do in the fourth? 0 points in the fourth quarter. He got gassed. And teams that play the Lakers love it. They let the pace get out of control. See, these other teams have the youngsters, have the legs to play these frenetic paces. And there was many times the pace would get so out of hand in the first half that the Lakers couldn't even come out in the third. And how many times this year do we remember the Lakers coming out of halftime just getting completely shelled in the third quarter? And then they improved in the third quarter a bit, but then they were getting shelled in the fourth quarter. LeBron James lost his grasp on controlling the pace of these games. LeBron James lost in the pursuit of chasing the individual scoring title, the all-time scoring record. A lot of other things were lost this season. The focus on what Russell Westbrook's role was going to be was lost. The focus on how to use Russell Westbrook was lost. The focus on how to use Malik Monk was lost. Right? We saw a lot of guys in and out the lineup when we look at this Laker team. So many things were changing on a night in and night out basis. Right? It was hard to predict who the starting lineup was going to be. All right. Then they try to bring in Stanley Johnson for defensive purposes, but it almost seemed like it was too late to even bring him in by then because the whole team had lost they lost any concept of having a defensive identity. Right? Avery Bradley, a guy that's generally known as a good defender, was out there looking like a trash defender. I almost can guarantee if you put Avery Bradley on a good defensive team, he's going to look like an elite defensive player once again. But you stick Avery Bradley on a poorly constructed defensive team, and that was supposed to be Frank Vogel's specialty. I think Frank Vogel even got lazy to a certain degree because he's looking like, I got 3 players who were at one point in time superstars in this league, and I got LeBron, the ultimate do-it-all guy who can fix anything. He can make anything work, and usually by the end of the year, things start to come together. Vogel lacked on his coaching, and you know what? This year really exposed. It almost feel like the person that was having the biggest impact on this Laker team was Jason Kidd. And that's who they lost because really that's really the biggest difference. With the roster that they had, they should not be out of the play-in game. But they lost a core piece while Jason Kidd is taking a similarly constructed Dallas Maverick team, a team that has 1 all-star and a gang of role players, and they're 4th in the West. And all they have is Luka. I don't want to hear anybody come in here and try to act like Dwight Powell is really making that work. Or they lost really one of their best players. They lost Hardaway Jr. for the year. They had to bring in Spencer Dinwiddie. They got rid of Porzingis. They did addition by subtraction. They got rid of Porzingis, brought in Spencer Dinwiddie. But how many of y'all can actually come in here and name that Dallas starting lineup? You can't. What's the only thing that changed from the Dallas team last year to the Dallas team this year? Jason Kidd being added into the mix. And he has that team. And that's what happened. I think that's what the Lakers are missing. They're missing that guy that can help give players like Russ, right? Give players like Bradley, even Dwight Howard, give them their role. And that's the role you played for the whole year. Retro says Vogel can't coach, ain't winning shit. But the problem is Vogel came into the Lakers as a middle of the pack type of coach. A lot of people didn't look at Vogel like he was this all-star, highly sought coach. He wasn't. He was a good defensive guy, and he was going to be the coach that wasn't going to get in LeBron's way. EJ says Luka, Brunson, Bullock. Dorian Finney-Smith and Dwight Powell to starting five. Yeah, I know. And how many people know Jalen Brunson? I mean, these are not household names. How many people know Dorian Finney-Smith? He's not a household name. Dwight Powell, almost out the league not too long ago. He's not a household name. Reggie Bullock, solid player. I thought the Lakers should have went after him. He's not a household name. He's been bounced around the league. So, again, this would have been the year where LeBron James understands we have a coach that's really a middle-of-the-pack coach. I'm getting older. I'm more susceptible to injuries. We have AD. He's more susceptible to injuries. This would have been the year for LeBron James to fall back from his scoring duties to do more as far as making the whole team better. Because even in the games where LeBron was going ballistic, dropping 50s and 40s and 38s and 37s, these are back and forth contests. And you still didn't even know by late in the fourth quarter who was going to win the game. I have to call it like I see it because, again, I can't control how I see the games because I see the game from kind of like a coaching perspective. Much as I appreciate LeBron James's game and everything that he's doing this year, I still have to look at it from a basketball X's and O's perspective. And then you have to look at it from just kind of behind the scenes and how the teams function, what team are roles given and things like that. The Lakers lost sight of that this year. I believe after now looking at all the games, I believe they made a drastic error in telling Russell Westbrook to fall back and turn it down. They were much more competitive. They were playing a better brand of basketball when Russell Westbrook might have had 6 turnovers, but he was also giving you a triple-double, and you were much more competitive, right? Because that energy that he had seemed to kind of rub off on everybody else. But see, what started to happen? When LeBron James started to soak over Russ's turnovers, then everybody else started to soak over Russell Westbrook's turnovers. Fans, players, everybody. And so now when your best player is soaking because of a turnover, how many times have we seen LeBron James this year give up on plays, walk up the court with his head down, create situations where his team is playing 4-on-5 because he's mad because of a play that already happened? Coaches talk about body language on the bench and on the court. As a leader this year, LeBron James' body language kind of told it all. And his body language on a game-by-game basis told me that it almost looked as if he was just in it this year to chase the records and not necessarily to win the chip or do something as a team. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but this is my assessment just based on watching all the games. And we have to figure out how, if what I'm saying is not true, then how did we get here? How did we get here and obviously we could talk about the same thing with the Nets because the Nets was also a team that we predicted. The Nets was also a team that we predicted to get to the finals. So we can cook the Nets as well. But right now I want to focus on the Lakers. Because LeBron James is the hottest name in the NBA, biggest name in the NBA, right? When he retires, he's going to go down for many as their GOAT or in most people's top 5 all time, wherever you want to place him. I don't care. So we have to talk about it. And he's still playing at an extremely high level. So even though he's 37 years old, it's hard for us to say age because he is an athletic anomaly. He's not normal. He's not normal like most 37-year-olds. So we're not going to start judging him like he's an older player, maybe until he's 41 or 42, when we really start to see those drastic declines like we see in Melo and Dwight Howard and other players like that. But I'm looking at the game from an X's and O's standpoint. I'm looking at it from a defensive standpoint. I'm looking at it from a coaching standpoint. And then I'm looking at it from an accountability standpoint from players. Because I had a coach tell me when I came out here to GCU to coach, I had a coach tell me, if your players, he says you can hold the players accountable all you want as a coach. You can yell at them. You can make them run. He says players aren't going to start kicking it into the next gear until your leaders and your best players on your own team start holding other players accountable. So This is why when you look at the San Antonio Spurs, it wasn't necessarily Greg Popovich. Tim Duncan fell in line. Tim Duncan held others accountable, and that's what made everything work. All Tim Duncan had to do was make sure he was coaching up the best player, and the best player made everything else work. Did Vogel do a good job this year of coaching up LeBron, which allow him to coach up other players? Did Vogel ever hold LeBron accountable for walking up the court, giving up on plays, bad body language on the bench, bad body language on the court, pouting, crying to refs? When did Vogel ever hold LeBron James accountable for that on the court? And then now you're running around seeing players like Stanley Johnson. When they played the Denver Nuggets today, I'm literally watching Stanley Johnson, a guy that was out of the league, running up to the ref. Why is Stanley Johnson crying to a ref? Because LeBron cries to refs. Because AD cries to refs. Because Russ cries to refs. And the coach ain't never checked the best players on the team for doing it. So you will look like a fool trying to check Avery Bradley or some lesser player when you ain't checked the best players, because they watch Bron and them do it all the time. Vogel did not do a good job. I almost felt like Vogel was trying too much to be LeBron's and AD's best friend as opposed to being a coach. And that's what it felt like to me. I'm just being honest, y'all. I'm just being honest, y'all, because now you have to put this year in retrospect. And I just want to know how many people are actually going to come in here and be honest about what happened to the Lakers this year and how things got to where we are now. All right. Or somebody said, what's the Cash App? Man, I'll put the Cash App on the screen for y'all. Cash App is FYF Sports, man. It's very simple, man. $ FYF Sports. If you want to support the channel, which I encourage you guys to definitely support the channel, right? It's not easy doing this, right? A lot of these channels, right? We had Uncle Suge in here, right? You got the Hood TMZ in here. A lot of these channels operate in the red until you're really able to generate a following to boost you up. Even Aweezy Bang, he understands, man, all the things you got to sacrifice, man. So I appreciate anybody who hits the Cash App. Not just for me, for any content creator, man. Every time, whether you agree with what they saying or whether you disagree, right? It's not easy running these shows. These are all one-man shops. This is, everything. We don't have teleprompters telling us what to say like on ESPN. A lot of this stuff has to come off the dome. That's why it's so organic. That's actually why it's better than watching ESPN. All right, we ain't reading teleprompters. We just saying it right on the fly. Right. And then we open the panels up and let y'all come in here and cook. But I'm just saying, look, I'm not one to just harp and hate on LeBron James. But when I look at this Laker team, when I look at my prediction for the year, and not just my prediction for the year, a lot of people predicted the Lakers to be top 3 in the West, potentially in the finals, meeting the Brooklyn Nets. Nobody in their right mind, even when they were struggling at the beginning of the year, nobody in their right mind said the Lakers are not going to make the playoffs. People were saying that, and the Lakers were losing. People were saying that they're not going to make the playoffs. I'm laughing at them. I'm calling them crazy. And then every game that goes by, it's like I see a different Laker team out there. Austin Reeves is out there. Like in that Denver game, I don't know if Austin Reeves is hurt or something, but I didn't even see Austin Reeves on the court. Austin Reeves been one of your most consistent players all year. Yes, other teams have been targeting him in the pick and roll, but he's not letting them walk by, right? Over the course of an entire game, that's going to wear down on players. Malik Monk is out there just letting guys walk past him with no resistance. Carmelo's out there letting guys just walk past him with no resistance. And the reason why they give up on plays, because how many times this year has LeBron James given up on plays? How many times this year with Anthony Davis, even with his length and size, guys on his weak side with the ball, with the three-point line, they have the ball in the corner on the three-point line. How many times can you count AD actually running out to contest to put a hand up? Yeah, they might make it. But how many times is he actually setting forth that example to guys like Wenyen Gabriel and other young bigs on that team? You got to go contest everything. Russell Westbrook, we knew he came into this season with a lot of defensive flaws mentally. I did a video talking about how off ball, Russell Westbrook will kill you because he gives up a ton of threes because he's always going for rebounds that he's not supposed to get. This is how he was able to amass triple doubles. His ability to rebound with this Laker team became a liability because his natural instincts are telling him to go crash when his natural instincts need to be, I need to always see man and ball. Bron never held Russ accountable for that. See, when you're dealing with when you got two other stars like Russ and AD on your team, the only player on that team that can really check them is another star. LeBron would have been the guy to go talk to Russ about this, work with him constantly about it. Look, I know on these other teams, this was your role. On this team right here, you might have to sacrifice your rebounds. You're going to have to sacrifice all that crashing in because we need you on the perimeter. We already got Bron, AD, big bodies like the White, right? Bigger guards like Trevor Ariza, Avery Bradley, who likes to go in there and mix it up. We already have guards that are pretty good at rebounding, right? And on top of the fact, this is a more three-pointed oriented shooting league. Those are going to be long rebounds that come to Russ is if he's not so anxious to go crashing in, staring down the ball. I'm just saying. And it all starts with LeBron, who's broken a number of records this year that you have to applaud. Applaud that. But LeBron James broke those records, and it came with a price. And LeBron James sacrificed winning and losing. And he lost sight of the team goal. I don't care what level of basketball you play. Losing is never fun. When you're on a losing team, it's hard to smile on the bench. All right. We know when Kobe was injured and he was watching that video of that Laker team finally getting a win and everybody celebrating like it's a championship. Right? Losing is not a good feeling, especially when you like this. Everybody's supposed to be locked in and laser focused. It's hard for me to take LeBron James. It's hard for me to say that he was laser focused in on winning this year when a lot of times he was on the bench laughing it up with Anthony Davis. I honestly believe the person that took the L's the hardest was Russell Westbrook. If you watch Russell Westbrook this year, Russell Westbrook was trying his best to figure out this awkward, odd system that Vogel put him in. First, they said, go be Russ. Then they say, don't be Russ. Or then they say, be the third wheel, be the third option behind AD and LeBron. AD gets hurt, go stand in the corner and let LeBron operate. Oh, you're turning the ball over too much. Stop being as aggressive. He didn't Russ oblige. Russ gave the Lakers exactly what they wanted. They told him to tune it down, to stop turning the ball over. He stopped. And as he stopped doing the things that made him a top 75 player all time, the Lakers started to get beat worse and worse. And Russ is just looking like, how can I play my game? How can I find my game when nobody's letting me? So we're going to drop the link, man. We're going to get some people in here to cook on this because, you know what? I'm not even a Laker fan, but this is unacceptable, right? So when I look at my Trailblazer roster, which they only have 4 less wins than the Lakers, right? When I look at my Trailblazer roster, I can look to my roster and understand why we have 27 wins. We got Drew Eubanks as our starting center. We got a guy by the name of Brandon Williams starting at guard. All right. We got Elijah Hughes coming off our bench. Do y'all know who these players are? We got KJ Blevins. Does anybody know KJ Blevins? We got Greg Brown on our bench in the rotation. We got Trendon Watford starting at power forward. Now, see, I'm not jumping on my Portland Trailblazers because I understand why we are a 27-win team. Damian Lillard's out for the year. They traded CJ to start over. We got CJ Ellaby in our starting rotation. This is why we got 27 wins. We got a G League All-Star team playing in the NBA. That's what we got. So I know for all the people say, how come you ain't talking about the Blazers? Because I just told you why I'm not talking about the Blazers. The crazy thing is the best player playing games for us right now is probably Ben McLemore. If Ben McLemore is your best player on the court, you're probably going to be – I'll be surprised if you even win a game. But that's what we got to deal with. No, I'm not tripping. But when I look to a Laker team, I don't care to hear about injuries and all this stuff. When I see Brown and Russ, that's all I need to see. Then you see AD. Then you see guys like Avery Bradley. No excuses, man. These are household names. The play-in, you know what? I would understand if they got into the play-in. I understand just the play-in. But just to completely miss the play-in, the NBA created the play-in. The NBA created the play-in for situations like this. For situations like this where if the Lakers kind of have a bad year, we're still going to give them a prime opportunity to get into the playoffs because we need teams like the Lakers in the playoffs. They gifted the Lakers. This is a year removed from LeBron James saying he thought the play-in was stupid. Now they scraping tooth and nail to win every one of their last games just to get into the play-in, just so they can get a chance. But it all has to start with, and I'm going to drop the link here in a second, but it all starts and ends with LeBron James. And the biggest question of the day, after all that being said, after I just gave y'all my breakdown on why the Lakers failed this season, the number one culprit has to be LeBron James. Because he's the leader of this team. The question of the day would then be, does this season then tarnish LeBron James's legacy? Because unlike other players, when they're at 37 years old, they're no longer in their prime. They're no longer can lead the league in scoring. They no longer, have that box office appeal. LeBron James still has it. And this year, instead of using his cachet, his skill set, the fact that he's still close to being in his prime, instead of using that to actually go win games, did LeBron James use that to go chase records and sacrifice his chase for records and kind of give up on this season? That is the question of the day, y'all. And again, I hate to, I try to be unbiased when we talk about players like LeBron because LeBron James already gets a whole bunch of unnecessary hate, right? I'm trying to make this not a hate LeBron day, but I think it's more of somebody has to call him out when he's on some BS day. And I think he's been on some BS and nobody calls it out, right? I've tried to call it out every now and then to remind people of it. But the thing is, it is what it is. You know what? I wish more people would have did this with Michael Jordan. See, it's so many fanboys of Jordan that nobody called him out when in times where he actually gave up. There were times when Jordan gave up. There were times when he fell short, was selfish, and did things like that. There were times when nobody called him out. In this day and age, man, one of the things that makes LeBron great is that we can call him out. And the thing is, if we call him out, if we call LeBron James out, can he come back next year and rectify the things that cost him this season? Can he come back next year and rectify this? I think I'm telling people right now, and the link is in the chat. I'm telling people right now, Laker fans, if you are a Laker fan, and y'all can call me out on this if I'm wrong, Russell Westbrook's not getting traded. And I see you guys in the backstage. Stay right there. I'm about to let you in. Russell Westbrook's not getting traded. Anthony Davis is not getting traded. LeBron James is not getting traded. Laker fans, you're stuck with this same core for another year, Laker fans. I'm tired of hearing. I saw Legend of Winning. Put up a post. The Lakers need to trade THT, Brian Russ, everybody. How? What realistic trade is there out there for AD where you actually get better or get equal compensation back that's going to lead to a chip? And with his injury history, what team is willing to give up that much? Because it's going to come with a hefty price. What team is going to give up that much for AD, even if they got the salary cap? So you got one, you're going to be giving up a great player because you got to make the money work. You're probably going to be giving up a lot more than that just because it's AD. AD's not getting traded. Plus, Brian wants him there. Russell Westbrook contract is a nightmare. He's going to be making $50 million next season. All right. He's making $50 million next season. It does no good for OKC to go after him because they can't get any draft picks out of LA. All these things, like nothing makes sense. You talk about LeBron. Obviously, LeBron's not getting traded. That makes no sense. That's Steven's stupid narrative. And THT, his value has fell through the toilet and is already down in the sewage drainer pipes. Where are you going to get his trade value back? Who? You think people are going to entertain a Buddy Hield trade now for THT? His value is in the garbage can. And the dump truck already came and took the garbage out. It's gone already. Y'all stuck with this team, Laker fans. If you don't get on LeBron James and hold him accountable, you're going to have the same problems next year because you're going to have the same roster, man. Salute to Johnny Ali, Reggie, Avis, SFM, Atlas. We got Mingo Jester and Jared Pulled. Man, we got a full panel in here, man. Everybody pulled up for this one right here, man. I'm going to start with Jared was the first one in here. Jared, we're talking about James. We're talking about his legacy. What went wrong this year? What do you think went wrong for the Lakers this year? And do you think it revolves around LeBron James?
So what went wrong? There's a lot of things that went wrong. Number one, they didn't construct a roster that could actually help LeBron James. Like they didn't give him any shooting. Number one, like LeBron's game is drive and kick Lamont. And so what you have to do, knowing that, you have to give him a roster that can shoot the basketball. And this roster just cannot shoot.
Hold on. Jared, see, I got to stop you right there because remember, we got to be factual. In 2020, when they won the chip, the Lakers were one of the worst shooting teams in the NBA. You don't have to give LeBron James great shooters. He's won a championship with a team that was statistically one of the worst shooting teams in the league. He don't need that. LeBron James is the activation to these players. When LeBron James, because remember that year, Anthony Davis was the player that was looked at as the MVP and as the defensive player of the year. Because LeBron James took a back seat for individual stats and said, my job now is to galvanize and make others around me better. So this is why the Rondos look better. This is why the ADs look better. This is why a lot of those players on that team looked a lot better because LeBron deferred. And in turn, they were able to get the chip. So when you say shooting, is that a fix? The shooting doesn't matter if you have a leader who's not holding his own players accountable and there's a coach not holding that leader accountable and he has bad body language. He's taken more shots than he's ever taken probably in his career. He was highly efficient, but as the point guard, as a facilitator for that team, they're just standing around watching. Hold on, let me go to Mingo Jester. He was second. Then I'm gonna go to you, Reggie. Let me go to Mingo Jester, man. He was next up. I'm gonna go back to you, Jared. But Jared, you got to come back with some more. You got to come be a bit more factual, man. Because again, I think you were trying to give LeBron an out in your take. That was giving him an out. It's definitely LeBron's fault at my point. But go ahead, Mingo.
Well, I think it's a lot of stuff played a part in the Lakers being unsuccessful. I mean, it's so much stuff. Like, where do I start?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, you can point to so many things. LeBron, I mean, he out there stat pad and just putting up empty stat just for no reason. Like the Lakers could have a 5-6 point lead. He out there still jacking threes. For what? Like that didn't make any like a lot of the stuff that LeBron did this season really didn't make sense to me. If LeBron would have played his regular game, the Lakers would have been all right. But see, what he was doing was he was either trying to get the scoring title or he was trying to catch trying to get the scoring title or he's trying to catch Kareem. You know, get himself in position to catch Kareem is what I meant to say. So And that caused the Lakers a lot of games this season, in my opinion.
Let me ask you a question. You said he was stat pattern. I don't agree with stat pattern.
Dude, Lamar, wait a minute.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait a minute, Lamar. Wait a minute.
No, I want you to hear my question.
Listen, wait a second. It was 3 seconds left in that Pacers game. And this nigga gonna make a layup. What was the purpose of that?
Yeah, there's no reason.
It was like 3 seconds left.
I got you.
He gonna make a layup. For what reason?
Hold the ball.
Hold on, Mingo Gesture. Hold on. What I'm saying is stat padding.
You still ain't answer my question, though. You still I don't want to hear that. You still ain't answer my question.
Hold on, Mingo. Hold on. I was trying to ask a question because you.
Why did he go make that layup when it's on the 3 seconds left?
Hold on.
And the game is over.
Mingo Gesture. Can I ask my question, man?
No, Lord. But you ain't answering mine, though.
Because again, no, hold on. Because I was trying to ask a question. I'll get to yours next. But I was trying to ask a question and you just went all off on the wall. What I'm saying is this: stat padding. Okay, so stat padding by its definition is when your team is down big and you're still out there constantly and consistently trying to score the ball at the end of games, and your intent. Basically, what I'm saying is you have to prove that his intent is he's out there scoring consistently late in games, knowing that the game is out of reach, not that they can come back, knowing that the game is out of reach, and he's just doing it for the purpose of boosting his stats. I don't believe that's true because this year specifically, the majority of LeBron, and this is something that's already documented, the majority of his points this year came in the first, second, and third quarter. It was in the fourth quarter in most of these games where he ran out of gas. He did his least scoring in the fourth. So when you say he was stat padding and you talk about one bucket that he might have attempted against the Pacers, that's one bucket, but it takes a larger sample size to come to the conclusion of stat padding.
But you got to understand something. But you got to understand something, though. Listen to what you just said. You just said that a lot of LeBron's stats came in the first, second, and third quarter. You just said that, right?
How can you stat pad in the
first,
Lakers
second, and third quarter? The Lakers were getting blew out in the first, second, and third quarter.
Hold on, Jared. Hold on. Now we're gonna go on. Hold on. I heard you, Mingo Judge. So he said they're getting blown out. Everybody admits that they were getting. I even said earlier they were getting blown out in the second. How many? We've seen about 10 times this year. Yeah. This has probably been more than any other year where we've seen teams come back from 20 and 30-point leads in the fourth quarter to come back and win games. With the advent of the three-point line, there's no giving up a game in the fourth quarter just because you're down 20. Coaches usually kind of relent at the 3 to 5 minute mark in the fourth quarter if you're still down big, and that's when they relent. But even if there's 8 minutes to go, in the fourth, you can come back from a 20-point lead. No, there's no giving up. There's no giving up. What I'm saying is what you're saying is fake, and coaches don't think like that. Players don't think like that. So the stat pattern narrative is fake because one.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because I got to move on to other people. I'm gonna tell people right now the stat pattern narrative is fake because
that's cap.
It's other guys.
That's cap.
All right, hold on. All right, come on, y'all. I'll let y'all talk, man. I don't want to put y'all in the backseat and let y'all talk. I'm just talking real basketball, and this is coming from somebody that actually plays and coaches. The stat pattern narrative is fake because other people are paid to stop you. If the other guy on the other side of the court is paid to stop you, and if you're trying to score, then it's your job to go score. So like we can give him ether for taking up the wrong road this year and not leading his team. But stat padding is fake because if you play LeBron at stat padding, then what you do by y'all definition is you're going to open up the door to say that AI was a stat padder, Wilt was a stat padder, Jordan was a stat padder, Bird was a stat padder. All these guys did the same thing that LeBron does. So if you are willing to go down that road to just use that bad argument, then you're probably going to have to say a lot of other guys who are stat padders as well. All right, hold on. We're gonna bring them back in. We got Renegade just pulled up. Let me go to Reggie. He just pulled up, man. Salute to Reggie for pulling up, man. What are your thoughts on this year, man? What went wrong for the Lakers, and does this tarnish LeBron?
I feel like two things could be true. I feel like you could still be stat padding, but you can also be like, hey, I gotta score a certain amount of points for us to even be in the game. And I think what happened with him, especially towards the end of the season, what it started to look like to me is that he looked at it in a way like, okay, well, I'm gonna get my points. If we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. And that's what I kind of started to see with him, especially like now, because to your, like when you said earlier, you was talking about like he don't have shooters, he don't have like the type of supporting cast around him. You look at the teams even with Cleveland, he has shooters. You had Mike Miller, you had Dellavedova, even though he was more defensive, he was a lot like Caruso. You had Tristan Thompson. He got a lot of people paid, and when they was gone, you ain't heard from none of them ever again. So what I see now with him as far as the stat pattern, I feel like what do you want him to do? If he don't play, he quit on the team. They go all the nicknames and all the LeQuits and LeFrauds and all of this other stupid stuff. Like it is what it is. I think when you look at him in LA right now, I think he says that he has how do you say? He was like, well, I have my input, but the GM and management makes the decision that they want to make. It's a poorly constructed team. Like it just is. And you got guys on 10-day contracts. You got Ariza who's 37, 38 years old. You got the oldest team in the league. So I put it like this. Two things could be true. You can stat pad in his own way, because like you said, you look, it's games where he had 2 points in the fourth quarter, no points in the fourth quarter, but he finished with 30, 35, 38. So I think you can put the onus on him, in my opinion, and you had a big hand in bringing Russell Westbrook. I know they wanted to get DeMar DeRozan, and they said that Pelinka, he was the one that pulled the rug from under the thing in terms of like he didn't want to guarantee the last year of the contract, and you ended up with Russell Westbrook. So it's like he took the B option because he couldn't get the A option. I don't know what the hell Buddy Hield would have gave you defensively, but they don't defend. They don't defend, especially in transition. So I think you put it on him, and but I just think we expected too much out of somebody in their 19th year, and then you talk trash about him for leading the league in scoring. He's 37 years old, man. Like what you want him to do?
I just don't believe. Again, if you're going to make the accusation that he's in games late, because there's no such thing as stat padding in quarters 1 through 3. Is he getting his numbers? Is he scoring the ball more? Is he taking more shots than normal? Yes.
He's taking more shots than he's taking like the third most shots I think in the league.
What I'm saying is, I've seen a lot of times him swing the ball to players like Stanley Johnson, to players like Avery Bradley, and these guys are also missing a lot of shots as well. And again, is that on him to maybe set them up and put them in better situations to score? Yes, we know he can do that. So I just feel like he just was more quick this year to say, I'm not, as opposed to figuring it out, I'm just going to go do it myself. So he had the same mentality. I don't think he's stat
padding. I think he's just scoring the way that he normally scores.
No, what I'm saying is his mentality this year. If you're not doing it, I'm going to do it myself.
Right.
That's the scoring mentality of who we applaud players like Jordan. We applaud players like Kobe for having the same mentality. So it's hard for me to now. What I'm saying is I don't mind him having that mentality. What I'm saying is that mentality is what cost him his team games this year. He should have had a more facilitating type mentality as opposed to a scoring mentality. I think the scoring mentality was kicked in because the scoring records were right there for him to go grab, and he knows he only has a limited time left in the league.
Who else is going to score though? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Because like, there's not like if you look at the games where they got blown out, right? When you look at games they got blown out, those are the games where he played his least minutes, right? So when they lost by 20, they lost by more than 20 to Phoenix. He only played 30 minutes that game. That's an indicator that he got yanked when he's averaging 40 a game, right? When you look at some of these, and there's another game when they got beat really bad by Denver. He only played 30 minutes that game. That tells me right there that they yanked him early and said, you know what, we've lost this game. So I don't, another game when they played against when they beat Portland. This is a game where they actually beat Portland by a lot, but he only played 29 minutes. He played 29 minutes, but he still got 43 points. Is that stat padding? And I don't know if you can stat.
I don't think it is because I think you keep hearing people saying, man, he got 4 Hall of Famers with him, bro. It's the oldest team in the league.
5.
Now, if you giving me 5 years, if you saying 5 years ago and you had that roster, we'd be having a very different conversation.
Ooh, come on, ain't no way all them players.
Man, listen, let's be real.
Man. Hold on. I know y'all. Mingo I know y'all want to cook.
Crazy.
We got to go one at a time so everybody
crazy.
Hold on.
You got to be kidding me.
Hold on. Let me go one at a time. I'm gonna go one at a time. Let me go to Avis. Avis has been waiting over there.
35 years, 37 years old. They
5 Hall of Famers missing the playoffs. That's the first time.
SFM, hold on, y'all. We got to keep some order, man. A lot of people been complaining about it sounding dysfunctional. Avis, man. Avis, you got the mic, man. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I think 2 things led to the Lakers having a terrible season this year. The first thing was the offseason. LeBron and the front office, they weren't on the same page when it came to bringing in players around LeBron this offseason, man. I guess Pelinka wanted Buddy Hill, LeBron wanted Russell Westbrook. So they weren't on the same page as when it comes to bringing in players this offseason. And also, man, I think another downfall this season was leadership. It was poor leadership, man. When it comes to the veteran star players, poor leadership. Because you look at other teams like the Denver Nuggets. Joker was by himself. Joel Embiid was by himself for most of the season. Joker's still by himself. No Jamal Murray, no Michael Porter Jr. And he still got his team. What, 5th, 4th seed in the West, and LeBron's still playing. Russ played every game this year. Anthony Davis missed almost half the season. But I mean, if LeBron's that dude, if he's that leader, man, he could have at least pulled this team into the 6th seed. I mean, with the players he does have around him. Well, I mean, you can see there's been times this season if the team is playing bad, LeBron is on the bench by himself, 2 chairs away from everybody else. Before Vogel's finished drawing up a game plan, LeBron gets up and walks away. You know what I'm saying? Not listening to the rest of the game plan. Just terrible leadership and the front office and LeBron not being on the same page led to the downfall of the Lakers, man. That's my biggest attribute to this.
I agree. 100% agree with that. When you have your leaders, AD and Brian, it seems like they click off into their own little group, as opposed to when you're on the bench, being that secondary coach, man, getting with your guys, building them up, boosting them up. You know, it's talking them through certain situations, because a lot of these guys are learning on the fly. I think they missed a big opportunity, man. But let me go to hold on. We can go to SFM now. I know SFM been wanting to cook on this. SFM, what are your thoughts, man?
Man, hey, all I gotta say is that you gotta lay in the bed that you made, man. You feel me? Last year, y'all could say whatever about that team. The name of this game is still defense win championships. He traded away the #1 defensive team. The Lakers last year was the #1 defensive team when AD and LeBron wasn't on that court last year. Them times they weren't playing, they was still the #1 defensive team in the league. Magic Johnson, Mookie had posted it today, but it wasn't an interview on Undisputed. I think it was on ESPN. That man risked Russell for all that shit, because whatever bro just said about Rob Pelinka and woo, they was all on the same page. Magic ain't say that. Magic said they was going for DeRozan, and LeBron and Russell had sat down and had a conversation. And woo, that's how that happened, man. His low IQ ass risked all for Russell Westbrook. Just simple, bro. You feel me? And shit, if you ain't got no defense, shit, you ain't shit. Like, let's be real. You feel me? Like, if you already got 5 Hall of Famers on your team, Russell was just in the playoffs last year. Around this time last year, where he went on a 10-game winning streak with the bullshit ass Wizards. Shit, when the last time he missed the playoffs? Shit, finna miss the playoffs this year and shit. Come on now. Like, Bro, this shit is unbelievable. You talking about 5 Hall of Famers, 128, the other 133. You got the other one still dropping 30. What's the problem? Why you finna be the first? You finna be the first all-time great to miss the playoffs with 5 Hall of Famers. Oh, you just made a new record. Yeah, another one of LeBron new records. Yeah. Why don't y'all hold that shit? Ain't nobody ever did that shit.
SFM, there's a record for not making the playoffs with potential Hall of Fame players.
Man, what you mean potential? We know, man. You know.
What record
Come on,
is
man.
that?
This shit stamp.
I mean, I just want to know what record.
I'm just LeBron finna have the record. He finna have the new record. That's what I'm saying. He finna create the record because he's finna first. He's getting beat at it's funny because years later you always getting beat at the same game that you played. Super teams. Like when the Warriors put it off on you. You feel me? I feel like you feel me. He was right. You feel me? That's what you not. This is what you get.
Wouldn't this be the first team with 3 All-Stars to not make the finals in NBA history, though?
I don't know. I think there have been teams with 3 All-Stars. The Atlanta Hawks had 4 All-Stars and didn't make the finals.
Like, let me say something. Like, y'all can say woo about 2004 and Kobe and all that, but Kobe and Shaq woo Kobe had these charges going on. Woo. They had a bunch of shit.
We're not talking about Kobe.
No, I'm just saying. At least they made it to the finals.
We understand.
This team can't even clinch a playoff spot.
We understand.
With 5 Hall of Fame.
I know, but look, hold on. I want to turn this into comparing LeBron failures and accomplishment to Kobe's or Mike's. This is not doing that tonight because I know you want to try to weasel Kobe in somehow. But
all right, I'll leave it out there.
It's not a Kobe comparison. We just talking about there's things that you can clearly indict LeBron on this year without having to talk about stat pattern, which is fake, and then 2 to bringing up comparisons to Kobe or Jordan, which are unnecessary in this conversation because then that opens the door up for us to talk about the years where they missed the playoffs and they had failures. Which a lot of people don't want to do that.
They didn't have the team. They didn't have the team LeBron got either.
You don't want to do that.
Right,
You don't.
Hold on, let me drop the link.
All I'm saying is that something historically is going to happen that we never seen in NBA history.
No, the only thing that SFM, if you see the thing is, if you're going to talk about things historical that we've never seen, if you're being not unbiased about it. The only thing that historically has happened that we haven't seen is a 37-year-old averaging 30 points a game. Individually, like individual statistic-wise, what LeBron is doing individually at age 37 is something we've never seen. So if that's a record.
But Lamont, how does that matter in the team game?
Right, they're not winning.
How does that matter in the team game?
I know. Hold on. Didn't I just say in the beginning that individual statistics – I feel like LeBron put individual statistics over winning. This is something I've already differentiated between the two. We don't have to harp on it. What I'm saying is individually, statistically, it's still great. Like even though Oscar Robertson was getting bounced out the playoffs and not making the playoffs, his statistics averaging a triple-double were still great, even though they were like what some dude in the chat wants to say, empty stats. Remember, Oscar didn't win a chip until he got with other great players, and then he didn't even average a triple-double when he won it. So the thing is, if we give all of these other players in NBA history the same credit for these individual statistically great years, even irregardless of winning and losing, we have to do the same thing with LeBron James this year, irregardless of winning and losing. There's still credit to be given. Just saying.
But Lamont, you got to understand something, though. These guys finna miss the play-in tournament. Hold on. They're not even finna make the play-in tournament.
I understand, Mingle Jester, but the thing is, if that's the case, then now let's talk about if you want to go down that road, which I already have. Let's talk about the real reasons why what LeBron James this year, the real reasons what cost him the ability to win games. Right? Was it because I don't think it was necessarily just the scoring. I look to more the leadership things, the pouting, the crying, the bad body language. Those things have more of an impact than just the scoring. The scoring is fine, but when he pouts, other teammates pout. Now, when you got 10 guys pouting as opposed to just one, then that's just a recipe for disaster in a team concept. So what I'm saying is talk about the things that really impact winning and losing. And scoring 40 is it's probably going to help you with regards to winning and losing, but your bad body language can have more of an impact. Why do you think Coach K literally will kick guys off the team for bad body language on the bench? Like, real good coaches don't allow that bullshit to happen. If you look at the Clippers when they got ran down by the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, if you go look to that bench, horrible body language across the board. Horrible body language. Guys pouting, guys crying, guys doing things individually. Guys trying to be playing hero ball. Then they got ran down by a team with good body language, and that was playing like one unit. Simple basketball. Hold on, we got Spiffy in here. Spiffy, what are your thoughts, man, on the Lakers this year? Does this tarnish LeBron James's legacy?
Yeah, it's his fault.
Yes.
Well, the question was for Spiffy. Hold on, Spiffy. You gotta unmute yourself, Spiffy. Thank you, Wally. Wally knows this. Anybody who plays on the team knows that when you have bad body language, that shit's like cancer on a team. That shit's horrible. And look, I don't even agree with a lot of his takes, but the one thing right here, this bad body language will internally destroy a team. From bad. I'm talking about horrible.
Man, LeBron sits on a bench like 2 empty seats away from the next player when they losing, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, what is that? When Giannis is losing, when they're down, you see Giannis is huddled up with the rest of the players. They huddled up, him and his brother trying to get everybody back into the game. But LeBron act like he just above everybody else.
Cool.
Right. That shit be so funny to see on live.
Hold on, and you know what? But the thing is, I think this is something that coaches have allowed Brian to get away with his entire career. And remember, I said I did a video about this. I said Brian is a front runner in the respect that when things are going good, he's up, clapping, cheering guys on, motivating guys. But when things go bad, he gets secluded. He pouts. He's about self. And this year, where they needed him to not do that stuff the most, he did it more than ever.
Man, LeBron's a great player, man. But that's just a knockoff on him, though, man. That's the only thing that's disappointing.
Yeah, he's still a great player. He's still a great player.
He's a bad leader, man. He's not a good leader. He's not like Chris Paul, though, man. Like,
right?
Yeah, Chris Paul. Yes, Chris Paul is. Yes, that's a great example. He's not on the. Yeah, he's not a better leader than Chris Paul. He just had better teams. He's not a better leader.
Can I chime in right quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Grindo.
All right. First of all, saluting one. I know you see me a lot in the comments, and it's been a while since I've been on the panel, but shoot, man, this season right here, it's gonna hurt LeBron legacy, dog. I mean, this is bad, because a couple years from now, bro, when you look back on it, you're gonna see LeBron miss the playoffs, with Russ and AD. And not only that, but he missed the playoffs during the time.
Carmelo Anthony too.
Yeah, but he missed the playoffs during the time where even the 10th seed can make the playoffs, and that's embarrassing right there.
That's ugly. That is a good point right there. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, bro. The incredible offense that he's been, putting out all season long. I mean, leading the league in scoring at the age of 37, that shit's unheard of. But at the same time, bro, just watching him walk back on defense, that shit is like infuriating,
Bro, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad. You can't do that shit. That's not how you win basketball games. It's two sides on the basketball court, and you gotta perform on both ends, dog. So, I mean, that's my take on it right there.
Yeah, it's a lot of times I'm sitting here yelling at the TV, get the fuck back on defense. I'm like, what the fuck? Like we still, like, you still in it, like. And it's just like, man, you put your team in a 4-on-5, and nobody says nothing to LeBron because I don't know if it's that they put him on such a pedestal in LA that other guys feel like they can't talk to him. Remember, I did a video on what Malik Monk said was going on internally. He says you got the older guys just yelling at the younger guys, literally blaming them for everything that go wrong. And these younger guys don't feel like they can hold LeBron James accountable because Vogel ain't holding them accountable. AD, we saw AD get in Dwight Howard's face. When did AD ever get in LeBron's face? When there's plenty of reasons why he should have gotten to his face. When we saw him want to get on Russ. We heard the reports of how he was getting on Russ and they were getting into it. When did he ever get into it with LeBron? Because there were things that you could call LeBron out for that's detrimental to winning and losing games. And I just think, man, the Lakers, I mean, you got to go. You're going to have to get a guy like a Ty Lue, somebody that don't give a damn. You're going to have to get a guy in there that don't care about who you are. It's about winning and losing, right and wrong. And he will get in LeBron. He will get into him and make him act right. We've seen it.
And AD played on worse teams, so you never seen AD actually get in anybody's face before. You know, when he was with the Pelicans, man. So like I said, bad leadership. LeBron's rubbing off on him now.
Right.
So, but I mean, that's just what it is.
He's frustrated. Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
All right. Just it seems like I'm gonna be disagreeing with a lot of the people on here. I'm not really a LeBron fan, but I think y'all kind of being Chris's of the moment because when you look at somebody's legacy, it's what they did their entire career. And you're gonna look at this dude's career. He's gonna have at least 4 championships, 4 MVPs, and be the all-time leading scorer. Like this one season isn't even gonna come into it when you read the whole story. You know what I mean? Like somebody brought up Kobe earlier. Like Kobe, the Dwight Howard and Steve Nash team, I understand they made the playoffs, but that team was supposed to win the championship. They ended up a 7th seed. Nobody cares about that when they talk about his legacy.
Because Kobe got the Achilles.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
No, hold on. I think y'all are just getting too like.
Kobe had got the Achilles, though,
I'm not trying to
nigga.
compare LeBron to
He ain't playing the
Kobe or
fucking
Mike.
playoff.
I think Mike's by far the GOAT. But what I'm saying is, when you look at somebody's totality of their career, I mean, this is one season. As you said, he's leading the league in scoring at age 37 at year 19. I think a lot of things you can look at with the Lakers is due to roster construction. You don't have many three-point shooters on this team. Not many guys that play defense. And then I think Frank Vogel's had one of the worst coaching jobs I've seen of a team in the NBA in a long time. So that's just my 2 cents, honestly.
But hey, let me get a piece of that. Let me get a piece of that because
go ahead, man.
Let me get a piece of that. First of all, it's not just one season. If you're looking at LeBron's entire tenure as a Laker, it's been a failure. 2019.
How's that a failure?
Wait a minute. I let you finish. 2019, he missed the playoffs.
Facts.
Right? 2020, he didn't make the playoffs until he traded for Anthony Davis. Right. 2021, he got bounced in the first round. And now this year, he's 14 games under 500. You tell me.
Yeah,
you can't
didn't make the playoffs because they got Anthony Davis.
Come on now, man.
That's right. When he traded for Anthony Davis, they made the playoffs.
Other injury years on top of that, though.
Hold on. Let me say one thing.
We got too many people talking over each other.
Let me say one thing. The only reason why I disagree with the tenure with LA being a failure was because we literally watched a team into the Toronto Raptors literally sacrifice everything, not knowing what they was going to get in return as far as Kawhi Leonard re-signing. They sacrificed everything just to get one chip. That one chip, Kawhi is probably going to get his jersey retired just off 1 year in Toronto. His jersey is probably going to be in the Raptors in Toronto just over that 1 year. So one chip with an organization, that one chip that LeBron got in Cleveland, those things matter. It's so hard to get a chip. Players chase these chips to get one. To get one with an organization is great. So for you to say it was a failure, I think there's a little bit of hate mixing there too, because we've seen teams do the most desperate things to get one chip. It's not easy to get a chip. It takes a little luck. It takes great players, and you never know if you're going to get back and win it again, right? Or when your team breaks down and gets injured, and if you can get one, that's great. For him to get one in LA, that's great. You can't take that away from him. You can't do that.
And can I say one more thing on that? The question was LeBron's legacy. It wasn't LeBron's Lakers tenure. So you look at the whole career, the Miami tenure, the Cleveland tenure. So y'all conflating the question. That's like saying, oh, Michael Jordan, he failed in Washington because they didn't get to the playoffs. Well, that's bullshit. We know he won 6 rings with the Bulls. That's his legacy. The legacy, again, is the entire career. It's not 4 seasons right at the end. So y'all mixing up the question.
And
he asked. He said legacy.
And my question would be,
we could talk about his legacy.
And my question would be,
deep into it too.
Yeah, we can.
My question for me,
can I go at you, Lamar?
Yeah, I got you, Spiff. Yep, you go
We
right
really
now.
can get into his
My
legacy,
question would
though,
be:
for
is
real,
how many times have we, with all of these great players in NBA history, how many times have we held in high regard the years at the end of their career, 37, 38, 39, 40? What players are we using those years to really judge their legacy by other than LeBron?
MJ.
Hold on. Kobe and Kareem.
Yep.
Kobe, Kareem, and LeBron. They all
Okay.
play. They all
No,
played
hold on,
20
but
years.
hold on,
They all
hold
played
on.
20
Kareem
years.
was averaging 15.
Hold on, but that's not
Kobe
the
was
question.
averaging 22.
SFM, hold on. Let's get to the question. The question was, what players at age 37, 38, 39, 40 do we judge do we use those years, the golden years, the twilight years of their career, as a barometer for, or being added or being a barometer for their legacy? We didn't do that with Kobe.
Y'all did. Come on now. Stop this.
Hold on.
Stop this.
We didn't do it with.
Stop this.
Hold on. Come on.
That is cap.
God damn. Come here. Can y'all make one stream, just one stream, where y'all don't yell and y'all just talk one at a time? God damn. Like, I understand that these other panels let you just blurt out stuff like you got ADD or some shit. Come on, let's be cool today, man. Let's just keep it chill. What I'm saying is, we don't look at Kobe from 37, 38. We don't look at the twilight years of his career and say that's what defined Kobe. We look at even when I did the video about Kobe, I was talking about those prime years. If it was a bit critical, I was talking about the prime years of his career. When we look at Jordan, nobody is really harshly judging Jordan off those Washington years. The only reason most LeBron fans bring it up is because this is the same age. This is the same age, because they're saying if you're going to judge LeBron like this, then judge MJ like this. But you guys don't look at MJ in a different light because he had failures at 37 years old with the Washington Wizards, or couldn't make the playoffs at the twilight. So I think you guys, I honestly believe that you guys are using these
Jordan
years.
Play at 37.
Wait a minute, Lamont. Jordan was retired at 37.
Let me finish what I'm saying. We're talking about the twilight years of his career. And when, as again, you can throw the numbers all the way around that you want, but that's even a bigger indictment. If he wasn't playing at 37, that's an even bigger indictment. The fact that LeBron is still playing at 37, and he's playing at such a high level that y'all are trying to use these years on his legacy.
That's cap.
Generally, when you're 37 years old, you are afterthought, like Carmelo. You coming off the bench, like Dwight.
Right.
Generally, when you're that old, you turn into a bench guy.
You are lying.
You gotta stop this, Lamont. You gotta stop it.
Okay, so my question, Mingo, just to you, what other player are you looking at who's 37 years old, who are you using that year in his career as a part of his legacy?
Everybody.
No,
because
just
they
one
played those
player.
years.
Mingo gesture, just one player.
Look, Lamont.
No, there's no look. Tell
Kobe.
me one
Come
player.
on, man.
Tell me one player. No, Mingo Jester is not using Kobe's last years to define his legacy. That's a lie.
Why are you gonna ask me a question and not let me answer?
Because you're not answering. Answer it. Answer it.
Mingo, just answer.
Listen, man. That's just like Michael Jordan. The 13.
Answer the question, motherfucker.
Answer the question.
God damn.
Bro, you gotta
What
answer the
player
question, man.
outside of LeBron or at age 37 are you using the age 37 season as a part of their legacy?
Nobody.
I was gonna tell you, but you keep on stopping me.
You ain't said a name,
bro. It's nobody, bro.
Michael Jordan, if you can let me finish, Michael Jordan wasn't playing when he was 37, 38. But listen, every time you talk to a LeBron fan, every time you listen to me, every time you talk to a LeBron fan, and then you say LeBron played Jordan played 13 years. Oh, he played with the Wizards too.
Bro, can you answer the question, Mingo?
Can't forget about those Wizard years.
Can you answer the question, Mingo, please?
That's not an answer.
That is the answer. That's it.
Man, kick that nigga, man.
Okay, so
what the fuck,
Mingo
man?
Jester.
Answer the question, nigga.
Mingo Jester,
what the fuck wrong with you, nigga?
Okay, so when Jordan was 38 years old and he didn't get the Wizards to the playoffs, you hold that against his legacy?
They do. They definitely do.
No, you. I'm asking you.
Based on what, nigga? Based on what?
Do you, Mingo
I
Jester?
mean,
Do
yeah,
you?
yeah, because he played. Yeah, I do want to do because he played.
Come on, Mingo, stop it.
Because
Stop
he
lying,
played.
Mingo.
He was
Mingo, you
playing.
gotta stop lying, bro.
Yes,
Stop
because
it.
he was
You're
playing.
capping.
Yo, this man
You're
No, I'm
lying,
not.
bro.
He
Stop
played. He
it.
was
You lying
playing.
like a motherfucker,
Come
Mingo.
on, man. You capping.
No, I'm not. He
That's
played. He was
that
playing.
Lying like a
Jordan Knight
motherfucker.
logic, man. It is what it
You
is.
never
Mingo, so
held
you
It was
telling
his
me?
choice
Hold on, let me go to
of why
Spiffy.
he
I'm gonna go to
came
Spiffy.
back.
So I'm gonna ask you one more time. You telling me when Jordan was 39 years old with the Wizards, you held it against his legacy that he didn't get the
Yes,
Wizards
because
to the
he
fifth?
played.
No, you did.
Yes,
We've
he
never heard
played.
you hold it
He
against
was
MJ
actually
or Wade.
playing.
Nah, we never held that against
Stop
MJ.
it, man.
We'll
Stop
never
it.
I
held
do
that.
because he
You
actually
never.
played.
When have you
All
held
right,
it against
all right.
MJ?
Mingo Jester held Jordan's last 2 years and watched it against him.
Did.
Yes,
Same
I
with
said
So,
watch
the
him.
so,
last
He's
two.
so,
lying
If
like a
you look at,
motherfucker.
but listen
so,
to me.
so
If
you
you
held
look at
Kobe
Jordan's
last.
career,
Hold on. So you held Kobe last 3 years after
yes,
Achilles with Nick
because he
Younger Jr. Then.
played.
You
Yes,
lying like a
because he
So,
No,
motherfucker,
played.
you
man.
so
man,
the
you capping.
season,
You
He
capping.
so the
played.
season, so listen, the
Jordan
season
Knight
that hold
logic.
on, hold on. So season 18 when Kobe come off the Achilles and play 6 games for the season and they missed the play. He only played 6 games. You count that? We
Dude, he played. It doesn't matter. He
six
played.
games. He played
6
6 games
games?
He,
in the
he still
82.
played.
Stop
He
it,
played.
man.
He played.
Man, we
So you
ain't never
hold it.
put a Jordan to the cross like
So
Mingo,
that.
stop
yeah,
it, man.
you gotta. Yeah, hold on. Let me go to Spiffy because Spiffy wanted to cook. Let me get to him real quick. Go ahead, Spiffy, man. You
Can
heard
you
the
hear me, bro?
craziness.
Can
Yeah, I
you
hear
hear
you.
me?
out there.
Oh, all right. See, that's what I was gonna say, bro. His To me, his legacy is already set. Like whatever he do now is just extra, bro. Like we got really be real about this, bro. This man about to be the all-time leading scorer in the NBA, and y'all sitting up here talking about that he failed with the Lakers when he already came there and granted them what they wanted when he came, a championship. His first 2 years. So anything else right now is just extra, bro. Like we gotta be real about the situation.
What's
Yo, Spiffy,
what's
Spiffy.
realer than you got 5 Hall of Famers on the team? You finna
Like,
miss the
Hold on.
Spiffy,
playoffs.
Like
yo,
But
yo,
you,
yo,
That's
Spiffy, I
the
got a
hold
question.
on, hold on, hold
realization.
on.
In a prime.
Like that's the realization.
hold on.
Hey, I
Hold on,
got a
hold on.
question for
SFM,
Spiffy.
SFM,
You
you
got
kind
2
of
in their
you
prime.
using word games right there because nobody's looking at Carmelo and Dwight like they game changers right now.
Right. Y'all
They
acting
they
like
liabilities
Yeah.
right now.
Or Y'all
They
did
y'all
it.
acting
Y'all
like
liabilities
didn't.
like a
LeBron is
motherfucker.
Y'all
in his
did it at the beginning of the
prime.
season.
Dude, you're
Nah,
not
it's
gonna have
bad. Yeah,
all five of these
Carmelo
players
showed wasn't on
on
that
the
team.
Um,
same
Y'all
team
had
in
him
their
win
Michael
70
prime.
games.
Land, Michael
Y'all had
Land.
him win 70 games.
What
That's
was
a
I saying
stupid
about
narrative.
Carmelo? What was I saying about Carmelo when he was in Portland? Everybody was running around here talking about Carmelo going to turn the season around for Portland. I said he's a bum at this stage in his career. That's when he was on my team in Portland. That didn't move nothing when he went to LA. I didn't say that was no special move.
Yeah, but now he's playing with
I don't think he was a
LeBron, who makes
bum though,
It
everybody
bro.
don't matter
better
that
than
he's
He
playing
LeBron.
was
with
good.
LeBron. If you old and washed, ain't nothing going to really save you.
That
I mean,
man's a liability on
come on,
defense.
he's a
LeBron can be
liability.
trash.
LeBron is a
On defense,
liability
he
on defense as
trash.
well.
What player is not a
He
And
was
liability
this
on
year.
Hey,
defense this
Spiffy.
year?
Anthony Davis is
But
too.
hold on. Let me say one thing, yo. When it's all said and
Uh-oh,
done,
bang back. We got to get banging here
to
on this.
me, hold on. To me, he already the GOAT. But once he passed it, listen, bro. When he passed this Kareem, it's gonna be solidified that that man the GOAT. I don't give a
Everybody
fuck
got their own
what you
opinion.
niggas say.
Everybody
Yeah,
got their
but
own
what I'm
That's
opinion.
your
trying to say, but
opinion, and that's your
Yep,
opinion.
So
everybody
why
got
is
their
he
own
Kareem the
opinion.
GOAT
hold on,
now then?
That's your
hold on.
opinion.
How can you dispute a nigga that's gonna have 40,000 points, 10,000 assists, 10,000 rebounds? He the only player in NBA history in the 75 years that this shit ever been done.
Bro, he's the greatest loser in
Can I
He
NBA
say
ain't.
something to
history as
that?
well.
Hold up,
Hey,
hold
he
up. Can
ain't
I
the
say
only
something?
player.
Hey,
Hey,
That
he
only
ain't
says
the
he's
only
better
that's
than
player.
not
Hey,
Magic.
true.
he ain't the only
Hold
player
on,
to do
hold on.
something.
Hold
His
on,
damn
hold
Magic,
on,
self.
long
bro.
time
Hold on.
spit.
Hold up,
But
I
You
got,
I
I
act
got,
got,
like
I
he
got
the
one.
only player
Come
to
on,
do
y'all. One
something.
at a
Like,
time, y'all. One at a time. Bang. I think Spiffy was still cooking, man. If you got a question for Spiffy, go one at a time.
I got a question. I got a
How
question
is
for
he?
you.
Hold on. How is he the worst loser in NBA history, bro? He got 4 rings.
And
He
six
won
who
Well,
said
finals.
I
that?
Finals
didn't.
Who
loss.
said
Hold up,
that?
man. Hold up. I didn't say
But
that, but I got a question. All right, go ahead.
hold on. This the only player that we do this with that we expect him to win every
No, it's
year, though,
not.
bro.
So you
No,
telling
just
me?
have
No,
a
So you
winning
no,
telling
record.
me?
no.
So
What
are you
the?
No,
saying
just
that?
have a winning
You,
So
record.
are you
when you
saying
got
that it's
super
impossible
teams,
for
of course
players
they
to
gonna
win?
do
Y'all
that.
expect him to
win.
Bro, he
Are
spent
you
most
saying
of
it's
the
impossible for players to
bro.
win every
So
championship?
hold on, bro. This
The
is
LeBron
how
fans
great that.
expecting him to win this year. What y'all
Bro,
talking?
hold on.
Didn't he
Russell
say
did
keep
it.
that same energy? Didn't he say
He
keep the
said it.
same energy?
Yep,
Come
he
on
said
now.
in the offseason.
Hold on. Didn't he say? Did he
I'm
say
just saying.
activate
I'm just
playoff
saying
mode?
this. How do a
Right.
nigga
Looking
spend
at
said
it.
half of
Storm
his
was coming
career
last
in the
year.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask y'all a
finals?
question. Let me ask. Y'all
You
said
said it, nigga.
who said
What's good,
LeBron was the
Lamont?
biggest loser in NBA history?
I
I
did.
didn't say
Avis.
that. I didn't say that.
Avis,
I
No,
didn't.
Avis said that.
Jordan
I'm
Knight.
talking
That's
specifically to the person
ridiculous.
that said that question.
I said
That's
it. Avis and
ridiculous.
Okay,
That's
so
ridiculous,
Avis.
bro.
So is Kevin Garnett a great player?
that he's an all-time great.
He's all-time great.
He's one of the greatest.
Is he one of the greatest losers in NBA history?
How many times has he went to the finals? He went to the finals twice.
Hold on. But hold on. Because
So you don't count losing in the playoffs.
what you're forgetting is that to get to the finals, it takes a bunch of wins. Kevin Garnett has one of them. He's top 10 in NBA with the most losses in NBA history, regular season and playoffs. How is a player like that not considered one of the biggest losers of all time? But you're talking about a guy. Remember, we applaud guys like Reggie Miller for getting to the finals. Avis, hold on.
Kevin Garnett.
Oh no, Avis, hold on. I'm gonna let you go as soon as I'm done. I just want y'all to go one at a time. All right. We applaud players like AI for getting to the finals, even though he was overmatched against LA. But we applaud him for getting there because he beat a great Buck team. He beat some other teams, and nobody even picked them to even get there. We applaud the Pacers and Reggie Miller for getting to the finals, even though they was overmatched when they got there. You applaud some players just for the journey there. We applaud the Miami Heat in 2020 just for getting to the finals because nobody picked them to get there, but they did it against our odds, right? They went through a lot of teams that nobody thought they could beat, but you applaud them for getting there. Nobody's going to look at the Miami Heat of 2020 and say they're the biggest losers of 2020 just because they got to the finals and lost. Right? We would say the Clippers. We would say other teams that didn't make the playoffs, or teams that lost early and should have won, like the Sixers.
Right.
We would call them bigger losers. So how do you say a guy that's
we gotta stop the cap?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you add to it, but how do you say a guy that's getting to the finals is a bigger loser than guys that are getting bounced out in the first round or not even making it consistently? Let me go. You can go ahead, Andrew.
It's so cap.
Yeah, I want to add to that two things. First off, I want to go with the dude saying, how can you say LeBron's not the GOAT? The way I say that is the dude got outscored by Jason Terry in an NBA Finals.
And JJ Barea.
And
JJ Barea.
Bro, you talking about one series, bro.
Wait a minute.
Now we can talk about 2007.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
But the second point though, this actually gonna be kind of a pro LeBron is y'all talk about the biggest loser ever. So in y'all's mind, it must be good that he didn't get to the playoffs because in y'all's minds, not going to the playoffs is better than losing in the finals. Apparently, that's what I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand that logic. That's the worst logic ever.
Yeah, I ain't never said
they
that.
Jordan Knight logic.
Into the playoff, they not.
How do you knock him for? Yeah, how do you knock him for getting to the finals?
When he get to the finals,
no, that ain't. I'm not. Wait a minute. Can I answer that?
That's not what we're knocking him for.
Can I answer that?
Getting to the finals is the ultimate stage. It's the ultimate. It's the ultimate.
Can I answer that?
Right, you can't.
Hold on, let me say one thing, bro.
One at a
This
time.
man spent half of his career in the NBA Finals, bro. Some niggas don't ever get.
Hold on,
some niggas don't ever get to the finals. Tracy McGrady never got to the finals, bro. Some niggas
he did
never
get
to the finals.
Yeah, hold on, y'all let him finish.
Some niggas never get to the finals or advance even past the Western Conference Finals or the Eastern Conference Finals. This nigga spent half of his career in the NBA Finals, bro. That's great. I don't give a fuck what you niggas saying. Win, lose, or draw. To be there 10 times, come on, bro. That's some shit that they was doing back when they first invented the NBA, when they only had 8 teams. Come on, bro.
Keyword. They only had 8
yeah, you definitely gotta add context.
They only had 18. So at the time where they only had 8
I'm talking
teams,
about he doing
all
it right
the best.
now. Why you
But
harping
listen.
on the 18? He did it right
all
now
the
with
best
32
players.
teams.
Listen. You at this
He
time
did it
you're
with
talking about
32 teams.
you have
What you
8
mean?
teams in the league. You're gonna have both. Like the Celtics, most of the best players
So
in the
why you
league was
bringing
on
up
the
that?
same team.
Why you knocking
He had a
that? Why
super
you
team.
knocking?
He had a super team. I ain't knocking it. It
He
just,
didn't
you
have a
feel me?
super team
Every
every time he
ring,
went to the finals.
every ring don't got the significant
Yes, he did.
He didn't have a
as the
super
other
team
one.
every time he
Every ring
went
has
to the
context.
Every
finals, bro. What
every
you
ring don't
talking
have the
about?
significance of the other one. Whatever the fuck you
Exactly.
say.
He didn't
What were you
have
saying,
a
Spiffy?
super team every time he went to the finals. What are
Man,
you
he had a
talking about,
super
bro?
Yes, he
team, man.
did.
Bro, he
No,
has
No,
super
he didn't.
teams every
No,
time
he
he win.
didn't. No, he
What?
hold
didn't.
on, hold
No.
on.
What?
So
Not in
07 was a
2020.
super team.
Not in
Hold on.
2020.
Was
Nah,
Not in
2020
07
was
2020.
a
a
super
super
team.
team?
No, it
2020
wasn't.
was.
07
Listen,
He
was
had
a
two
No, it
super
top
Danny
wasn't.
five
team.
Green,
players.
Danny
2018.
Green, Danny Green had just came off a championship the year before. You got
Was
Nah,
four Hall of,
07 a
you got
super
no,
four,
team?
you got four, and
no.
you got four Hall of Famers on one team with
He's talking about the
AD and
2018
LeBron.
Cavs.
Stop it! Don't
He's talking
tell me
about the
that.
2018
Bro,
Cavs.
Oh, he talking about 2018 Cavs.
nigga,
Yeah, that team
07.
wasn't no damn super
07.
team.
Kevin
Come
Love
on,
was still an
we not
all-star.
thinking about 07. When we talk about super teams, you know we ain't talking about 07.
Yeah, we're
Come
not
on, now,
talking
leave
about
that
No,
07.
alone.
nigga,
We
you
not talking
said
about
you
07.
said
Talking
every
about
time he
Miami.
got to the finals, he had a super team. No, he
Okay,
did
well
You
you
not.
can
know
say
I'm not
that.
talking about
Talking
07.
about.
You, I know,
We're
but
talking
you
about
know
every
I'm
time.
not
then
thinking about.
SFM,
I
you
be
can't
forgetting about 07.
you
We're not
can't say
saying
that
every
then.
time, Spiffy.
I be forgetting
What you
about
mean? The year
07
Well,
years though.
Kyrie left,
Eight
the
of the
year
10
well,
years
what
he
I
Kyrie
was
had
left,
saying
stacked
was,
07.
nah, but listen to me. What I
the
was
year
saying
Kyrie
was,
left him, he went to the finals by
Man,
himself.
stop it. He didn't
By
beat
nah, but
himself.
anybody.
what I was
Kevin Love
saying
was an
He
was,
didn't beat
all-star.
anybody.
Hold on. But listen.
Talking about, bro.
Do we take in count that this man played in the weakest
Kobe
Eastern
never did
Conference of
that,
all
bro.
time?
Right.
Do we
Hold
Exactly.
on
take
a
in
Kobe
second.
count
never.
that
That's
historically he played in the weakest
right.
rest of Eastern Conference all time? The lowest Eastern
So
Conference
why you
winning
don't do that to
Eastern
percentage is
Conference
Magic? Why
what
trash.
you.
why you don't bring up Magic played in the
So
weak
you're
ass
saying the Magic
West?
played in the weakest West of all time?
No.
He
Like
Yeah,
played in the
historically
weak
by
ass.
numbers.
He
No.
yeah,
played
he
By
in the
did.
weak
numbers.
Western
He did.
So
Can I
you're
Conference,
telling
bro.
respond to
me
that?
All right,
so
Lamont.
Lamont, you're telling me by
The
numbers.
East was dominant. The East was strong
The
in the
West was
80s.
some
The
shit when
West was,
Magic was
yeah, the
going to
West
the
was
Okay, it
good.
finals, bro. What
wasn't,
are you
Spiffy.
talking
Can I
about, bro?
respond to
No,
that
It
real
I'm
quick?
wasn't.
talking about of all time. I'm talking
Right.
about a
Not of all
It
time.
was.
conference.
It was, bro.
So
What are you
so you're
talking
telling
about, bro?
so okay, so you're saying the
Spiffy, stop
80s
capping.
West, the 80s West is the worst Western Conference of all time.
No.
The West been getting good since then. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about,
Okay,
bro?
then if
Spiffy,
that's the
Spiffy,
case,
that
then
East was
tell
garbage.
me the great teams in the West in the 80s then.
The
Most of
Mavericks.
the teams was in the East.
The Mavericks.
The
Jazz,
Mavericks in
Boston,
the
the
80s.
Utah
Who
Boston,
was
Jazz.
the Mavericks in
Detroit,
the
Houston,
80s?
and the
The
76ers.
Rockies, the
They the
Rockies with
only
Hakeem
four
Olajuwon
teams.
and Ralph Sampson.
the
Mm.
Jazz,
Come on, bro. You talking about
the
one team. Come on,
Lakers,
bro. Are you talking about one
Dallas.
team
Hold on,
now?
Here's the ranking right here. I got the
From the
ranking
Come
right
on,
here in
80s.
front
bro.
of me. Here are the best teams in the 80s, year by year, and they're all mostly Eastern Conference teams. You got the Celtics, then the Lakers. Obviously, they're 1 and 2. But then you got the Sixers, the Bucks, the Hawks, right? Then it
Pistons.
says, hold on, I'm just telling you how this is ranked. You don't have to yell out names. I'm going to probably
I
get
got
to
you.
the
I got
Pistons.
you. My bad. My bad.
All right. It says the Trailblazers, but then it says the Pistons, which is East. This is the Bullets. It says the Nuggets, Supersonics. And it says the Spurs, Knicks, Bulls. Oh, it's not even loading right here. And then it says Cavs and Warriors. These are
My
mostly
man
top
played
heavy
in a
with East
weak ass
teams.
conference.
This
Weak
is
ass
top heavy
Western
with East
Conference,
teams.
bro.
it
Come on,
was a
bro.
lot of West teams in there too now.
It's not a lot of
Right.
West
But
teams
hold
because
up
you
a
got the
second. But
The
hold
Lakers.
up a
Blazers
second.
had Clyde.
They didn't have Clyde throughout the whole duration of the 80s, and they weren't great throughout the whole 80s.
Stop
But
But no,
bluffing. Y'all
the
niggas
but
just
difference
no,
be
is
but
talking,
no.
bro.
See, my thing was,
Magic. Go
I
ahead. Go
wasn't
ahead.
saying. My thing was, I wasn't saying that it's better to get put out in the first round than to make it to the finals. I never
You
said
called him
that.
a loser.
And how
You
you
What,
say
called
he's
him
what,
a
the
no,
greatest
no,
loser.
loser of
yeah,
all
but what I
time?
I
was
That's
didn't
saying
say
crazy.
that.
was,
Right.
no, but what I was saying
Right.
was, if you're gonna make it to the finals that many times, at least win more than
Half
you
of them.
lose.
Right. At least
That's
Yeah,
what
half.
I
What
was
about
saying.
Okay,
Allen
but hold on,
Iverson?
but
That's my
that's like
point.
What about
saying,
Allen
hold on, but
Iverson?
Mingo Jester,
That's my
What about
point.
Allen Iverson?
basically, but you
Exactly.
could say that with any great player that even makes the
right,
playoffs. You could be like,
right,
if you're gonna make the playoffs every year in your career, you better win the finals most of
right.
those years if you're gonna make the
That's
playoffs.
Cap,
That's not
Lamont.
the
That's not the
same,
same
Lamont.
thing.
That's not the
That's not
same.
the same thing. That's not what
Right.
I'm. That's
Bro,
not
it
even the same
is.
It's
thing.
not the
How is
No,
it
same,
it's
not the
bro.
not.
same
That's not
thing,
the
It's
bro?
same
not.
thing.
Hold on. Let me ask
Yeah,
you one
that's
question,
not the
bro.
same thing. I agree.
It's
That's
not.
not not the
ask you
same
a question,
thing.
bro.
Hey, come on,
Hold
Lamar.
on. Let me ask you a question, bro.
What's up,
What
Cliffy?
other superstar when they was going to the finals? What superstar was going to the finals and the other team that they was playing against geared up against them and got the second best player in the league like that? Like the Warriors did with
50.
Durant.
He
Magic,
only played the
the
Warriors
Raptors,
twice.
Magic
the
Johnson.
Raptors.
Y'all acting like LeBron played that
Raptors.
Warriors team his entire career. He only played that
He
KD
played
team
the
twice.
Warriors team
He
4
played that Warriors
times, bro.
team
What are you
twice.
talking about, bro?
He
The
only played
Raptors
that
went to
Warriors
get
team twice.
Kawhi. The Raptors
He
got
played him
Kawhi
4
spiffy.
times.
He played them twice.
He played him
Only with
4
KD,
times.
man.
The
You talking
KD
about the
Warriors.
KD? No, the KD Warriors.
He only played them twice.
Yeah, he played them twice.
He played
2017
the
and 2018.
Warriors
He
though,
only played them
bro.
twice.
He played the
Are
Warriors
you talking
though.
about the entire Warriors?
Just putting that out there.
In
I'm
2
just
years
saying,
going to
period.
the finals, he
I'm
only
saying,
won one
I'm
game.
saying, ain't no
Come on, that shit
other
crazy.
superstar, ain't no other superstar in NBA history have teams gearing up just to beat them. Like
That's not true.
No, but
like
Spiffy, he was 1-8 versus KD.
Okay, if it's not true, then give another example.
So why
Moses
LeBron
Malone.
did
The
with
Raptors went to
Miami.
get Kawhi,
why didn't
Lamont.
Clyde?
Moses Malone.
Why didn't
Moses
If it's
Clyde
not
go to
true, just
Utah?
give another example.
The
Why
Raptors
I'm gonna
went to
give
get
you
Clyde
one.
go
Kawhi,
to
That
Lamont.
If
Utah?
Warrior team
everybody
was
pauses,
manifested
I'll
through
give
the
you an
draft.
example,
The
man.
Raptors
Hold
got
on. You
Kawhi.
can't hear everybody. What y'all saying?
I
No,
got
but
an
I was saying,
example for you.
go ahead.
Give me an example.
Moses Malone when he went to the Sixers, and then they swept the Lakers in the finals the next year. Moses Malone was the best player in the league
Right.
in the
That's
80s.
true.
So I gave you one. So don't
Even
say
to-
it didn't happen. I gave you
Even
one.
even Toronto went to get Kawhi, Lamont.
I don't know.
So they
I'm
brought
not
the.
gonna say
So you
Moses
trying to say they
Malone.
brought the
I'm not gonna
second
say
best
Moses
player
Malone
in
was
the
the best player in the
NBA
league,
on the
though.
stack
Yes.
team?
Was he top
Yes,
two?
dude.
Or top
Kawhi
three
was
in the league?
Kawhi was like the second best player, Spiffy.
You said what?
Kawhi was like one of the top 3 players in the league, Spiffy.
Kawhi
The
win. What are you
the
talking about,
Rapper
bro?
when the Raptors went to go get Kawhi, he was
We
like a
getting
top 3
way
player
off
in the
Yeah,
NBA.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He was
Y'all
top
Kawhi played
3.
niggas
9
way
games
out
the
of
year
left
before he went to the
field. What are you
Raptors.
talking about,
Kawhi
bro?
only played 9 games the year before he went to
Well,
the
hold on.
Raptors.
What y'all talking about? Hold on. What everybody talking
No,
about?
no.
We getting way off.
Hold
We
on,
getting way off
SFM.
topic.
This what I asked them, SFM. I asked them, since they keep critiquing LeBron losing in the finals and this, and that, I asked them, what other superstar, when they was going into the finals, the opposite team that they played multiple series against, kept gearing up or go get the second best player in the league. That's on. You get what I'm saying? What
Yeah, I get what you're
I said
saying.
Moses
Nobody
Malone.
was
I stopped
nobody
saying
was
Moses
Yeah,
gearing
I
up
know
for
what you're
LeBron
saying.
I
I
James.
stopped
know what
saying
you're
Toronto.
saying. Nah, I know what you're saying. Though.
Dude,
What
didn't
other
Yeah,
LeBron
yeah.
just
superstar
go
have
Yeah,
get
nah, I
geared
know
up,
what you're
LeBron
bro?
to
saying.
get
I know what
Anthony
you're
But
saying.
Davis
where'd you
I
get
know
this
what you're saying.
information from?
so
Who
he would have
told you
got
they
Because
geared up for LeBron James?
Because KD
Hey,
went out
What
like
are
a
you
hoe in
talking about,
2012.
bro?
Who
KD
told
went
you they
out like a
geared
hoe
up
in
for LeBron
2012.
James?
no, but KD left Oklahoma City to
No,
went to
no,
the
no.
Sixers,
Let's
though,
be honest.
Spiffy.
Let's be honest. Man, come on, man. We know them Warriors went to go gear up for that nigga, bro. Come on, bro.
Thank
We
Yeah,
you,
I'm
know
about to
bro.
this
say.
They
nigga.
Thank
got
you,
Come on,
they
bro.
got
SFM.
KD for
Come
LeBron
on.
James.
We
Niggas,
not gonna do
I
that.
agree with
Yes.
that,
no,
SFM.
I
I
ain't even gonna
disagree
fake
with
man.
that.
But they got
I ain't
Hold
even
on,
gonna
hold
LeBron
on,
fake
hold on,
man.
James
hold on,
without
hold on.
KD.
They got KD to
I
get
ain't
away
even
from the
gonna fake my
OKC
move,
though,
man. Come
bro.
on now, man.
Hold on,
Well, guess
hold
what
on,
though?
hold
He
on,
got
hold on.
LeBron James without
why did the
KD.
Warriors get KD?
About
It's too many
Why did
people
about
talking. Too
yeah.
many people talking. We can't hear nothing.
Well, guess what though? I guess
Hold on,
LeBron
Mingo
did the same
Jester. Mingo
thing.
Jester, hold on. Let me give a shout out to Brian in the Cash App. Salute, man. Appreciate you hitting the Cash App. And again, y'all, if we're gonna do the basketball talk, I mean, if SFM is willing not to even lie about that, y'all can't run around and the Warriors got KD for LeBron, y'all. Come on,
that's simple,
let's
bro.
stop acting like that's just a secret. Like they
Come
geared
on,
up.
bro.
That's and
Okay.
ultimately it was overkill to a certain degree because when they got him, it was a foregone conclusion that they were going to win the chip. The only thing that was going to stop the Warriors was injury. There was no team. I don't care if you had the best player in the league. At the time, it was LeBron. It didn't matter. You weren't going to beat that Warrior team.
Right.
With KD. It was overkill.
Rockets?
They
Don't
didn't
matter. The
win.
Rockets didn't win shit.
They
The Rockets
didn't
didn't do
win.
Rockets.
They were up 3-2. They were up 3-2.
Don't matter. They lost.
They
So Lamont,
lost.
I guess LeBron went and joined the Miami Heat to beat that Celtics team.
Right.
No, LeBron.
Well, hold on.
If
They
you're
geared up
being
to beat him.
honest, I'm saying if you're being honest, Mingo Jester, he joined the Celtics team because he was a part of a Cleveland franchise at that time. It was obvious to everybody in the league that they were not doing everything possible to win chips. They weren't going out getting the best players. They weren't out making championship moves. They weren't signing big name free agents. Remember, before LeBron even went to Miami, he asked Bosh to come to Cleveland. They said, hell no, I'm not signing in Cleveland.
They're not going to
Everybody kept telling them, no, I don't want to be a part of the organization and I don't want to be in that bum ass city. So the thing is, the only way he was going to get onto a roster that's constructed to win chips and get with an organization that was year after year going to go after chips championships like with Pat Riley to a GM and organization that he felt could do that. I don't have a problem with that.
That sounds like
I don't know why anybody
Can I
would be
say-
held
That's
from
an
it.
excuse.
I sort of do.
Can I
I
ask
mean, you can call it.
That's
You can
an
call it
excuse.
whatever you want. You can
That's
call
an
it whatever you
excuse.
want.
That's
But
not
the one
that's
thing,
not
That's an
competitive,
the
Lamar.
one thing that
Listen,
hold on,
that's an
Mingo,
excuse,
Mingo,
though.
Mingo, 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 Mingo.
Another
Oh,
excuse.
go ahead,
Reason
Lamar.
that I don't want to harp on this. It's not an excuse
Hold on.
because
Let me rebuttal.
no player in NBA history wins chips by themselves. We
Right.
watched a lot of players in
Yeah.
NBA history like just sit there with no help for the duration of their career because they have a bad organization that don't want to surround them with talent or even go out and get talent. And those players generally don't win chips.
Bro, the year LeBron left
Fuck,
Cleveland to
man.
go to Miami, he was 61-21. His
Okay,
team,
so
And
61
16,
21, best team in the East, bro.
Right.
okay, so
Exactly.
60 wins. Hold on, y'all.
Number one
60
seed.
wins don't mean championship. 60 wins don't even mean you the best team. We saw Atlanta Hawk team get 60 wins, and nobody
They
in
were
their
the
mama
best
picked
team
them
in the
to win.
East.
Hold
That's
on,
good.
hold
That's
on.
good.
God damn. I don't need y'all yelling or all that extra stuff. You're making points that is just bad. 60 wins don't mean you a championship team. We watched the Utah Jazz last year be #1 in the West, but nobody picked them to even be in the finals. So
Boy
don't
had
lie.
the MVP.
Just because you
Boy
have
had
a
the
good
MVP.
regular season record don't mean everybody we know basketball. Nobody picked Utah to win the chip. Nobody picked the Hawks to win the chip when they had 4 All-Stars and 60 wins because we understand the game and we knew that style of play wasn't going to work.
But those
Right,
teams
come on.
didn't
So
have
let's
LeBron, Lamar.
stop acting like 60 wins is the end all be all to
Those
get the
teams didn't
chip.
have LeBron.
It doesn't mean that. We like right
Lamar.
now, the Phoenix Suns got 60 wins. Or based on your logic, that means they should win the chip, right?
Yes.
I got them
They
going to
got
the
a good
finals,
team.
Lamar.
Man.
Yeah, I got
Now,
them going to
hold
the
on.
finals.
They got a good chance.
Hold on.
Facts.
Would you bet money right now? Would you bet me $1,000 right now that they win it all?
Win it all? No.
No,
If I had to, I
Mingo.
would.
I got
The
them going to
60
finals.
wins.
Yeah.
Like the
If I
60.
had to,
Yeah.
I would.
Okay, you want to bet?
I'm not betting because
No,
the
don't do
Suns
that.
ain't.
Oh,
Stop
you're
it.
not betting
have a
because
team.
you ain't
Stop
stupid.
it, Mango.
No, the Suns
You're
not my
betting
team.
because
If they're my team, I bet you.
No, you're not betting
Hey,
because
If
you
the
know
Suns were my
60.
team, I bet you.
Hold on, Mingo Jester, you're not betting because you know 60 wins isn't the end
No,
all
if the
end
Suns
all
were
to
my
being a
team,
great
I
team.
will bet you.
But hold
Hold
on
on,
though.
first
You
of
said
all,
They're a
LeBron.
great team, Lamar.
You said LeBron didn't have a team around him in 2009-2010
I didn't
season,
say
correct?
that. I didn't say that. No, I did not say that. You said a specific year and said something that I didn't say. You just made that up.
That was the year before he went to Miami. That was the year he went to Miami.
No, nobody said that. You just made that up. Nobody said he didn't have a team. What we said was he was on organization.
He said the reason why
What I said was he's on he was in an organization that year in and year out wasn't making championship moves. Right? When you don't trade JJ Hickson for Amari Stoudemire because you cheap and you want to save money, that's because you're not making when you don't want to go into the salary cap to make your team better, that's not making championship moves. Year in and year out, these are the types of moves that the Cavs were making. That's a fact. And LeBron was and on top of the fact that players that LeBron was trying to recruit didn't want to come to Cleveland. So let's not act like
that's true.
Like LeBron wanted to stay in Cleveland. He didn't want to leave. He wanted players to come to him, but they didn't want to be a part of a shitty organization. Year in and year out, they were making bad moves, and it was LeBron elevating. Like we said, one of his biggest strengths was elevating other players, making them better. And they, of course, they got the 60 wins.
That's a lie.
Okay, if that's not a lie, then tell me about those other players on that team when they got 60 wins. Tell me about their careers and how many of them are Hall of Famers.
Well, if he elevating this team, why he ain't elevating?
No, Miguel Jester.
Williams was an all-star.
If it was about no. I said if that 60-win team left was so great, talk to me about the greatness of all other players on that roster. How did their careers fare when he left?
So you're saying he did make players better?
What I'm saying, I'm asking Miguel Jester a question. I'm asking Miguel Jester a very easy question. If that 60-win team full of a whole bunch of great players were so great, then tell me about their careers when LeBron James left that team.
But I wasn't saying the players were great. I was saying you said he make the players better. That's a lie.
Right. He said he didn't make them great, Lamont.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. When LeBron James making other players better, that there is some truth to that. Now, are there some years like this year where he struggled to do it or didn't do it at all? Yes. But for the overwhelming majority of his career, LeBron James has been the type of player that makes other guys around him better. That's just a fact. Yeah, you can point to years. Does he? I'm honest enough to say, does he do it every year like this year? No. But for the most part of his career, has he been able to do that? Yes.
Who has he made better, Lamont?
Nobody. All I'm saying is stop lying because y'all say 60-win teams, but when I tell you to tell me about the other guys on that roster, you get silent.
Bro, he played with two All-Stars that year.
Then you have people like Jared talking about
He had two All-Stars on that team that year.
Okay, tell me about Mo Williams. Okay, so Avis, easy question. Tell me about Mo Williams' career after LeBron James left.
Listen, I didn't follow Mo.
No, Avis. Avis. Hold on, y'all. These are very. Hold on, Jason. I'm gonna let you cook, Jason. Very easy question. If LeBron left a 60-win team and these players were so great, tell me about the players that you say are all-stars on that team. Tell me about their careers when LeBron James left.
Man, Mo Williams bounced around after LeBron James left.
Okay, tell me about it. Was he an all-star? Okay, tell me about it. Tell me about his bouncing around.
That was the only year he was an all-star. That 2009 season was the only
year he was an all-star was the year he played with LeBron.
He wasn't
the only thing. You know why? You know how? Because his game complemented LeBron James' game.
Stop it, man. Y'all. Sometimes look. Y'all hate. I know y'all hate him. Look, in today's day to criticize him, but let's not overly do it with fake narratives. The things that LeBron James is great at are the things that he's great at. Come on, man. Because what you're saying is a lie. You're telling me right here. First of all, when you said the team he left was a 60-win team, as if that team was just all-time great, loaded with talent that he couldn't leave. So if that team was that great, and he left a 60-win team that he shouldn't have left, you should be able to tell me about the others. Tell me about the others.
But Lamont, teams ain't just going
around winning 60 games. Mingo Jester, that was for Avis. I asked Avis, tell me about the others on that 60-win team. Since that team was so great, tell me about the others.
Antoine Jameson, J.J. Hickson, Leon Powell, Shaquille O'Neal, Zadrunas Ilgauskas, Anthony Parker, like Mo Williams, Boobie Gibson, Demonte Wright. That was one of Edison Vershot.
Hold on. Avis.
That was one of LeBron James' greatest teams that were players around him.
Avis, you're reading off of Google list. I said, tell me about their careers. Tell me about their careers after LeBron James left.
Hey man, listen, bro.
Tell me about Shaq's career after LeBron James left that team.
I'm not going to go into detail about Antoine Jameson and Anthony Parker. Everybody knows a lot of these players bounced around the league after LeBron James left.
Why did they bounce around the league when LeBron left?
Because he did make them better.
No, that's not your question. That's not your question, Jason. This is for Avis. Okay. Why did they bounce around the league when LeBron James left?
They had to break the team up, bro.
Okay, these are supposed to be. Hold on. Did any of these guys, just one, did any of these guys make just one All-Star game after LeBron James left?
Damn, can I ask the same question about Scottie Pippen?
Can't recall, bro.
Did any of these guys that own part of that 60-win team, any one of those guys make one All-Star team after LeBron James left?
Bro, none of those players.
Did any of them get a max contract or something? Did any of them do like just give me something that give me an indicator that they were still a great player?
Bro, those players, they're role players. They're not players that you put a team around, bro.
Okay, exactly. They're not players that you build a championship team around. The Cavs were cheap and were trying to do it the cheapest way possible, not going over salary cap, and they were putting, like you just said, role players around LeBron, and you get mad at this man for leaving that type of situation.
These were heck of a role players, then, bro.
Heck of a role players don't win chips. Stars win chips.
So why did they get swept?
Come on,
why
man.
did they get
swept?
Why did they get
role
swept?
players win
If
championships?
They was hella role players. They was hella good role players. Why did they get swept?
They didn't get swept.
Y'all gotta stop, man.
No, they lost in 6 games. Boston beat them in 6 games.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
The 2010 Cavs, they lost in 6 games.
He brought up Boobie Gibson and all of them type niggas. What are you talking about?
They lost in 6 games. It's a fact. Like, you can say whatever you want.
So did the Spurs
sweep them or not?
That was 3 years earlier than what he's talking about.
That player into a great player.
That's
so
his
you have
tenure
to
when he was with
Hold up,
us,
you're
bro.
both
So why
talking
can't
at
we
the same
talk
time.
about
You have to make the players better, Spiffy.
Y'all
What do
just
you
be
mean he
saying
did make him
anything,
better? He
man.
got him to the
LeBron
finals.
also played like trash in that final too.
Right.
What year, bro? They didn't make the finals.
But
There's
we've
a
seen
difference
we've seen a
between
team of
LeBron
role
does
players win a championship,
and
Lamont.
what, for example, Larry Bird did with Kevin McHale, which is make McHale.
I've only seen one or two teams in NBA history win it
The
with just role players.
Rockets,
The
Lamont.
Rockets and the Mavericks, we know. Don't take it rocket
Detroit
scientist.
Pistons in 04.
It's been the
It's
NBA's
possible,
been in
Lamont.
existence 75 years. Championships are not championship teams are not steadily walking to the finals, becoming champions with role players. You get there with star power and superstars.
The Pistons?
But
Come on,
it's,
We
man.
agree.
it's
04
possible to win
Pistons,
with
bro.
role players, Lamont. We've seen it happen.
Come on, stop
Bro,
it. Hold on.
it's
First of
not
all,
often that it
Rodman wasn't with the Pistons. Rodman
Come on,
wasn't just a
bro.
role player. He was a defensive player of the year, led the league in rebounds. Right. So he wasn't just your average run-of-the-mill player. Joe Dumars, one of the best defenders in the league, all-star caliber guard. Isaiah Thomas, Hall of Fame, all-star caliber guard. Hall of Famer and Bill Laimbeer. What are y'all talking about role players with the Pistons?
That's not the
I'm talking about the
Pistons.
2004 Pistons.
Isaiah was the only star.
2004 Pistons.
Man, y'all capping, man.
Are you talking
I'm
about
talking about the
04?
2004 Pistons.
Yeah, the 2004 Pistons didn't have a superstar.
I wasn't talking about the Joe
Why y'all
Dumars Pistons.
bringing
I was talking about the
that's an
2004
anomaly,
Pistons.
bro?
Hold on.
the best
Chauncey
player on the
Billups was a
Pistons?
star and Ben Wallace was both
Always
stars.
was.
Cap.
Billups
Lamont, that is
not.
cap.
That's
Chauncey
cap.
Billups was not no star in
He
what
was not a
universe?
star.
That's a
Yo.
cap. That's
That's
cap.
cap.
Y'all
He was not a
Chauncey
star.
Billups wasn't no star.
y'all
That's
say
cap.
anything, bro.
With the
Y'all say
Celtics?
anything.
He was a decent point guard.
Bro,
Lamont, in what universe was Chauncey Billups a
bro.
star?
Hold on. So you saying Chauncey Billups was never a star? He was just a decent.
No,
No.
he
Y'all
was
must
never
be
a star.
smoking.
He never was a star.
He was
though.
never a
Y'all,
star.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
y'all are smoking, man.
How
You know,
was
what
smoking? He
Chauncey
was never a
Billups
star.
has done what Chris Paul hasn't been able to do. Think about that.
Pistons had some
Chauncey
solid
Billups
players.
was never a star.
He was a good
They
point
didn't have
guard.
You
Never
said Chauncey
played
Billups
Lamont.
was never a star.
No,
Or
he
he
was
was
not a
No, he
star.
wasn't.
Chauncey Billups was never a star.
He's made like
He
2
became a-
All-Star games, Lamont, in his entire career.
Oh
And
my
he got a
god.
championship with that too. He
Hey,
got a
five.
championship with that too.
Y'all
Hold
are
on.
made-
2004.
y'all. That's what I'm saying.
Pistons
Y'all
had
will
some good
say
players.
anything
No,
to
hold
sound
on,
right,
hold on.
man.
He was
The
never
04
on the level of
Pistons, they had
Steph
some
or
good
They
players.
do that, Lamont. They do that, Lamont, a lot.
But they
They
didn't have
just argue to
anybody on the
argue,
level
yo.
of a Kobe or Shaq.
right. They
Beat them in
Okay,
5 games.
now,
Chauncey
hold
was
on.
never
I
on the
didn't
level
say.
of Steph.
Hold on.
Lamont.
Kobe and Shaq were superstars. I said stars.
He wasn't even a star.
They said Chauncey Billups wasn't even a star.
He wasn't a
That
star.
wasn't me.
I don't
That
think he
wasn't
was a
me.
star. I don't think he was
He
a
wasn't
star.
on the radar.
He was a starter, not a star.
Bro, y'all are
He was a
smoking.
star,
Man.
not
That man was
Hold
an
on.
Starter, not a
all-star.
star.
Dog. That man was an
So hold on. You
all-star.
said Chauncey
What you
Billups was just a
talking
starter. He wasn't a star.
He was never a
Yes,
star.
he was not a star.
He was an
Bro, you guys are
all-star.
smoking.
He was a good starter,
Chauncey
not a
Billups
star.
was
Y'all
not
say
a
anything,
star.
man.
He's a
A
very
star
Come
is
on,
somebody
bro.
like
How did he
Kyrie
make
or
an
Dame,
all-star?
though, Lamont.
So let me ask you this: how did he make an all-star game then?
What?
As a team success.
How many point guards have a Finals MVP?
So
Thank
so
you.
he
How many
got the
point guards?
Finals MVP.
Iguodala has
doesn't
a
have a
Finals
Finals
MVP.
Too, huh?
Iggy has a Finals MVP.
Hey, Chauncey Billups been on the All team 3 times.
Young
Even on-
Kawhi Leonard got a Finals MVP.
Iguodala.
All right, bro.
Yeah, but all right. So we can say.
Okay, so hold on.
The facts are.
Hold on. So Chauncey Billups, 5-time All-Star, not 2 times like Jared tried to say, right?
Right. He's an all-star.
2-time All-Defensive
What you talking
team,
about?
right?
Yep, 2 times.
He's been All NBA. He's been All NBA second. He was on the All NBA second team. He was on the All NBA third team, right? So he's been an All NBA player. Like, what are y'all talking about?
That's
man?
not a star, man.
How do you think he earned the name?
Accolades for a star.
That's not enough accolades for a star.
No, that's not enough accolades for a star.
Finals MVP, 5 All-Stars,
They just argue.
All NBA, All NBA
Niggas
defensive.
don't really know basketball.
That's not enough. I don't know what y'all consider.
Okay, so tell me another player with those same accolades that's not a star.
That's not a star, man. That's not enough
Walker.
accolades for a star.
Kemba Walker ain't got no Finals MVP.
That's not enough.
Paul doesn't have a Finals
Yo, Jared, shut the fuck up, my nigga. Shut up.
He don't got the full body of work, so why you throwing out Kemba? He don't got the full body.
Kemba's got the All-Star games, bitch.
He don't got a Finals MVP.
So All-Stars make you a star?
Who said Kemba, bro?
So that means that Chauncey
never
did
been in the
something
finals,
right.
Biffy.
That means that Chauncey did something right, right?
He's not a star though, Spiffy.
So why? All right. So let me ask you this:
You
Why
just
couldn't
called him a
AI?
walk-on
Why
star.
couldn't AI? Why couldn't AI get the Nuggets past the first round? And when Chauncey Billups came, they went to the Western Conference Finals.
It's a better fit, Spiffy.
Okay.
Chauncey's a better fit than AI on that team.
Because he's a great point guard, right?
Nah, Chauncey wasn't no star. I don't care what nobody
He
say.
wasn't a star.
Chauncey
he was just a
wasn't
better
no
fit for that
star.
team.
Wait,
they
what?
need a passer.
No, y'all
Wait, Chauncey
That man
Billups
was an
wasn't no.
all-star,
Wait.
bro.
Hold up.
That
What the
man was an
fuck?
all-star.
Hold on, go ahead, Renegade. Let Renegade cook.
Go ahead, Renegade. Go ahead, Renegade.
I'm saying how the leader of a championship squad ain't no star.
Chauncey Billups is like Van Fleet. He's like under the radar. He's good. He but nobody care about him like that.
Right. He's good. Never
Okay,
great.
you
what
can
happened with
call it.
Chauncey is he
You can call it
blossomed
what
late.
you want.
He
Are there
blossomed late.
5 point guards with finals MVPs?
Andre
Wait,
Iguodala
what
won
he
a
say?
finals MVP.
Are there 5 point guards with
Hey,
finals?
wasn't Larry Brown the coach?
Stephen Curry. Go ahead.
Stephen
Like
Curry
yeah,
didn't win a finals
Steph does
MVP.
not have
Oh,
a
you said
finals
finals MVP. Okay, hold up. You said
Steph
finals
does not have
MVP.
finals MVP.
Oh, you said okay. I thought you said MVP.
You're the best player on a team that won the title, right?
Steph Curry was the best
Sometimes
player,
you
but he
niggas
didn't
just
win
Oh yeah,
MVP.
I
Right,
y'all
Steph
know
was a
got
good
that, but he
player.
doesn't have that finals MVP.
Right.
That was bogus.
How
And
important
then,
are
and
finals
then
MVP?
if y'all,
bro?
even if y'all want to get off of Chauncey Billups, Ben Wallace probably from 02 to 06 was considered a superstar.
That's
He
cap.
was not a superstar. He was not.
He was
He
just
was.
a nice
Yo,
defensive
defensively, he
player.
the reason that they beat the
He was
He was
just
Lakers.
a
the best
nice.
defensive
He
player
was the
He
ever,
reason
can't
they beat
in
score
my
though,
opinion.
Spiffy. He has no offense.
Oh my god.
He's
Hold
the
on.
best
no
defensive player ever,
No
though.
offense,
You, are
Spiffy.
you, are you
Hold
forgetting
on.
he locked down
Y'all
shot?
niggas
He
wasn't
locked
even
down shot.
watching back then, bro.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Two greatest
Ben
defenders
Wallace
also.
was a superstar from 02 to 06. The man
I
had
agree.
all-star every year, all NBA defensive. He was a champion, 4-time defensive player of the year. He helped lead his team to 5 straight 50-win seasons. And you talking about he was just an average guy walking around?
No, I said he was a.
How can
I
you be
said
a
he was
superstar when you
star,
can't
not a
score,
superstar.
Lamont?
He was a
How can you be a
liability on the
superstar when you
offensive
can't
end.
score?
Because every
Because
team
you're the
Just ask
defensive
Bill
end
Russell.
of a championship squad.
That makes you a
Ask Bill
every
Russell.
guy
Superstar if
is
you
not
can't score,
created
Ask Bill
equal,
Russell how
bro.
you gonna be a
Bill
superstar
Russell
without
averaged
scoring.
24 rebounds, though.
Come on, man.
But Bill Russell averaged like 16 a game. Ben Wallace averaged like 6.
So how do you view Draymond Green?
He's not a
Draymond
superstar.
Green's
The
not a
fuck?
superstar though, bro.
He's a star.
He's a star.
That's
I
what
mean,
Ben
he's a
Wallace
star.
was.
He ain't a
star,
superstar.
not a
That's how
No,
Ben
hold on.
Wallace
Y'all
was.
would
That's
say,
how Ben
Wow, y'all
Wallace
dragging the
was.
goalposts.
y'all would say that Draymond Green's a star, but you won't say
Yes.
Chauncey was
Draymond
a
Green ain't
star.
no star.
Draymond
I
is a
didn't say
star.
that. I didn't say that.
How he
Draymond
not
Green
a
is a
star?
star. What are y'all talking about?
Jared, you're
He ain't.
exposing yourself, my guy.
Draymond is a star though,
And
Lamont.
Draymond Green is not
Exposing
no star.
yourself.
Yes, he
Man,
is,
All right, we can move
Yes, he
on,
is,
man.
Benji.
Y'all kind of really exposing your basketball knowledge, man.
That's
man, Draymond
Jared,
Green ain't no
different the one
star.
who's exposing himself.
Yeah, I'm realizing that these niggas just really wasn't watching back then, and they just talking about what they
When you
do.
got Jordan
How
Knight
though,
logic, you're
Spiffy?
gonna say anything
You're overrating Chauncey
to the
Billups, though,
contrary
Spiffy.
of what
Yo,
what you
you wasn't
talking
even
about, man.
watching Chauncey
Jared, you
Billups
do not
back
Bro,
know
I was a
nothing about
Pistons
fucking
fan back in the
basketball.
day,
You're a
Spiffy.
bandwagon, bro.
I was literally a Pistons fan, though,
When
Spiffy.
you talking about a guy,
But
when you
watch
talking
Chauncey
about
Billups.
that's what y'all saying is basically that's like saying Mutombo wasn't a superstar in his
Come
prime.
on, man.
He was.
Mark
Right,
Eaton.
right.
He was a star. Mutombo was a
No,
So hold
star.
on. Can I ask a
That's
question?
what
Can
we
I ask a question
saying.
though?
That's all
Can
we
I ask a question
saying,
y'all gotta
for
bro.
real?
stop, bro.
Go
Can I
ahead.
just ask a question,
And
man?
Dikembe Mutombo was just good defensively. That's it.
He had no
Oh my
offense.
god,
He had
y'all
no
act like
offense,
that's
though,
you act like
Lamont.
that's
He
just
was just
nothing.
good defensively.
It's half of the
Offense
game,
was
man.
mediocre.
Being
The
great
offense was
defensively.
mediocre.
Hold on. The thing
And
is, the Mingo gesture.
wasn't y'all
The thing was, it's being great defensively in the
Defense
defensive
win
era.
championships.
come on,
Can
man.
I ask a question? Can I ask a question, man?
He
Wasn't
led.
y'all don't y'all
Superstar,
put
bro,
those
you gotta
games
have
on his
both.
lack of defense
Yeah,
this
not if you
season?
can't score, Spiffy.
Can I ask a
To
question,
be a
man?
Bro.
superstar, you have to have both.
Bro,
All right, let's move
Draymond
on. Let's
Green
move
didn't
on.
have
Let's
no
move on.
Can I
lack
ask
Let's
a
move
question
on.
real
Go
quick?
ahead,
Real
ask your
quick.
question. And somebody has
How
background
many
noise, man. Mute your mic
how many
if you got that
players
background
right
noise.
now in the league do you consider a superstar then? Because I think we just define it superstar differently. A lot of guys you consider superstars, I just consider a star.
No,
So I just want to hear. Who's
I'll
a
answer answer that first, Andrew. I'll answer
Go
that
ahead.
first. You can have a stretch of time where you're a superstar and still be in the league, and then you're no longer a superstar. For example, there was a stretch in time where there was a 2-3 year span where you could say Russ was a superstar, right? Based on his play. Is he a superstar now? No, he's not. There was a time where you could say AD was a superstar. Is he playing like a superstar now? No. Is he considered a superstar now? No. So when I looked at Ben Wallace, am I saying that he's a superstar for his whole career? No. But there was a stretch of time in his career from 04 to 06. He was absolutely one of the most dominant forces that we've seen in this game. And he collected all the accolades. His team was winning. He won a championship. He beat the best. And on a night in and night out basis, he was a problem that you had to worry about, especially on the defensive end. I don't know why we acting like that can't be true. Just because we say he was a superstar, we're not saying he ended his career as a superstar. There's only a handful of guys like the Mikes, right? Maybe the LeBrons and Kareems that we can say, or Magics we can say happen like that. But most definitely, there are some players who've had stretches in their career where they were superstars. Don't mean you were that your whole career.
Can I respond to that though? Because you brought up Ben Wallace. So even at the time when you considered him a superstar, I considered him a star. And the reason I asked that is even at that particular time, did you put him in the same echelon of players as Shaq, Kobe, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, the other players that actually were superstars of that era? Because I didn't. Now, if you did, we just agree to disagree and move on. But I just want your answer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough.
And you know why? And you know why? And the only reason why I say that, because he was going toe to toe with him, right? He beat Shaq in the finals, right? That wasn't just like he was one of the reasons why that Laker team was struggling. Let's not act like he was just standing there. So yeah, he beat the best. He wasn't just beating the best, right? He was the best center in the East. He was doing more. He was getting the accolades. He was on the first teams. He was on the all defensive first teams. For a 4-year stretch, you'd be hard pressed to find better centers than Ben Wallace from 02 to 06.
Agree to disagree.
And if you want to run to Dwight, and Shaq, okay, that's fine. But it was a power forward driven. That was a power forward driven era because you're going to find a lot of good bigs during that stretch. But you ain't gonna find many better than Ben Wallace.
So what about Tim Duncan?
Yeah, Tim Duncan was great. I'm not saying he was better than Tim Duncan. Hold on, you're trying to pit Ben Wallace against other players. I'm not pitting him against nobody. I'm just saying he was great in his own right. I don't have to use other players as a measuring stick.
All right, I got agree with that.
I don't have to put him up. Oh, was he better than Tim? No, I'm not gonna say he's better than Tim. Was he better than Shaq? No. In his own right, there's no other players doing what he's done. There's what he's done in NBA history. 4 defensive player of the years in a short span, unmatched. Not gonna happen.
What about
blocks?
Dwight?
Leading the league in rebounds. But that's why people say it's disrespectful that Dwight wasn't a top 75 player, and they put Dame in because people fall into that mindset that you got to score to be great, like what Jared just said, and then you end up forgetting about a player like Dwight Howard, who was one of the most greatest defensive forces in the defensive era that we've ever seen, and then you forgot about him, and you're like, damn, we got to figure it out the next time around. Come on, man, y'all got to stop, man. Dame is that's my team. Dame does not belong in the top 75 over goddamn Dwight or Ben Wallace.
Oh, Kyrie too.
Ben Wallace Dennis Rodman was a superstar. He averaged 9.5. But you tell me he was a superstar.
Points per game don't make points per game don't define his game because that's not what made him great. What made him great was his blocks, his rebounds, his impact on one side of the floor. That was defensive. He just didn't happen to be a great offensive player. Not all players can be great offensively, but he was damn sure great everywhere else.
He was a terrible.
he did a dirty work on his team.
He did everything. So you gonna tell me Dennis Rodman was just a regular player?
No, I think he was a star, not a superstar. That's where we're.
He was a hell of a star.
Ben Wallace was a star. I don't think he was a superstar.
No,
you did not listen to what Lamar says.
He's never a superstar.
Oh my god, you guys are not listening to him, bro.
Chauncey Billups, I just looked it up. Career playoff points, number 41. Career playoff assists, number 24. 23 if you don't count the ABA.
What does that have to do with Ben Wallace?
That's solid.
I'm just saying, Chauncey Billups is a star.
That's cap. I still think that's cap.
I mean, y'all niggas really don't know basketball. So.
Good point guard, never great.
He says that Ben Wallace carry a team. Yes, he carried them defensively. He was an anchor on a defensive team. He anchored them defensively. You're talking about a Piston team that already struggled to score the ball anyway. Their MO was defense. Their offense was their defense. Right? They wasn't out there dropping 100 on people. They just shut you down, so you only scored 69, 75 points.
Like 70,
and then they was
75
going to
points a
run their
game.
offense and scored 8 points. So let's not act like they had a whole bunch. They wasn't even an offensive driven team. Their whole concept was built on defense. And Ben Wallace led that attack.
And timely offense.
And those were the good old days.
All
Defense
superstars
was allowed to be played.
No,
Everybody got their own
you can say it was the good old days,
that.
but it turned into a brand of boring basketball for the eyes. And this is why the NBA started changing rules, changing the style of play, so the offense could come back. The offense could come back into the game, and those defensive battles would go away because people started tuning it out, not watching.
Yeah, it was low rated.
Not watching it.
Can you still hear me, Lamont?
But when it's all said and done, LeBron gonna be the goddamn GOAT. He already the damn GOAT. For
Cap,
real.
Come on, man.
He's
You know
already
that.
there, but
Cap,
2016.
Stop capping, Spiffy.
He's never going to be.
That ain't no cap, man. What you talking about,
He's
Jared?
never gonna be the GOAT.
The undeniable.
What you mean? He been a
LeBron's
GOAT,
career.
nigga. Fuck you
How
talking
you
about?
gonna go with only 4 rings?
Everybody got their
Look at his
opinion. That's
career
all
playoff
opinion.
How you to go with only
The
4
most rings of the era, man. What you mean only? Ain't nobody got
That's
more
all
than GOAT.
opinion.
He came in the
That's
league.
all
MJ
opinion.
has 6.
You look
Okay,
at
but he
against
didn't
who?
go to
The
the
weakest
Career playoff
competition
guy.
in
and
NBA
lead the
history,
in
man.
scoring.
Hold
That's
on,
all
hold on.
opinion.
That's
LeBron
that
is
competition
number
was not
one.
good.
What you
career
mean?
playoff-
Yes, man.
Number
Yes,
2
man.
career
That's
playoff
bullshit.
assists after
That's
Magic.
bullshit.
Number 2
He faced
career
How?
playoff 3-pointers.
Bulls
You do
never beat
realize
a champion in the finals, man.
6 career
you do
playoff
realize Michael Jordan
rebounds.
swept Shaq and Penny, right? Who won 60 games.
What
You
you
do realize
mean?
that, right?
And
They
beat the
took.
You do realize
64
that,
win
right?
Sonics.
What you mean? He got his ass smacked the year before, right?
What are you
And
talking
he
about,
swept
bro?
them after he went and
He
guard
was rough
and he
the
went
year
and
before,
he
Renegade. He
swept
was
them after
rusty.
he went and got Gardman on
Every
his squad,
team
right?
Jordan faced in the finals won 60
Hey,
plus
y'all, let's
games.
go one at a time
They
so we
played
can at least hear what y'all
17
talking
games.
about. Because I don't know what the hell y'all talking about because
Go
5
ahead.
people is talking about 3
I heard
different
Gardner.
things.
We were talking about MJ's competition.
No,
Lamont.
I said LeBron was the damn GOAT, and it's gonna
Which
be
is a
all
complete
said and
lie.
done.
He
I
got
Yeah,
told
that's
you.
That's a
all
complete
Hold on.
lie.
Why does it
How am
bother
I
people?
lying?
I want to know why does it bother
How am I
people because
lying?
somebody favors LeBron as to go over Jordan
Because it's
or
false,
anybody
Lamont.
else? Who
Because
cares?
It's not
because they know what time it
Can I
is.
answer
Because it's
that?
false.
Can I answer that?
Yeah,
I just said that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
and you know what? And you know why it has something personal with LeBron? Because when Bees comes in here and says I got Kareem as the GOAT, everybody's like, I'm cool with that. I'm fine with that.
I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay
Can I
with
answer
that.
See, Jared just
You
did
okay
it.
with
not
that?
cool with
He
LeBron
just
what I'm saying?
exposed himself. He
So it's
just
not.
exposed
So
himself.
that tells me right
No,
there.
but
It's
I'd be
not
okay with that,
about.
though, Lamont.
That tells me right there. It's not about. It's not about
Hey, Lamont.
MJ not being the
On the
GOAT.
court.
It's about people putting LeBron over
Can
MJ
I
because
answer
you
that?
got some type of personal bias against MJ.
Can
But
I answer
Lamont
that?
hasn't accomplished as much as
Can I
MJ
answer
or
that?
Kareem.
Hold on. Go ahead, Andrew.
He didn't have to.
Yeah, you
He
said why do
accomplished what
people
he
have a problem
accomplished.
with LeBron?
He not
It
Michael
ain't
Jordan.
it ain't nothing against LeBron.
Well, that's
I
not
got
the
LeBron
question I
number-
asked. That's not the
No.
question.
I got LeBron number 2 all time. The reason I got
Same.
Michael Jordan 1, and I don't think it's really comparable, is because you look at
Yeah,
the
at
finals
all.
performances, and it all comes back to that 2011 finals.
Facts,
You were the
exactly.
best player in the world, and you threw up 17.8 and got outscored by
2
Jason
other
Tatum.
All-Stars.
Okay, so my question to you then would
but
be
that don't define
my
him.
question to you
Go
then
ahead,
would
go
be
ahead. Answer.
Go ahead, Lamont. Go ahead,
my
Lamont.
question would be if it comes down to finals and finals performances, then how come Bill Russell ain't your GOAT? Because he was in the finals
Because
more
Bill Russell,
and his
Stop
performances were more.
it. You gotta stop the Bill Russell
I'll
argument,
answer that.
Lamont.
Because
We're
Bill
gonna
Russell
talk about the
never-
competition.
I'm not.
Because
hold
real
up.
basketball
I'm not
started
talking
in
about.
'76.
Can I answer the question?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
I'm
Lamont.
not talking about whether you won or lost because basketball is a team game. I'm
What?
talking about how you
Exactly.
perform.
How you
look at Michael
played.
Jordan, every single finals he was in, he was the best player by far.
By
LeBron,
far, exactly.
that 2011 finals,
Jared,
that
shut the bitch ass up.
because you were supposed to
Bulls
win the
never beat a
championship.
real
You had
champion
Dwayne
in them
Wade and
finals,
Chris
man.
Bosh.
Okay,
Not one
okay,
time.
so
And even
my
in
question.
2016, it was arguable, Lamont.
Talking back and forth, bro. Hold on. Go ahead.
Hold up. Let Lamont
Hey,
and him
The
somebody
go.
Bulls
has
never
some.
beat a champion in
Somebody has
any
some
of those
background
finals.
noise.
Did you hear me?
Hold on, that's
I can't
Avis.
talk to 3 people at the
Avis.
same time.
Steph Curry win before he played LeBron.
Avis, you sound like you outside or something. I got to put put you on mute because I'm hearing too much wind and a feed coming from you. My question to you would be, okay, outside of 2011, when was LeBron in the finals not the best player?
2007, I would say. He shot 35%.
You could argue 20.
That's
I'd say
count.
2016.
I just answered. Hold up.
Kyrie argued. Oh, go ahead.
Hold up, man. Hold up, man. In
Sorry,
2007, he shot 35%. He wasn't better than Tim Duncan and Tony Parker in that series, in my opinion. So there you go.
And
There's
even-
two finals right there.
Oh no. Wait, hold
2016,
on.
Kyrie
I'm
played
not
just
talking
well.
about being the best player. I'm talking about going into the series before any games are played. And if you have to say who's the best player in this series, he's going into the series. Who's the best player? Now, performance-wise, after the defense starts to impose their will on the other team, things might look a little different. What I'm saying is, going into the series, tell me one series where, outside of 2011, because LeBron was even the best in 2011, he just didn't play like it. Tell me one series where he wasn't the best in the world.
I'm talking about performance.
You could argue
I'm not talking about
2017
on paper.
You could argue 2017 with KD.
Okay, so the problem with that is when you go to the finals more than most players, you have more opportunities to perform bad. So if the expectation is to go there and every time you're there you have to perform lights out spectacular, then I want to make sure you hold that same standard to all players, like the Kobe's, like the Jordans and all that, because Jordan's had finals. Jordan's had finals where he shot and didn't perform up to Jordanistic standards, and other guys had to help pick him up. His numbers might have matched, but his percentages didn't.
Cat, bro.
What series?
Bro,
What series are you talking about?
What series?
What
What
series are you
series?
talking about?
Yeah, what series?
I'm just saying, what I'm saying is, if you use that, what you do, you're taking a very small sample size, and you're saying because of this one series out of 20 years, he can't be this. But the thing is, LeBron has the longevity can be used for him, but it can be used against him because now he has more games where things can go wrong. If I only get to the finals, I'll let you respond. If I only get to the finals twice in my career, and the two times I got there, I play lights out stellar, and then somebody compares my finals career to another guy that's got there 9 times. Okay, the guy that got there 9 times, it's probably realistic to think that every time he got there, he probably didn't play lights out stellar basketball, and maybe there's more opportunities in one of those series for that player who got there 9 times to not play great. You don't play great every time you're there. I'll give you an example. Kobe Bryant. Even though they won against the Pacers, there's nobody that's going to walk around and say Kobe Bryant played great, averaging 15 points a game. That wasn't up to Kobe's standards. That was far below his standards. Some might say he was injured, but when he was playing like some shit. He had one good game. That was game 4, right? There's other series in the finals where Kobe did not play up to Kobe's standards. He just had the luxury of having a Shaq on his team, which kind of helped carry him. But what I'm saying is what you're trying to do is you're trying to use his longevity against him.
Shaq had the luxury.
Because that same year in 2011 where he got that Dallas Maverick team outplayed LeBron and them, those guys like J.J. Barea and Jason Terry played much better against Kobe while they swept the Lakers.
Come on, man.
Hey, can I respond?
Didn't he have a worse team?
Can I respond though?
Yeah.
No, Kobe had a better team.
Cap.
How?
What? Yo.
He did not have a Wade or Bosh.
Lakers was the favorites to win that series.
No, I'm just joking, y'all. Come on, go ahead.
It must be.
Okay,
Hold on.
that's good, MD.
But you keep bringing up all these hypotheticals. I'm not talking about.
It's not hypotheticals. These things actually happened.
Yeah, you talk about Kobe. I'm talking about Jordan.
Kobe happened.
Jordan. I'm not talking about
Jordan or
Kobe.
LeBron.
I said LeBron was number 2. I said Jordan was 1. So why's Kobe get brought into this?
No, I'm saying what you said was you said LeBron can never be better than Jordan because of 2011.
Yes, I'll stick on.
Right, that's the point.
Okay, so
Jordan never had a final.
You're taking one playoff. You're taking one 7-game stretch out of the 1,000 games that they played, and you're saying he can't be better because this potential series right here of a small sample size of a few games.
Find me Jordan.
It's because MJ never had that type.
I just don't understand that logic taking such a small sample size of somebody's career.
He never had that kind of moment though, Lamar.
But let me add something though.
Jordan played 13 years with the Bulls. In all his playoff series, he's playing like a superstar.
I don't care that he played 13 years. That's not what you said.
He played longer than 13 years.
What you said was hold on. What Andrew said was LeBron can never be better than Jordan because of this extremely small sample size of games. And I'm just saying, out of a 20-year career, you're relegating it all down to a small sample size of games where everybody knows with eyes that LeBron James didn't play up to expectation. So that's like low-hanging fruit just to point that out because it's so easy and so obvious to point out. But that's your target. That small sample size represents LeBron's whole 20-year career.
Because those games cost his team a championship.
Okay, Magic Johnson cost his. Okay, hold on. Didn't Magic Johnson cost his team a championship? Didn't Bird cost his team a championship?
These guys aren't in the GOAT discussion, Lamont.
They are in some people's eyes.
No, they're not.
Not in my eyes.
No, they're not. It's LeBron and MJ.
I just saying if you're gonna I got Jordan as the GOAT, but I'm not relegating it to such a small sample size of games where people can just pick apart my argument. You relegated. You said the difference between Jordan and LeBron to you is 2011.
Yes,
that don't make sense to me. 2011 is low hanging fruit.
Why not? He played
they
awful.
lost the chip because of how he played.
He played terrible in 2011.
Okay, but there are other players
MJ never
who
had
played,
a bad performance.
There are other players.
2011.
There are other players who played bad and cost their team finals, but you never bring it up.
No, I said LeBron was number 2. I'm putting him over all.
No, I'm saying if you're going to use it with Jordan, hold on. The thing is, I got LeBron number 2, but to say he's number 2 because of 2011, that's stupid to me. There's other reasons why you can do number 2 that reflect a career perspective as opposed to a few games.
So show me Jordan's bad playoff series. Just show it to me.
I'm just saying that's not. But the thing is, that's not what makes Jordan great.
92. What the fuck you talking about, bro? What
that was? 93. Whenever Gary Payton had him shooting 40% from the field.
Bro, he averaged 27, 28 a game.
That was 92. They played the Supersonics in the final. That was the 92.
Whatever. Got his ass clamped. Pick can't
LeBron
stay
shot 35% in the finals, bro. Stop.
All right, with the L, his team wasn't good enough to overcome his fuckery, like your fake goat. Ain't that right?
So he fucked up. What you talking about?
What you mean? If the deck was as stacked as your fake goats, then nigga would have pulled off the dub.
Nigga, LeBron lost with super team. I don't know when they hear that.
What?
LeBron
Lost with what?
Super team, you heard me.
Hold up. Only team that make a team super is Le Super. Ain't that right?
What?
Huh? I said only super that make a team super is Le Super. Ain't that right?
You just didn't understand what he just said.
You can't understand. I said, what is a Go James squad without Go James, motherfucker?
Lakers got a better record
This nigga's drunk.
Huh?
Well,
Lakers got a better record without him
right?
this year.
LeBron won his first.
All I see is negative. All I see is when Go James leave a Go James squad, you see L's, and when you see your fake Go quit on his squad, you see the Bulls favored to win the East. Ain't that right, nigga?
But did they win?
Yes.
But did they win?
What is this?
When the MJ left, what happened to
You guys
the
are
Bulls?
talking about LeBron in 2011, right?
But did they win? You can be favored all you want to, but did they win?
Whoa! The whole thing about 2016 was that the Cleveland Browns was favored to win, but the whole thing about what the chef and the Splash Brothers was doing was not foretold, which is why they was not favored in 2016. But you Jordanites don't want to fucking hear that, ain't that right?
It don't matter, favored or not. Get out there and play. Favorite or not, get out there and play. That's what you get paid to do. Play basketball.
Hold up.
You get paid to play basketball.
This is not the narrative that you speak when you speaking on anything else if Renegade ain't cooking you on it. Ain't that right, nigga?
Oh, why you sound like that?
Huh?
What you talking about? You sound drunk.
What?
Why you speaking like Dolomite, man? Like, come on.
Sound like you're getting cooked to me, nigga.
You ain't getting nothing, but you ain't cooking nothing. You gotta turn your brother down because you're a food burner.
Hold on, man. I said what besides the super make a team super? I said what about a Go James squad without Go James make the team super, nigga? Hold up. Let me simplify this shit, nigga. What about Kyrie and Kevin Love on the squad make a team super, nigga? I need to know.
Le Super lost in the final 6 times and got swept twice.
I'm talking about without Le Super, nigga.
Against super teams,
What
my
the
nigga.
fuck did they do without Go James? Did they have a chance to prove anything without Go James, nigga?
He needed all them players that he played with.
Huh?
Every player that he played with.
fucking LeBron.
When you say, I think when y'all start saying stuff like LeBron needed X, Y, and Z player, that opens the door for people to say that Jordan needed Pippen and Phil Jackson. Hold on, nigga, Justin, hold on, calm down.
MJ having one shit with
hold on, MD, hold on. All I'm saying is it opens the door for these arguments because if you actually look at Jordan's record without Pippen, it's a losing record in the NBA. So when you start talking about who LeBron played with, you need to come into an understanding that you're not winning a championship without great players.
Can I respond to that?
You need great players, you need great teammates. Right?
Can I respond to that?
Let me finish and you can respond. You have to respond when I stop talking. It's not very difficult, man.
You go on and on.
No, I know. It's FYF Sports.
Come on, man.
Wait. Like, I don't like Michael Land. You got a picture look like Michael Jackson or something. It's not just show, man. If you want
why you gotta talk about my son?
If you want your own show and you want to ramble on and on, then you can start your own YouTube channel and do that. I'm just trying to break down the point of the logic. I'm saying when you start talking about players who LeBron played with, that makes Jordan an easy target. Why? Because Jordan didn't win shit in the NBA without Pippen. And when he did play without Pippen, look at what happened. Before Pippen was there, he was getting drugged by all the stars of the 80s. After he left and went to the Wizards, he was getting drugged by the youngsters that was hitting him with crossovers, and they didn't know what the hell was going on. So, if you want to talk about who played with who, Jordan, that argument makes it easy to say, well, Jordan needed Phil Jackson and he needed Scottie Pippen because he couldn't win shit.
Can I respond to that?
No, the only response should be, tell me when Jordan won without Pippen.
Can I respond?
And tell me when he won without. And tell me when he won without that third star who was just that guy who was sacrificing his scoring, but also being that great defender and that post interior presence, like a Horace Grant.
Jordan won without Pippen.
Okay, hold on.
Jordan didn't win shit without Pippen.
Until 1998, he did.
He didn't do it without Pippen.
Pippen missed majority of that season.
He didn't do it without Pippen.
Whoa. Come on. Thank you. No, he begged Pippen to come back, didn't he?
No, it's on Andrew, because Andrew wanted to respond, but Pippen was there.
So, again, it goes back to what you said earlier. No player wins on their own. I never said LeBron was supposed to win on his own. But you want to talk about what Jordan
I was just referring to whoever said LeBron can't win without these other players. I said the logic of saying that can easily be used against a player like Jordan if you want to go down that road, because Jordan didn't win shit without Pippen and Phil Jackson and Horace Grant or Dennis Rodman. And when they even in the year when they didn't have Horace Grant, the only thing that was different with that Orlando team and the Bulls was that Horace Grant jumped to Orlando's side and the Bulls didn't. And what happened? They lost. When they go get Dennis Rodman, a better Horace Grant, okay, now the Tides are equal and they sweep them. So what I'm saying is you need great help to win chips. You ain't winning chips with just mediocre bums walking in. Even that second year with the Rockets, they were about to probably not even make the playoffs had they not win and trade for Clyde Drexler, a 20-point per game scorer, because they were a 6 seed going into the playoffs. That's how hard it is just to win.
No, you're 100% right.
Not act like you don't need super help to win. You need help.
That is not right. That's cap.
You're right. But we got to look at Jordan in those playoff series. He was losing. He was averaging 40 on 50%.
He was losing them. Brian averaged a triple-double in the finals loss. He lost. But he lost, though. He averaged 35 a game with a triple-double.
I'm not holding that against him.
Y'all shit on LeBron for losing, but he averaged 40, and then y'all give MJ credit but he still lost anyway.
LeBron never averaged 40 in a playoff series, period. He never did
Oh
that.
my
Come
God,
on, man.
bro.
30,
He averaged a
listen,
triple-double
38,
and
40.
lost.
Come on, man.
All
Come
right,
on,
He
man.
averaged
Listen,
He
and average
averaged
that
a
38 against a better
35-point triple-double and lost, right? And people still
Dang.
hold it against him.
I didn't hold it against
So
him.
I don't want to hear nothing about Jordan having these. I don't want to hear that. Like, the thing is, if you lost, you lost. Like, we understand that with LeBron. We understand. He lost. No excuses. He lost.
I didn't say that. I didn't say I held that against him when he threw up numbers, though. I said 2011 when he didn't put up any numbers. That's
Okay,
what I
but
said.
you act like LeBron fans, even if like LeBron fans even hold his feet to the fire for that. But the thing is, y'all always run to the low-hanging fruit, which is 2011, and say, oh, he can't be X, Y, and Z because JJ Barea and Jason Terry. He can't do this. But when people say that, I say, well, then that probably also means you can't put Kobe up there either, because Jason Terry and JJ Barea actually played better and swept Kobe's team that same year.
Okay, but this is what
I'm just attacking the logic. I'm not using that as my logic. I'm attacking the logic.
No. But I can't answer for other people's opinions, but I said LeBron was number 2. I have him over Kobe. The only person I have above him is Jordan, so I don't see how that's me hating. I'm just bringing up 2011 was
all I did was attack your logic, though.
That differentiates those two.
All I did was attack your logic.
No, you brought up Kobe.
No, I attacked your logic. I said what you did was you reducing the LeBron and Jordan debate down to 2011, which is the lowest hanging fruit possible.
And it's accurate.
Hold on, maybe. What if I have Jordan as LeBron is the GOAT, and I say, well, I don't think Jordan can be the GOAT over LeBron because Jordan, first couple years in the league, had losing records. He couldn't lead his team. It's low hanging fruit. What I'm saying is it's low hanging fruit to target Jordan's early years when we all understand that he was overmatched going against some of the powerhouses in the NBA at that time. It's low hanging fruit to attack that. So why attack the low hanging fruit 2011?
Because it's performance. It's not teams winning.
No,
it's how they perform.
Okay, so what about when Jordan quit? What about when Jordan quit? What about when Jordan quit against the Pistons?
When he was 28.
What about when Jordan quit against the Pistons?
What about when he quit against the Pistons?
You mean when he
averaged? You mean when he averaged?
When he quit? No, when he quit.
Which year are you talking about?
The year when they lost to the Pistons and they quit, he gave up.
When he averaged 30.
He quit. Did he quit or not?
What do you mean? Did he quit?
Now you want to act like you don't know now.
Averaging. James averaging 30 this whole season, nigga.
Jordan versus the Pistons. Jordan didn't average no 30 versus the Pistons or the Knicks.
Yes, he did. What the fuck are you talking about? Jordan
averaged 30.
Time out. I'm a Jordan average.
40 years old, averaging 30.
Hold on. Jordan averaged 30 versus the Pistons in 91. 88, 89, he was getting 28, 29. Get what? Versus the Knicks, 93, he was averaging 28, 29, bro.
Bro, in 1990, he averaged 32. What are you talking about?
My Lord.
1990, 32.
This man is crazy. But my point,
the facts, bro.
My point is, if you're gonna do the 2011 LeBron James because he averaged 17, I still think the greatest thing that LeBron James did was go to 8 straight finals. He went to 8 straight finals with 2 different teams.
How does that refute 2011?
That's great, bro. That is greatness.
I said he was number 2. I'm saying,
but you can't but it's impossible to relegate one bad finals performance when he went to 8 straight. Jordan only went to 6, and then you're relegating LeBron for one bad finals performance when he went to 8.
Then find me Jordan's bad playoff series. Forget finals. Find me the bad playoff series. Find it. Somebody find it.
He didn't have a great finals playoff performance versus Orlando in 95. He choked.
What did he average 30? What are you talking about, bro?
No, okay, hold on. Time out. Let's just say for the sake of this argument, let's just say Jordan averaged 35 versus Orlando in 95. He choked away game 2. No, he choked away game 1. Got the ball stolen from Nick Anderson. He choked in game 4. Couldn't close it out, and he choked in game 6 when we had an 8-point lead with 4 minutes left to go, and he couldn't close them out.
So now,
I
so
don't
now
care.
you're
I
saying
don't
all
care.
that
I
matters.
don't
No,
care
no,
that
no.
he
So all
averaged
you're
35.
saying,
He
no, no.
choked in the fourth quarter. That's why we
So
lost.
averaging 35 is the same as averaging 17. That's what you're saying.
No,
I'm asking, yes or no?
you're
Then what are you
asking.
talking about?
You just asked me a bad series. I'm answering your question.
Averaging 35 is not a bad series. Period.
If he
I don't care
choked,
who it is.
Based
I don't.
on oh my
So what are you
so you
talking
can have a great series and choke. So LeBron, so you're relegating bad series to points per game average, not if you choked or not.
And how you played in the series, yes. If
Jordan
you're
choked.
supposedly the best player in the world and you get outscored by Jason Terry, that's a bad series. How can you dispute that?
Jordan Knight logic, nigga. I'm telling you. Go James averaged 30 this whole season, nigga. And this whole shit is about cooking Go James because of actually how he playing out on that court.
But hold on, but Andrew, but see the thing is with Jordan is when he actually did have when Jordan actually had a bad playoff series, he had the luxury of having such a good team behind him that they still could pull through and get the playoff win in that series.
Come on,
like
man.
if you go to, I think it was 93 in the Eastern Conference Finals versus the Knicks. Jordan, efficiency-wise, shot the ball horribly. 30%, less than 30%. Like he had a game where he shot 16%. He shot 37% a couple times. He shot 30% one game. But what I'm saying is, efficiency-wise, Jordan was chucking up shots, getting his shots up. He was getting his points too, but efficiency-wise, he was killing the Bulls.
Yeah, but
no, hold on. What I'm saying is,
The Milwaukee Bucks, yeah, it's a bad
he had a
series.
good enough team. He had a good enough team to where they won the series, and nobody can hold that against them. The same with Kobe, in when they went against and I think it was 04 when he had a horrible playoff series, averaging 15 points a game, but he had a good enough team to pull through and get the victory. If they lose that series, like against the Pacers, or even if you look at the series against the Pistons where they lost, if you play bad, sometimes your team can pull through and get the win for you and make people forget about it. Jordan had a couple series, playoff series like that.
Can I ask one quick question then, just for that, because you brought up efficiency? Do you think LeBron had a good finals in 2015? Just yes or no?
I don't remember him. You tell me.
Okay, the man averaged 36 points, but he shot under 40%. That was that series with Matthew.
Okay, then that's probably bad. That's low efficiency, yeah. And LeBron's built on efficiency, yeah.
Okay.
So for LeBron's for LeBron's sake, he didn't perform up to expectation because his game is built on efficiency.
So we agree to disagree. I still think if you had Matthew Dellavedova as second best player and you're throwing up those type of numbers, efficiency or not, that's still to me a good series. But agree to disagree. That's cool.
What?
I don't get it.
This is one of the things that this is why people hold it against
Jordan Knight logic.
Iverson's efficiency will kill his team sometimes. Kill him. Yes, Iverson will get his 30, 35, 40, but sometimes Iverson's chucking up 35 and 40 shots just to get them points. Like the efficiency will destroy you at some time. Yes, you get to your number, but just because you get to your number don't always mean it was beneficial to the team. We see that. Hold on, we saw that this year with the Lakers. Right? LeBron always get into his number, don't always equate to having impact. AD was out there a lot of times when he wasn't hurt, getting 25 and 10. But them numbers, remember, he was shooting horribly to start the year, even though he was getting 25 and 10, and the numbers didn't have the same impact, even though he was getting 25 and 10.
What were they doing on defense, though?
Efficiency is the most overrated stat ever.
Absolutely
It
nothing.
just look good on the stat sheet.
Efficiency is overrated. You got to stop, bro.
I'm gonna tell you why.
You can't compare.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna tell you why. But listen though, a lot of those. Listen to me. I'm gonna tell you why. A lot of those series, like final series or whatever that LeBron was in, he shot very efficient, but he still lost.
All right. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
All right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's not why he lost.
What you mean? He shot very efficient, but he lost.
For example, when LeBron went up against the KD, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green Warriors, I don't care how efficient LeBron was, he wasn't beating them teams.
He's only played that team twice. He played that team twice.
Hold on.
Y'all talking like he played that team his entire career.
Nigga, just
He played that team twice.
Nigga, just calm down. I'm just giving you an example. What I'm saying is, sometimes, like if you go to that Pacers versus Lakers series, Reggie Miller, even though he was older, was playing lights out basketball, averaging much better. I don't care what Reggie Miller did; they weren't beating that Laker team. I don't care how efficient he was; they weren't. But sometimes you just overmatched and overpowered, even if you put up a great performance and you are efficient. But the thing is,
They had a chance.
inefficiency can kill you. And we saw that in some players like Iverson. We saw that in other high volume scores. They struggle. Even with Melo, those Knicks teams struggle with that high volume shooting, especially if he started to become inefficient.
But see, like,
And then look, it was MJ's efficiency that gave the okay for these advanced analytics. Like, so how could you say?
Analytics say Jordan's the GOAT. So I don't know
Okay,
what to
so
bring that up.
listen, the whole advanced
not all
analytics
of
and all of this shit is it gave the okay for the efficiency of MJ's game. So for you to say like his efficiency is a big reason why the Bulls was like what they was while you got your cap on. Ain't that right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But let me tell you this though.
Ain't that right, nigga? I said.
Nah, that shit cap. I don't even know what the fuck you was even talking about.
Yeah,
But anyway,
I know. Why you don't never know what Renegade talking about when you getting your ass cooked, nigga? Huh?
But anyway, all I'm saying is everybody says Kobe was very inefficient, right? He's very inefficient. That's what everybody keeps saying. But see, with Kobe being very inefficient, he still managed to go to 3 straight finals and win 2 of them. Being inefficient.
Okay.
So,
I just explained this to you. Just like
he had the biggest squad in the league, man. Come on, man.
Now he had Pau Gasol.
Hold on.
What did he do after
Most
until he got Pau Gasol? He wanted out of LA. He couldn't win.
Your teammates.
He wanted to.
Hold on.
Y'all acting like Pau Gasol is the greatest power forward of all time.
Hold on. I just explained this.
Kobe never won.
I said there are series where I can look even to some final series, for example, where Kobe didn't play up to expectation, averaging 15 points a game. He didn't play. He didn't hit his numbers. He was inefficient. But when you have a team good enough behind you to help carry you, even when you're not playing well, that also can supplement some things. So
every great
when Kobe in the finals was, again, in a lot of these NBA finals that Kobe played in, he was inefficient. But if you also look to the cast of characters and the coaching staff that he had around him, it generally was elite help and elite coaching.
That's cap.
Okay, so tell me a time. Okay, so tell me a time that he did. Tell me a time that he was in the finals and didn't have elite help.
I don't know why y'all always be trying to go to
the This is a very easy question.
Wait a minute, I ain't talking about the question. I'm just saying.
What you mean, nigga? No, nigga, you ain't got no choice but to talk about. Nigga, answer the question. Don't talk about the question, motherfucker.
Didn't he say it was cap? So tell me a time.
Answer the question.
Just tell me a time Kobe was in the finals.
From Jordan, you have to shape your teammates to what you need them to.
Just tell me a time Kobe was in the finals and did not have elite help or elite coaching.
Kobe always had help. He got Powell and Artest to play at that level. They didn't come.
No, Artest was at that level with the Rockets, averaging 20 a game. He was there.
Man, y'all talking like
Artest was at that level with the Pacers when they should have went to the chip. What do you mean? He didn't get Artest to play no level. Actually, Artest actually dumbed down his game some because Kobe was scoring the ball more. Artest was a great scorer, and he gave up his scoring to play with Kobe and turned up the defense. What are you talking about?
And he got 2 rings out of it too.
No, I'm not saying he did.
But you shit on everybody around James that turn their game down and go get some money when they leave them, huh?
Nobody's shitting on Choke James.
What? I'm talking about James. Choke? What you mean?
James. That's funny.
Huh?
Choke James. I just want to know y'all say these things.
I'm talking about the win, man.
You can't say Kobe had elite help and elite coaching in every final.
That's cap.
Okay, so tell me the year where he didn't have elite help.
Listen, man.
Or elite coach.
And well, I mean, Pau Gasol was Kobe's next best player in those 3 straight.
Tell me when Kobe didn't have elite help.
Listen to me. Pau Gasol was Kobe's next best player.
Back to back finals, he did not.
Pau Gasol was not no elite.
I always want to I'm gonna let SFM cook. Mingo Jester. The question is very easy. Tell me when
Pau Gasol was not elite. He was good, but he wasn't elite.
Gasol wasn't elite now.
No, he wasn't elite. He was good, but he wasn't elite.
Never.
Top 10 player
he was
means
good,
you're elite, right?
He never had an MVP vote. So how was he ever a top 10 player? He never had an MVP vote in his career.
Hold on.
He never had an MVP vote.
SFM, hold on. SFM. When did I say MVP or anything? I said elite help. Paul Gasol is great help. It's elite
Paul
help.
Gasol was good.
Yeah,
He wasn't elite.
because Kobe for damn sure wasn't getting there with Kwame Brown. Right.
I
So
just say he
if you
was
would have got there
good.
with Kwame Brown, then you might have a case.
I just say he was
But
good. He wasn't elite, but he was
begged
good.
for help. He begged for help. They had to make it. They had to make one of the biggest finesses in NBA history to get it. They finessed the shit out of the Grizzlies to get help. And then when Kobe talked about it was so great to pass the ball to the post, and this man can make a move and score a layup. He needed the help. Elite help is that. Paul Gasol was an all-star, man.
Well, Paul Gasol was so elite. Why he ain't the
Now
top
y'all try to act like that was
Let me
dumb
say
down
this.
Paul.
Let me say this, Lamont. Let me say this.
I
Lamont,
gotta stop.
at this time, nigga, you could have put, nigga, who
Wait, so
was,
how come it didn't work with
nigga,
Kwame?
you could have put Al Horford or Carlos.
How come it didn't work with? How come it didn't work with Kwame then?
Nigga, he would
How
have
come it
still
didn't work?
won.
How come it didn't work with nobody else but Paul Gasol?
Cause nigga, Kwame Brown ain't shit. What you mean, nigga? We just
No,
had.
you said you could put anybody. No, you just said we could put anybody there.
Wait a minute.
You just said
Wait a minute.
anybody.
Listen,
But if Paul Gasol so elite, why he ain't on the top 75 team?
Let me ask you something. In the wicked West compared to LeBron that's in the weak East, have you ever seen a team in the
Bro, what are
2000s
you
where the
talking
best?
about? That's not what we talking about.
No, because you had just said, but what's the name had did it or woo woo or whatever. Like I'm like what you saying? Like in 2008 when he went to the finals, Paul Gasol wasn't even an All-Star that year. Paul Gasol never had an MVP vote a day in his career. Not
We
one
didn't
time.
say he had to have an MVP vote. I said he was elite help.
He never won a playoff game before Kobe.
Well, that is true though. He
All
was
right,
elite help.
I'll
Okay,
put it
so
this-
hold on. So that'd be like me saying, since Chris Bosh wasn't shit with the Raptors and they was first round X's or not making the playoffs, he wasn't elite help bringing him into Miami with LeBron.
That's different.
Oh, now
it's different.
No,
man.
No, that's not different. No, keep
Now
that
it's different.
different.
Hold on, okay, let me respond. Lamont, listen what
That
I'm
was the come on, man. It was elite help. The reason why LeBron targeted Chris Bosh, because even though the team was trash, they knew bringing him in was an elite move. That's an elite player. I don't
he
care
was
how you
in
slice
the
it.
MVP voting.
Paul
He
Gasol was
in the
elite.
MVP voting for 3 years. He won a playoff game before. Paul Gasol never had an MVP vote.
Chris Bosh wasn't getting no MVP votes.
Just because he got an MVP vote, man, come on, stop that shit, man.
Who the fuck
Chris Bosh was getting MVP votes, man.
Pau Gasol wasn't
Man,
a
fuck out here, you LeBron
SFM.
haters.
Pau Gasol wasn't a top 10 player. I agree, but who cares? If the Lakers got Karl Anthony Towns right now, he's not a top 10 player, but that's elite help.
Thank you.
Who cares?
Yeah, but
Who was the Lakers coach in 2008 as well?
That's the Lakers.
And on top of the fact that I said they had elite coaching every time he went to the finals.
Phil
Jackson
Jackson, exactly.
ain't getting no more elite than Phil Jackson.
Man.
Popovich and
Kobe
Phil
won-
Jackson.
But Kobe
Kobe
still had
won a
less
ring
help
with
than
Luke
LeBron,
Walton.
though. That's a fact. To this topic, Lamont.
Hold on, Lamont.
real-
He finished 7 in the MVP vote in 2007. So what you saying?
Man,
He
don't
was in
nobody
the top
talk
10
about
MVP
players who
vote.
finished 7th in the MVP vote.
Paul Gasol never had
And also,
one though.
everyone
Paul
Yo,
Gasol
man,
never
get out of here,
Bosh
man.
is a top
Who was
10
Yo, you know
player.
what?
Hold up.
entire
We
career.
might care about the top
Hold
3.
up, man. Hold
Nobody
up.
say,
I don't see Paul Gasol
was
on nobody's
7th in
top
the
75.
MVP
I
race,
see
man.
Chris Bosh on the top 75. I
Come
don't
on,
see
man,
Paul Gasol
stop
on the
it.
top 65. I see
Man, hold
Chris
up.
Bosh.
SFM. You can't be a Kobe fan and not put respect on Paul Gasol's name.
I put the respect on Paul. Nigga, Paul was hard. Nigga, that's my
Kobe's my favorite player also.
I fuck with Paul, but we not finna get over here and act like Paul was like he was like coming to us as no damn boss. Like that's not the case.
And hold up a
Bosh.
second. And I'm not saying I agree with dude's point, but y'all saying Chris Bosh and Pau Gasol. Well, if those we're looking at as equal, well, tell me who was Kobe's Dwayne Wade on that team.
Bosh
Derek
ain't
Fisher.
his equal.
That nigga said Derek
What?
Fisher.
Hey, I don't know if y'all watch
He said Derek Fisher.
listen. I don't know if y'all watch
Kobe
JJ
trusted
Redick's show.
Derek.
Listen, I don't know if
Derek's
y'all watch
number
JJ
11
Redick's
career
show, but
playoff
JJ
race.
Redick had Paul Gasol up on there on his show about 2 weeks ago. He said when I came to the Lakers, Kobe elevated my game. That's what he said. He said literally, word for word, he said Kobe elevated my game. He was just had an
Right,
interview with JJ
exactly.
Redick.
He said that word for word.
Okay, so
And what?
him saying that means that he wasn't elite help.
No.
He not top 75.
I'm not. Listen,
I just say
I'll take that back.
what I'm saying is
I'll take that
give
back. I'll take that
Kobe
back.
credit
I would say that
for
I would say he was elite help because
And then when you look at somebody said who was this D Wade? Somebody said who was this D Wade? Well,
I said that.
Phil Jackson.
If you look to the next best player on that team, you could arguably say that Ron Artest was right there because even
More
though
than
Ron
this,
Artest,
shit.
hold on,
Fuck
SFM, hold
nah.
on, y'all. Even though Ron Artest, as soon as he came to the Lakers, he sacrificed his scoring. He was still elite defensively, and he could score the ball when needed. Because this is a guy who previously, before joining the Lakers, was averaging 20 points a game with the Rockets. He was averaging. He was with Sacramento for a few years. He was averaging close to 20 points per game. Then, even in all his years with the Pacers, he was going ballistic, averaging 19 to 20 points per game those years. So he was a great third option to have. And for him to sacrifice his scoring to go play with Kobe and help him win chips, I mean, you got to give him props for that.
yeah, I get him that. But get this understood. We already had one in 09. We got him the off season of.
That's true.
That was 2010.
Traded Trevor Ariza for him.
Listen, and not only that, Kobe had beat. Wasn't he on the Rockets in 09? He was on the motherfucking Rockets. Kobe had beat them in the playoffs. He went off on them in the playoffs the year before.
So what about Lamar Odom? So Lamar Odom's just a pushover?
Come on, man. I'm gonna put this
You naming role players though.
Hold on, Lamar Odom wasn't just your run-of-the-mill average role player.
Lamar, none of those players are comparable to Dwayne Wade, and you know it. Stop
You
it.
talking about Lamar Odom elite hit? Like
look at
Lamar
Kobe.
Odom,
Come on, man.
Yeah.
The only reason why they was able to mesh their players was because of Phil Jackson, somebody
let me
that
tell you
Go
something.
James
Let
ain't
me tell you
never
something.
had
Let me tell
on
you
that
something.
level.
You don't
Ain't
want
that right,
he
nigga?
want to be the coach.
Listen, let me tell you something. Andrew Bynum averaging 4 rebounds in the finals ain't elite help. 2 years in a row, averaging 4 rebounds in the finals on 6, 7, 8 points. That's not elite help. The fact that Kobe has to average more rebounds than Andrew Bynum in 09
Bro, you running to Andrew Bynum,
Like,
you
what you
skipping
talking
all over. You skipping all over all the other players.
Right.
You skipped all over
Come on,
Artest.
man.
You forgot to talk about Odom. You still got Paul Gasol. Come on, man, stop it.
Forgot
No,
about
you act like
DJ
you act like
Okay, but before
Sasha
we go to
Vujacic.
Artest, we got to talk
Right.
about 09.
right. Trevor Ariza was on the rise.
None of those players, Lamar, none of those players you named was better than Dwayne Wade, and you know it.
Okay, but hold on.
Wait,
Hold on. Mayo Justice. So, is this conversation to talk about Kobe's help, or is this conversation to compare Kobe's help to LeBron's help?
Bro,
I don't know, whatever y'all was doing. I don't know.
I don't know why. I don't. Hold on. When these conversations, even when we talking about something specifically, then to make y'all point, because you don't have any other points, you just try to say, well, it was compared to LeBron, it wasn't as much as LeBron's. You always bring it back to LeBron for some reason.
No, that's what y'all said.
That's what you just did.
Y'all said that.
You just did
Let
that.
me ask you something.
No, I'm saying, but y'all said that. And I was
This
just
wasn't even about LeBron or D Wade or anything. And you take it all the way over there. Wasn't better than D Wade. Well, we know it wasn't. And again, just like you said, look, if D Wade was elite help, right? He was just as much a part of that debacle against Dallas as anybody. So hold that on his resume too.
Nah, he led the league in points.
No, we not.
He led the series in points.
We're not going to do that.
Y'all put
He
Dallas
led the series in points.
Y'all put Dallas on LeBron and give nobody else credit for it.
D Wade led the series in points, Lamont.
Hey, in the bench, hold on. Let's say, hold on.
matters?
Let me say this. Chris Bosh averaged 18 in the bench, and the man he bench averaged 18 on 49% shooting. The bench
They
averaged over
lost.
LeBron.
They
right.
lost. They all
Because of LeBron. Because of LeBron.
They all
Yeah, the bench did good than the mother.
LeBron cost them that series.
It was all part
Just
of
like
the
Kobe. Just like Kobe cost the Lakers the series in 04, LeBron cost them that series in 2011.
Hold on, they said UNC choked. UNC lost.
I have never seen a team that Kobe won a
No,
championship
I
on.
wanted to put money
Where the bench averaged 18 points. Like, tell me a championship that Kobe ever won or Michael ever won where they bench averaged 18 points per game. Like I have to see that.
Bro, that's
I have
enough.
to
Who cares, man? That's some stupid stats. I don't want to talk about no
I'm
Kobe
just saying.
UNC won. Who said UNC
We gotta stop
choked?
this
No,
cap,
somebody
Lamont.
said it in the chat. Somebody said it in
Nah,
the chat.
UNC won. They beat dude.
No, UNC won. UNC won.
Yeah, they beat dude. I watched that whole game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
UNC
too.
They're
won.
playing
What
right
do you mean?
now. They're playing
Hold on,
right
they
now.
play Kansas right now.
Yeah, they're playing right now. They're losing. They're down by 3.
That's we
Oh,
talking
that
about
game
the
on right
Kansas
now?
game. Yeah.
What channel that game on?
Wait,
Oh my goodness.
Hey, what
Fuck,
y'all say?
man.
Hey,
Fuck.
what y'all say? Hey, what y'all say this season hurt KD too? If the same thing happened, like
No,
It has to.
It
It
do.
has to.
It do.
yeah,
It do.
Oh,
it
It
has
do.
to.
no, it
It has
has
to.
hold
to.
on.
It has to.
Jared's the only one that said no. Jared, how does
It
this
do.
season not look? How do you not etch it on the KD's
So for
resume,
me,
but you etch it on the LeBron's?
so for me, the
Jordan
reason
Knight
why
logic.
the reason why it doesn't hurt KD is because we're not putting him in the go conversation.
Oh, okay. I can agree with that.
No,
I can
but
see
no.
that.
It's a
That's
different
hold on.
standard. It's a different standard.
Hold on, Jared.
I can see that.
No, this was never a
Oh my
GOAT
god.
conversation, idiot. This was about does it affect his legacy? Does
But the
this
GOAT
hurt?
argument is part of his legacy.
Hold
Lamont.
on, Jared. This conversation is
Oh
not
my
about
god.
making LeBron the GOAT. This conversation is not about making KD the GOAT. This is about this season. Two teams
Oh my god.
that everybody picked at the start of the year. We expected to see an LA Brooklyn
Christ.
NBA final in
What
both
the
these
fuck,
teams.
man?
One team is at 10th in the East, the other team is at the 11th in the West. Does this hurt KD's resume? Because they had high expectations this year, and they are far below expectation, even without James Harden.
Stupid.
They're far below expectation. Does it hurt KD's resume?
No, I give you two reasons. I give you two reasons why it doesn't. Number one, they're still in the play-in. The Lakers are out of the play-in. That's number one.
Okay, so it's not going to hurt his. So if they lose in the play-in game, that's when it'll hurt.
No, he at least made the play-in though. Like the play-in is still technically the playoffs. You still have a chance.
Yeah, 10 of the 14 teams will.
You still have a chance.
This
The
will
Lakers are out of
hurt.
the play-in.
This will hurt KD's legacy because he's still playing. He's still climbing the mountain. It doesn't hurt LeBron's legacy because people gonna have him itched in, cemented wherever he's at.
Yeah,
If
wherever you
he's
got
the
him
GOAT
right
in
now.
your eyes, he's still the GOAT. If he ain't top 5, then he ain't top 5. It don't hurt LeBron's legacy.
Durant.
Hey y'all, what kind of that national championship game on?
It's over, Mingle Jester. You late.
Oh damn, I missed.
Oh my nigga. It's
11
your
o'clock.
Damn, I missed
11
it.
o'clock. The fuck?
Lamont, I was gonna give a second
Tomato at
reason,
this.
Lamont.
I'm
But
around here
I ain't gonna
bullshitting. I
lie.
missed it.
Giannis, cause I know he finna win like an MVP at Defensive Player of the Year or something this year. So I'm just saying he went 2 more rings, man. I gotta put him over I gotta put him top 5, man. I'm putting him over a lot of niggas.
Man,
You feel me?
KD's
All
first 2
time?
rings
You
don't
could
count.
arguably put him over LeBron.
Nah,
Y'all
I'm
are
even
tripping.
nigga Giannis
You're
went 2 more.
crazy.
Hold on, time out.
Giannis
Hey,
went
mute these niggas real quick.
Giannis went 2 more rings for putting him over LeBron and Kobe, nigga.
Get the fuck
Facts.
I'm putting him
out
over
of
LeBron
here.
and Kobe.
I don't know
Time
about
out,
Gold
time out,
James,
time out,
but
You
time
You
out.
put
smoking?
him
you
over
know,
LeBron because he didn't have the help LeBron
Time
had.
out, time out. Before we even go to the all-time list, I'm not putting him over Steph Curry. Number one, we talking about niggas in
Are you
his era.
serious?
I'm not putting him over no Curry. That's number
KD
one.
had to join Curry to get 2
Bro,
rings. Running
I
what?
said
Giannis didn't have the help that Curry had,
hold
man.
on. Curry,
Hold
don't
on.
get mad because KD joined the Warriors. Curry already was a historic
No, Curry.
team. Curry already had a historic all-time team before KD.
Dude, Curry had KD and
all
Clay,
right.
dude.
So hold on. So you
Time
telling
out,
me?
time out,
Kevin
So
time
you
out.
Durant
telling me?
been
Hold
playing
on.
in the NBA for
Yeah,
So
Clay.
14
hold on.
not still climbing the mountain. This is
Hold on.
14
So
season.
Middleton's not Clay.
hold on. So Jared, based on your logic, if winning a chip with little to no help, let's say you want to call Giannis's help little to no help. If that elevates you, that means you should have Hakeem Olajuwon as your GOAT because he won 2 chips with
What?
probably the least help in NBA history.
Yeah, Clyde
Come on.
Oh, hell no. He's only got 2 rings.
Is
Oh my God,
Clyde
bro!
Drexler
You just
better
missed
than
it. I think it went right over your head.
That just
Maybe
Wait a
it's
minute now. Yeah, I agree with Lamont on that one because in '94, that was maybe the greatest playoff run with Hakeem ever. Like
Yeah.
that
I'm
was
saying
amazing.
Hakeem,
Nah, that's dirt.
Hakeem is
That
the
was
only
that.
superstar that can that can say he got 2 chips and didn't have a bona fide like literally like number 2. Because remember, he got Clyde mid-season, and Clyde was kind of on the decline. He was putting up 20 a game, but he was definitely not
Yeah, he
the
putting up
Clyde
20 a
Drexler.
game.
Yeah,
Come on,
I agree with
Lamont.
that.
Come on.
Yeah, I agree
I'm
with
just talking about 94.
Cassell
94 was
put
amazing by
yeah, I
Hakeem.
agree with that.
I'm saying
Lamont.
Hakeem had the least help. So if we go up Jared's logic, players who doing it with least help, that means Hakeem has got to be the GOAT.
Yeah, 94 was amazing by
Hold on.
Hakeem.
Can I raise my hand on this? Because we talk about
That was
stats,
good, man.
right? The 94, 95 94 Rockets, Hakeem had 5 teammates average double-digit figures. Kobe in 04 in 09 only had 4. So who had more help?
Kobe had Shaq.
But see, I don't.
You just said 09.
I'm just saying.
This nigga
09. Kobe had Powell still.
Hey, but why do we try to compare who had?
Jerry, he ain't have Shaq.
Hey, can I ask y'all, why do we compare who had more help, more or less help? It's like, what do you do with? Because I think we discredit like certain players in certain instances. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to relegate more or less help.
Well, it's a way to nitpick, Lamont.
Can I speak on that 94 team?
Go ahead.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, people, like I said, I don't get how people want to. Like I said, you praise Hakeem because he said he was the only star on his team when he won, but he beat a team with only one star on their team. Besides Patrick Ewing, there was no other superstar on that team either. So, and they went 7 games. So,
unfortunately, Ewing lost. Ewing would have that title if Ewing would have won, but he didn't. He didn't win.
Yeah, and he beat John Stockton and Karl Malone. So
right.
Not in the finals.
And then
but the West was a gauntlet at that time. The West was a gauntlet. I ain't gonna lie.
Facts.
The West was a gauntlet.
Well, in 94, then not to mention Hakeem won Defensive Player of the Year, a league MVP, and all that in the same season.
Man, Giannis went 2 more ship, man. 1 more ship. He over that nigga, man. Giannis. Let me tell you
not yet.
If Giannis win 1 more ship, I don't want to hear no discussion whether he's over KD. Hold on, let me say this.
It'd be 3.
Hold on, let me say these names real quick, cause niggas gotta understand this, bro. Giannis is a whole other transcendent type of breed we ain't never seen, bro. If he win 1 more championship, he got to be over KD. He got to be over Curry, and he got to be over Kawhi.
Oh, not over Curry. Not over Curry. Yeah.
Yes. How? You want to do the accolades, or you want to do the accolades, or you want to do the winning?
Third ring, SFM.
You want to do the accolades, or do you want to do the winning?
Didn't Kawhi beat? Hold on. Didn't Kawhi?
You forgot about 2019
MVP Giannis. Didn't he beat MVP Giannis?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is not this Kumpo, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. That ain't this ain't the same nigga. That ain't the same nigga as back then. Man. Come on, man.
I don't give a fuck.
This ain't the same nigga as back then.
Change nothing. Stop.
You guys forgot who's thirsty Kawhi.
Hey man, this Kumpo there, this nigga right here is not no nigga. That same nigga from 3 years ago, man.
Exactly.
Real
He's got a better team too, though, Renegade.
All right, but Kawhi still got that on him. I'll beat you.
All right. He had the highest.
Kawhi also choked versus the Nuggets.
That was when Kawhi joined the
choke versus the Nuggets.
Can we go one at a time, y'all?
Giannis has a chance to be the best player of his era and generation. He has a chance.
I agree.
He has a chance to pass KD.
I agree with
he has
that.
a
I agree with
chance to pass Curry. But
I
I'm
agree
not
with that.
putting him over KD and Curry just yet. Kawhi has a voice in this when he's healthy, because he's got
never
a lot
healthy,
of heads on his mantle too. So Giannis has got a little ways to go, man.
No, Giannis is better than KD already. KD should
Stop.
sell out.
I agree with that.
I can vibe with that.
Hold on.
Who the fuck is Kevin Durant?
Then we just see this last week.
Who the fuck is Kevin Durant?
Then we just see
Wait a minute. Everybody can't talk at once. Wait a second.
Go ahead.
Y'all got it.
Man, Kawhi joined the best team in the East for him to beat Kumpo, man. I don't want to hear it, man. Rosen could have pulled the job off.
They weren't the best team in the East. The Cavs were.
Who was the best team?
The Cavs.
What do you mean? The Cleveland Browns? No, they wasn't the best team. It's Go James. Kyrie wasn't even on the squad, man. They wasn't no best team in the East, man.
They went to the finals, bro.
Because of Go James, man. What the fuck?
Raptors was not the best team. They always choked.
My nigga,
what you mean? When Go James left is when the Raptors got to the finals, huh?
You stupid, Jared. Get the fuck out here.
But they had Kawhi.
That don't even make sense.
They had Kawhi, right? They had Kawhi.
Okay,
Nobody.
listen. So
Kawhi and LeBron
Kawhi joined the best team in the East,
He
man.
made them the best
Renegade.
team.
Hold on, Nashville. Hold on. Do y'all agree with this statement? Nashville says Kawhi is better than Giannis still right now. Are you referring to right now? Like
Hell no, he can't stay
No, a
healthy.
healthy Kawhi's better than
Stay
Giannis.
healthy.
A healthy Kawhi.
A healthy
He's not
Kawhi got
healthy. He's not healthy.
a healthy Kawhi can throw his hat in the middle of the
Well,
ring.
well, my
Stop
question
it.
to
You
that
guys
would
do
be,
not know who the
well,
fuck
my
a healthy
question to that
Kawhi
would be, when the
is.
hell is he healthy?
MB, single gesture. Let's go one at a time, y'all. Come
Well,
on.
well,
bro, I'm
well,
tired of
well.
not seeing this.
My question to that would be, when is he healthy?
Right. He's missed like the last 2 years, damn near.
Just
That's
like
my only
AD.
question.
Do y'all
Stop
think
it.
Kawhi Leonard might be the first player to elevate, start going up the list, and then start toward as the years wane on, he starts to go down?
Yes.
He's already going down.
Probably. I mean,
He's
you can make
going
a
down right
case.
now.
You got to play
Look
to
at
elevate your
Lamar.
legacy.
Hold on, because you can't keep him wherever you have him now.
Yeah.
He's just he set out a whole year, and I felt like he was healthy from December on. He set
Yeah,
out.
he did
But,
sit out.
I don't know how many more years of elite basketball is he going to be able to get out of him if he keeps sitting out
I
all these
mean,
years?
Look at Lamar.
Devin Booker play.
he has terrible knees.
Already
He has
put the
terrible
team
knees.
in like
Hold on,
It's the Devin Booker play.
top 20, top 30 of all time.
Like I feel like Giannis has passed Kawhi up bad. Like I feel like
agree with
Luka.
that.
I feel like Luka passed him.
Are y'all
I think
Hold on, Luka.
What?
I don't know about
He did
Luka.
not pass Kawhi.
Nothing.
One second.
I can agree. I can agree with Giannis, but I don't know about Luka.
Luka, hell
No, I'm just talking about like
Kawhi
I'm just talking about right now, player for player right now. I can't honestly say without seeing Kawhi Leonard pick up a basketball this year. I can't honestly say he's better than Luka.
I mean, but Luka has to
Luka or Kawhi.
But Luka has to win a playoff series, Lamar.
Hold on. Luka's only playoff series has been against Paul George and Kawhi combined.
He lost them both, bro. He lost them both.
Yeah, but he's going up against 2 against 1.
Right.
If you want to say
Stop
right
the
now
cap.
why Kawhi is hurt, then yeah, a lot of people.
How can I sneak Luka in there? Y'all act like Luka's just a pushover.
A lot of people is better
Nah,
than
if you're
Kawhi,
talking about right
but
now,
But we've seen
Kawhi
Kobe
is
beat
better.
4 Hall of Famers, Lamar.
Kawhi's injured. He's not playing right now. So Lamar's right. Luka's better.
I'm saying, so Jared, you saying honestly right now, without seeing Kawhi pick up a basketball, you can honestly say that Kawhi Leonard right now today is better than Luka Doncic.
Off of ACL with degenerative knees.
He was better
already.
the last time he faced
No,
him.
hold on. No. That's not what I asked
before
you.
the injury, man.
Hold on. I didn't say no last time nothing. I said right now. And like I said, and like Brown Hampton just said in the chat. Hold on, SFM, you got a lot of backfeed coming out your mic. Like I said in the chat, I'm talking about right now. And even if you think back to the playoff matchups, Luka was dominating both of those guys.
Yep, Tatum is too.
I'd rather have Kawhi.
Listen, Kawhi was still
Yeah, I'd rather have Kawhi. He still won those
Kawhi
series.
was still
Because the point guard has to be amazing to get to hit his team over.
Luka was cooking.
Y'all not answering the question.
Nobody was stopping him.
Right now today.
No, but Lamont, I would still take Kawhi because of what he's proving.
Okay.
I would rather have Luka.
No. I said right now today. If you
Luka,
had to
I
say,
would still take him. I still take Kawhi.
I take Luka. I take Luka.
I mean,
bro, nobody's taking Kawhi on 2 bad knees. Nobody's taking Kawhi on 2 bad knees over Luka in their right mind.
Come on, man. Off of 2 bad knees and the ACL, man. Come on, man.
Devin Booker proven though, bro. Like I can't take a guy.
Bro, it's not about. I didn't ask you about what they did in the past. I just asked you who's better. Like if somebody put a gun to your head and you had to say who's better. Like if you had somebody put a gun to your head and Luka's plays tomorrow and Kawhi plays tomorrow. If you had to say who's gonna have the better performance, who would you bet has the better performance?
It'd definitely be Luka in that case.
Wait, I mean Kawhi's gonna play next season, right?
We don't know what he's going to look like.
Most likely. I mean, that's what we all believe, right?
Kawhi. If Kawhi's playing next season, I take Kawhi.
Man, Kawhi, you never know when he's
gonna
play. Why?
If he's not healthy, no, I'm not taking Kawhi. If he's not,
we don't know what he's gonna be. And if he is healthy, he's missing 20 games.
He's always gonna miss 20 games because of load management.
Yeah, Giannis got a ways to go.
No,
hey man, y'all gonna get up off Kawhi now. Y'all gonna get off Kawhi.
No, but Lamont, playoff Kawhi is way better than playoff Luka.
You must be out of your mind. Luka hasn't even had an opportunity. You got to think. You act like
Where
Luka's
are
been
you
in the
gonna go
league
with
long
the
enough to
point
even
guard
be in
as
the
the best
playoffs.
player?
No, but Lamont, who's
And
who's
already
playoffs?
in that short time in the playoff, Luka's averaging more points, rebounds, and assists.
Who's beat him in the playoffs? So Lamont, the 2 times he lost.
The Clippers.
No, Kawhi was the best player on the Clippers.
If you watch the
Kawhi was the best player on the Clippers, but in that series, who was the best player on the floor?
Okay, who played the best?
It
Yeah,
was
who played the
Luka.
best? Luka did. Luka played the best.
They
All right.
couldn't stop Luka,
That's all I'm
man.
saying.
They really
Like if they
couldn't stop
played
him.
the series, the only reason
30
Luka could
years.
win is because
Where are you
Porzingis
gonna
be
go
hurt. Porzingis is either hurt, and then his second best player was Tim Hardaway Jr.
They definitely
Or they
couldn't stop
tried-
Luka in that series.
And don't
Luka was
forget,
going off.
Nobody can stop
Where
Luka.
are you going to go in the playoffs
listen,
with the point
don't
guard?
forget in 2020, if KP never got ejected, Dallas will won that series.
Right. And then he got ejected the next season, man. Come on, man.
No, but
They
that's
kicked him out the
hypothetical,
game over some
Renegade.
fuck shit.
Now
What?
shut up, Jared.
That's a hypothetical.
What you mean they was getting
Kawhi still
smacked?
won-
Listen,
No, but Kawhi still won the series.
they was getting
Somebody
smacked.
shut up,
Listen,
Jared.
Zingy got ejected the next season too. The next year, remember?
Let's go,
So
Lamont.
what's
Can
going
you
to
honestly say?
what's going to be
Can
the
you,
excuse when
can you
Luka
say
loses
that?
in the first round this year?
Can you say that Kawhi Leonard's better than Joker right now?
What? That he's still a one man band, man.
No, he's not.
You
He's
guys
not
is
better
better
than
than Joker?
Jokic.
Hold on, that's a question for the panel. Like, because
Man,
if we're saying
Kawhi
Kawhi
can't be
Leonard right
better
now,
than
who's taking
Lamont.
Kawhi Leonard over
Better than
Joker
Joker.
right now?
Kawhi can't be better than
Yo, man, stop it, nigga.
Kawhi.
Ain't nobody about to take Kawhi over no Joker, man. Get out of here, man. Yo,
Kawhi
black
can't
man,
be better than
nigga.
nobody.
The fuck?
Right now, you're about to take Joker
Get out
just 'cause
here.
he's been
Get off the
playing.
panel right now. If you pick Kawhi.
Kawhi
Stop
can't be
it,
better than
man.
nobody because he don't play. He's not
Right, he
playing.
hasn't
Come on,
played
man.
yet. So you
The
take
fuck?
Joker
Hold
because he
on,
hasn't been playing.
Amir said Kawhi destroyed Luka.
Facts. But that's what I've been trying to tell you, bro.
Kawhi was
Kawhi is
skilled.
2-0 versus
Listen,
Luka, Lamont.
Kawhi was skilled to play defense on Luka. Kawhi was skilled.
Yeah, he was.
No, but
Why
Lamont,
wasn't
Kawhi is 2-0 versus Luka, Lamont.
Why wasn't Kawhi gunning Luka for the whole
Clippers
series?
beat the
Please
Dallas.
answer my question.
He had a better
When Luka
team.
was
Come on.
cooking.
Listen at Lamont. The Clippers beat Dallas. Listen at Lamont.
Hold on, but Mingo Justin. Okay, like I said, then here's the question: then. When Dallas played the Clippers in those playoff series, who was the best player on the floor?
Luka.
I think Luka was going ham though. He was,
Right.
man. Luka was
That's
going
how
ham.
35 points, 10 rebounds, and eight or
No,
10
but
assists
Lamont
and
didn't-
8 rebounds.
There's no
Luka was
no
going
but.
ham though.
There's no but. That's the question I'm asking. Who's the better player? I'm not asking
Luka
who
was
won
going
in
ham.
the team.
Didn't Kawhi have 46 in Game 6?
I'm taking Kawhi.
Kawhi
Yeah,
had
he
46 in
did.
Game 6.
Yo,
He
we're not
did.
talking about our
And he
time.
shut down
We're talking
Luka.
about right now.
In the first series in the bubble,
look that up.
Luka was the best player. But the second series, didn't they come back from 2-1 or 3-1?
3-2. 3-2 where Kawhi went nuts in Game 6.
Yeah, Kawhi was the best player in that series. He had
He
to
scored
guard the best players on
Right.
the perimeter.
But he didn't.
Kawhi was
He
getting
scored
cooked.
46
Wait,
and
what y'all talking
34 in back-to-back games.
And he scored for his squad.
And he
Yo,
shut
talking
down
about
Luka.
Luka?
He shut down Luka
Yo,
the last 2 games.
You guys did not
about
watch the
Kawhi.
series.
That's
Last
cap,
game.
bro. That's cap, bro.
That's not cap. Luka had like 20
Luka
in
had
Game
40
6.
something in games.
Nah, Luka was
Yeah,
balling.
yeah,
I ain't
20
gonna
in
lie,
Game
Luka was
6.
balling.
Luka had
Everybody
46 in the
high
Game 7.
I'm talking about
He
Game
was the best
6,
player on
though.
this team. He was
Game
a
6 he
one
got
man
shut
army.
down.
He was a cowboy. He was one man army. Long Ranger. What's up, Renegade?
Talk about he clean. What's happening, man? Come on, man.
Old friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luka had 46 in that Game 7. Kawhi didn't
Come on, man.
couldn't.
He
Kawhi
locked
couldn't
up
Yo,
go
us.
listen, you guys have to go rewatch that series, bro. Kawhi was getting cooked. He did not shut down Luka.
Getting cooked,
Go
nigga.
rewatch that series,
That's a
bro.
fact. That's a fact.
Kawhi was 1 away from Luka.
He
Hey,
guarded
he
him the last 3 games.
He was 1 away from Luka.
He
I'm
guarded
not
him the
lying.
last
No, he
3
wasn't,
games.
Mac Duff.
Yes.
He
No, he
was,
guarded him the
bro.
last 3
He was,
games.
bro. He was. No, he
He
young.
literally guarded him the
He's
last 3
young.
games.
Luka's young. You still couldn't
Yo, Jared,
lock him up
why
to
the
at
fuck
least
are you
like
watching, my nigga? Are
18
you watching
points.
Okay, hold
stats or are
on.
you
Let me
watching
answer
the
the
full
question.
game?
Who was
good, Lamont?
leading the Clippers in scoring in that series?
What was it? Kawhi, I believe. Yeah, Kawhi.
Yeah.
It was not Kawhi.
It was Paul George. I think.
Paul George. It was Paul George.
Yeah.
It's Paul
All right.
George.
Okay.
Come
that's
on,
great.
man.
He's the second
And
best
what?
player.
So what we
He's the
talking
second
about?
He's the second best player on this team. Of course, you got to lead.
And it's arguable it's arguable. Hold on, Paul George averaged more points, rebounds, and assists than Kawhi. So what I'm saying is, how can you even say Kawhi was the best player on this team in that series?
Come on. Just because you score more doesn't mean you're the best player on your.
I said points, rebounds, and assists.
He averaged more than the finals, LeBron.
When the
It's really
Clippers
difficult to
were
judge.
losing in that series, Kawhi George was putting up points. When the Clippers won, Kawhi was the best player on their team. If you want to take PG's empty stats with L's, go ahead and call him the best player. I'm taking Kawhi's stats.
Exactly.
with
Yeah.
Paul George's highest scoring games came in losses.
Dallas, look, yeah.
If you look at career playoff stats, Paul George has some pretty good numbers.
Paul George
Yeah,
plays
he's a great
better with
choker.
Kawhi.
So does James
Wait.
Harden. He's a choker too.
What you talking about?
Paul George is more known for choking though.
Wait a minute though. Nah, Paul George took the Clippers to the Western Conference Final.
Oh, we're talking
Chris
about
Paul
the
got
years
great
before
numbers
that,
in
bro.
playoff too.
So that like that criticism he gets with choking, Paul, what's it called? Paul Chris? What? No, George Paul. They call him George Paul.
Yeah, George Paul. Yeah.
They call him
George Paul.
I can't call him that no more. I can't call him that.
Hey man, both of them boys do got two first names though.
Hold on. Didn't Paul George miss those free throws?
George Paul.
Chris
Yeah,
Paul,
baby
Paul
fan,
George.
man.
Oh, have mercy.
Paul George,
he
number
did-
16 career playoff threes.
But soon he took the team to the
all
Western Conference Finals. I had to give him my respect and not call him, George Paul no more, man.
I mean, yeah, he did fantastic in that series though.
I'm not.
He's really hard to judge
now, bro. I'm not giving.
Stop
him
it, Mac Def.
Y'all act like he didn't go
Damn.
to the Eastern Conference Finals when he was in the East. So what?
All right, he
That's
proved
true,
it on both
He's done it
sides.
3 times. He's done it 3
Listen,
times.
Paul George wish he could have got molded by Pop, man. Paul George wish he could have joined the best team in the East, man. Without Gold James in the East, man. Come on, man, stop it.
East, bro.
I ain't saying he's weak, but
Yes, they was, man.
Why made them the best
Paul
team?
George
in the
not on
game?
no legendary.
They was the number 1 seed in the East,
bro.
nigga.
So were the Hawks,
best
bro,
team in the
renegade.
East. Wait, the Hawks? No, the Hawks wasn't even close to the LeBronto Scraptors in 2019. 2016. What you talking
Number 1
about?
seed in
They
the
got
East is
swept,
the
ain't they?
Renegade.
What? What you mean?
The Atlanta Hawks weren't the best team
The
in the East.
LeBronto Scraptors was smacking around the Golden State Warriors that season, nigga, and the season before, man. The only thing that was stopping them boys was Gold James. Ain't that right?
Absolutely.
Banged up Warriors
Whooping
team.
that ass. One man army, LeBron James. Woo.
Come on, man.
The Raptors did beat everybody but LeBron. Like,
Renegade. What series
Didn't
did
he have
you
Kyrie
ever
Love?
have when LeBron was in Cleveland? What series was Toronto ever favored to beat LeBron?
2018.
No, you're not gonna. Yeah, 18.
No,
but listen,
they
I'm
weren't.
saying
No, they
I'm not
weren't.
me personally. No, they was favored going into that season. I mean, into there to beat them. But listen, what I'm saying is, listen, what I'm saying.
Play like a fanboy.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, they was the best team in the East, but you're not gonna put just a regular best team against Gold James. You got to have 4 Hall of Fame players on your squad to stop Latrine, and you know that. Come on, man.
And
What about the Mavericks?
Renegade. I'm gonna raise
What
my
about the
hand.
Mavericks?
When
You're
LeBron
overrating
left the
Chuck
Eastern
James,
Conference, if the Toronto Raptors would have stayed who they are and kept DeMar DeRozan, they would have got out the East.
Yes, nigga. Yes. Yes. Because listen.
No, hold on, stop. No, hold on.
I'm about to tell you why. Because Foul, Kyrie, and Rosen play better than Kawhi and Foul Kyrie, nigga.
Let me ask you this. Okay, stop. Who's guarding Giannis? Who's guarding Giannis? DeMar DeRozan's not locking him down. That was Kawhi Leonard.
What you mean?
Who locked him down?
He didn't. No, he didn't guard no Kumpo. They had to build the wall for Kumpo, man. Stop it. He held the front. He held the front line down. Telling and it was Paul and it was what's his name? Mark and Serge Ibaka doing their thing on the second and third level. What?
No,
Renegade, stop the cap. Kawhi was funneling him in the paint.
Renegade, they built the wall, but Kawhi was the primary defender.
Kawhi was,
he held it down on the first level. I said that.
Mac Jeff. Hold on, y'all. Let me explain.
Kawhi
Wait, hold on. Y'all lying. There was no primary defender on no Kawhi. They were running a 1-3-1 matchup zone. Hold on, Mac Jeff. I'm talking about is basketball. Y'all lying when y'all say it was a primary defender.
Guarded most of the game.
Which the reason why? No, he didn't. The reason why that zone was so effective is because they used a defense that had what you call as a point defender, and it literally was predicated on who got back first. If you were back first, you were the point of the defense, which means you were guarding whoever was on ball, and if that was Giannis. Remember, that was when Milwaukee had that shitty strategy of bringing the ball up with Giannis, and so that's how they slowed him down with a point defender. It wasn't no Kawhi Leonard locking them up. That was the greatest team defensive execution.
When they was down
0-2,
all I know Kawhi they switched Kawhi on them and built the wall.
There wasn't no switching. They didn't switch nothing.
They put the Bucks.
I got a lying, man. Y'all might have seen him. Y'all might have seen him out of the after the play breaks down or he drives into Kawhi's side of the court. Kawhi, as a team, they close in and get the stop.
If there's no Kawhi, that strategy doesn't work, Lamont.
Ain't no
Listen, based on what they got, they had Siak back there, nigga, right? You act like Kawhi. Listen, Kawhi was holding down the first level of the defense. He had help on the second and the third level, nigga. Why you acting like that ain't that ain't facts, nigga?
Forget about the Bucks. Are we forgetting about 76ers? What? You guys think DeMar DeRozan will beat that team down 2-1?
Yes, DeMar DeRozan will beat the Sixers. No.
Oh my goodness!
No, stop it.
You are lying. You are lying.
What are you talking about? What we talking about? We talking about with when LeBron hit that shot on the Raptors to win the game, to win the series.
We're talking about 2019.
Kawhi hit the game winner over Embiid.
No, you saying if Giannis
Embiid missed 2 games in that series already.
Hold on. You saying the Milwaukee Bucks would have won that series?
Yeah.
Yes, if DeMar
would have beat the shit out the Sixers. I don't give a fuck what nobody say, bro.
Stop it.
Yeah, I think the Bucks would have beat the Sixers.
Hey, well, unfortunately,
it depends.
Hey, how about somebody go simulate it on 2K? That's what we find out.
Man, DeMar got swept by the young Wizards.
You know who I won. Stop the cop,
Nobody knows. Nobody knows who wins
You're a head coach. You know who I win, man.
Yeah, Lamar, you should do it. Lamar, you should do it.
It don't mean it's gonna be real.
Lamar, it's gonna be real, but you the one came up with the suggestion.
And listen,
I'm saying, y'all want to talk about hypothetical matchups? Go simulate it on 2K.
Lamar,
you guys are forgetting DeRozan do not show up when it's time.
Y'all didn't like it when I simulated the 2K games because LeBron
against Gold James.
And then when I did it, y'all like it's fake.
Yes, I did. I watched all of them. I didn't give a damn. I watched all the simulated games.
Video games don't determine a GOAT debate, Lamar.
That's how else you gonna determine it? Talking about hypothetical matchups ain't gonna determine it either.
I mean,
all right, then.
We have to go by what they're
talking about it. Let's stop talking about it. Then let's go by facts. Michael Jordan, the GOAT.
No,
that ain't no fact.
Based on what fact?
6-0 on the final.
It is a
fact.
Based
on what?
6-0 against who?
6-0 versus 4-6.
Jared, hold on. Trunks, why do you have Jordan as the GOAT?
Man, that's the most easiest question in the world, man. The way how he transitioned to NBA, where no one thought the NBA would be in this, amount, won't be in this potential it has in today's game. The popularity he brought to this game, the rings, 6 rings in 12 years, in a span of 15 or 12 years, I believe he won 6 rings.
11 years.
And no loss.
11 years?
No loss.
That's even more impressive. That's even more impressive to his greatness. He won 6 rings.
Can y'all let him give his reasons, man? Come on. Let him cook.
Go ahead, cook.
Yo, cook.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, hold up. Listen, man. In his profession, man, he is the best if you ask me. Or if you want to say Kareem or possibly Bill Russell, just due to his rings when the amount he won, then okay, you guys can argue that. I don't care. But Michael Jordan was named a top 10, was named 10 all NBA first teams, meaning he was the best. He was the 5th best player in basketball for 10 seasons, 10 straight seasons. For 10 straight seasons, he was the 5th best basketball player to ever play the game during his the 80s and also including the 90s. His rookie season all the way up to his last season playing with the Chicago Bulls. You can also add that with 9 all defensive first team selections over the course of his whole career. So that all together, the other side of the court, he was also dominating on that side too, with steals, defensive rebounds, putback dunks, defensive efficiency. It just is defensive, hardness. I love how he just give all he got, his heart, his mentality. He also brings that to the court too, which it doesn't really show on the stat sheet. Jordan also has he won the NBA Most Valuable Player 5 times, so he's a MVP 5 times. He's widely believed. I do believe that he should have won 6 MVPs if you ask me, because he was robbed when Karl Malone took it from him, that pedophile bastard. But I'm gonna let that pass. And
really.
Hey, so when you talk about Kareem, everything that you said, Kareem is either done equivalent to it or more.
It's up to Finals MVP.
What about Finals MVPs? Right. Those don't matter no more. And another thing too, he was one of the first players to win a championship without having a big man. Having a big man. Yeah,
Trunks, I asked you a very simple question, man.
What's up?
I said almost everything you said, Kareem has done it, if to the equal degree, if not more.
10 scoring titles.
Equal degree to not. Okay, so the scoring title. Okay, so he had the scoring title, and then Sue and Magic came along.
No, I said everything. Hold on.
One championship.
Trunks.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said everything that you said. Hold on. I said everything that you said. You just now talking about scoring titles. Previously, you said 0 about scoring titles. I said everything that you just said leading up to. Don't try to add stuff in because you see it in the side panel. Don't try to add the scoring titles in now. I'm saying you talked about MVPs. You said all first team. You said all defensive. These are all things that Kareem has. Kareem has more MVPs. He has the same amount of chips. He's actually been to the finals more. He has more all.
He never lost.
He has more all NBA selections.
Yeah,
MJ never lost. And every time he was always the best player on his team.
And
every
not
time
only
he won
that,
a championship.
Now
Magic came along, and I'm not discrediting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in any way, shape, or form. Because
never losing in the finals. So
that's a big absolute.
Hold on,
MJ never had a Magic Johnson.
Yeah,
come on, Jordan.
Hold on.
Jordan, you had
You gotta calm down, man.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this.
Calm down a little bit.
I'm saying this. You say Jordan 6-0 in the finals. Kareem is what, 6-4?
Listen.
Right? Hold on, Trunks. I'm just trying to get to a point. So Kareem 6-4? Y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think he's 6-4.
Okay, Kareem 6-4. So Kareem in those, how many times has Jordan been to the playoffs? Because Kareem lost 4 championships where he was in the playoffs those years. But in those additional years, his team actually got to the finals. They just got farther in the finals more often than Jordan did for a longer stretch of time.
Kareem won one of those league MVPs, and he didn't even make the playoff.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah, that's what,
and I'm not equating. I'm not going to put the same value as playoff losses to NBA Finals losses. You can never.
But you have to get to the finals. You have to. No. So you basically saying to me that you hold the 4 finals loss. You hold it against Kareem that he got to the finals, but you don't hold it against Jordan that he was losing in the first round.
So we're crediting. So now you want to credit the team that lost in the finals, then the person.
No, I'm not. I'm saying how do you not discredit Jordan for? How do you not discredit Jordan for losing in the first round?
Well, first of all, he was kind of young during that time. He was young. Y'all, yeah, no, don't get that. No, come on, bro. He was young. He was growing as a player. You should know this. You should know this. In the 80s, with MJ and
Trunks, how do you know? Because I know you haven't done the research.
How do you know
Kareem wasn't young when he lost his in the finals?
I know. It's a good. No, he was soon. He came in the NBA. He was like one of the top 5 best players.
How old was he when he lost his first finals?
Shit, I don't know. You expect me to go ahead and do?
How do you know he wasn't young when he was losing?
No, but I'm saying that usually happens. When a player gets drafted in the 80s, their prime comes in the 90s.
What?
Dude,
Right,
their prime, like their best of the best. That's a fact.
No, what I asked you, Trunks, was I don't know what you're talking about there. I said Kareem
I just
lost in the finals. Kareem lost in the finals at a young age, correct? But he was getting there. How come Jordan wasn't getting there at a young age?
And Jordan didn't play before the merger.
I'll give you. Listen, I'm not discrediting what Kareem did in his young age, but still, to say he still lost. I'll never in my life.
But Jordan lost in the playoffs too.
I'll never hold up. But I'll never. Why are we trying to have equal value to playoffs to finals? That can't happen. You cannot do that.
Because there's a difference between losing to a team.
They matter. Don't get me wrong. They matter.
There's a difference when you lose to a team in the first round, or you get kicked out the playoffs early, or where you can get your team to the finals and y'all fought through all the battles to get to the end, but y'all lose at the end to the team that's probably labeled the best team in the league because they win the chip and you're second place. If you lose in the first round, you're not second place. You're like 15th place.
Basically, yeah.
But does it matter more if you win in the finals, or does it matter more if you win in the playoff series?
Well, getting to the finals is an accomplishment. That's why they call it. That's why they.
I disagree with that.
Hold on. Are you saying getting to the finals is an accomplishment?
Not if you don't win.
I'm not. Did I say that?
Not
Did
if
I
you
say
don't win
it?
it.
Now you got my words mixed.
That's a lie. That is a lie.
You gotta win it for it to be an accomplishment, Lamar.
Tripping. Yes, it is.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
You gotta win it to actually make it matter, though, Lamar.
No, you don't.
What?
Lamar asked me why I think Jordan's the GOAT.
6-4 is better than 6-0.
So hold on.
What the hell is wrong with this guy, man?
So wait, so you credit Jerry West for being 1-8 in the finals, man?
GTM.
No, man, come on now.
Yes. Whoa. Time out.
So you can lose all your finals and be good?
I guess Jerry West the GOAT then, huh?
No,
he's
but
been to 10
no,
finals.
he's not
I
the
believe he's the
GOAT.
GOAT. Yeah, he's the GOAT, right?
Okay, so
You like
no,
second place?
How many
but Trunks,
finals
based on your logic, that means Bill Russell's the GOAT.
No. I determined.
Or John Havlicek or Sam Jones.
You determine.
Hold on, but isn't Sam Jones 8-0 in the finals?
Context, Lamont.
You're getting out of context,
Lamont.
You're getting way out of context.
On
I said, if you want to say Bill Russell's the GOAT, go. You got the right to say that. I'm not going to take that with you.
But you got to have a reason to actually make him the GOAT other than rings.
Y'all would rather lose in the first round, second round, third round than the finals?
Yes.
What? You're an idiot, bro.
It's a more damaging loss to your legacy to lose in the finals.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Time out.
Why do you think people
Jordan Knight logic.
You gotta look at
Hold on, let McDuff go. Let McDuff go.
career playoff stats.
Hold on.
We're about to shut it down.
Where's McDuff at? Where McDuff at?
We look at Charles. If Charles Barkley never would have got to the finals, we would be looking at him totally different. If Karl Malone never would have made it to the finals, we would be looking at him totally different. If
Jerry West only made that one.
And y'all let him finish. Let him finish.
If
I'm gonna go to you
James
next.
Harden actually makes it to the finals and leads a team to the finals and not be a bench player, James Harden legacy will be bumped up. Allen Iverson's legacy is bumped up because of the finals, bro.
Mac, they didn't make 10 finals, dude.
Different.
I agree.
I'm out.
They didn't make 10
Paul
finals.
George.
Y'all let McDuff finish.
Paul George
Go ahead, Mac.
legacy. Paul George legacy would be lifted up higher if he makes the NBA finals. I would rather lose 10 times in the finals, bro. I would rather have 10 L's in the finals than never make it.
McDuff, but these
Or
players
then 10 first round exits.
They're not on
or
the
never
level
make
of
the
LeBron,
playoff.
though,
Come on, man.
Give me 10 L's in the finals and then never making it at all. I'll take the 10 L's.
That's ridiculous.
Because at least I take it. And I would.
That mean you
Who
win
wants to
more.
lose in the finals 10 times?
A nigga that ain't never been there.
You would rather
the fuck?
You. If you want to lose in the first round, go ahead.
Yeah, but Jared, see that, Jared, the thing about LeBron getting there 10 times is that just getting there 10 times is like ridiculous amount of times to get to the finals.
Thank you.
It's hard
That's
to do.
amazing. That's great.
It ain't like he just got there. Nigga won 2.
More than half the time.
That's great. He got 4 championships. So what we talking about? He still got championship, right?
No, but I'm saying if you lose more than half of them, is that a good thing?
Well, y'all, Well, think about it.
Hold on. But Joe, hold on. Jared, let me ask you a question. Jared. Did Jordan lose more than half the playoffs that he was in?
I think so. I think he lost like 53% of his playoff series.
No, I'm saying out of every time that he was in the playoffs,
give me the
he won. He lost more than he won the chip.
Yeah, like 53%. Yeah.
So even Jordan,
that's true.
Even Jordan the GOAT, who, yeah, he is because he's been to the playoffs. How many times, y'all?
Jordan?
13 times.
He won it.
I think like
times.
9. Oh, 13 I thought it was 9.
14.
13. He went every year when he was with the Bulls.
So Jordan has been to the play. He's lost more playoffs than he's actually won chips.
Yeah,
that's correct.
But championships have more of a meaning. Come on now, bro. Stop it.
You got to get there. Hold on, but the thing is, the problem is you don't just snap your finger and you're in the finals. You have to battle your way through multiple rounds to get there. So you have to win a lot just to get there. To lose in the first round means you're the ultimate loser because you didn't win shit on the way there. You just got bumped out by the first team you saw. And the team that you lose to in the first round is probably not the best team. Judah says I'm not making sense. Hold on. What? So y'all saying the year that the Seattle Supersonics lost to the Denver Nuggets as an 8. Remember when Denver was an 8 seed, Seattle was a 1 seed.
Mutombo.
So that was. So you saying it was better that the Seattle Supersonics lost in the first round than losing in the finals? You saying you can go to Gary Payton and Sean Kemp and say, "I'm glad y'all lost in the first round instead of the finals."
No,
They're gonna slap the shit out of you
because it's not a finals loss. It's not
no, you're not making just like what this guy said. You're not
talking
making
about 8 being a number 1.
How did that not make sense? Why would you? Why would you want
to? You guys are acting like it's better to lose early in the playoffs than late. So y'all saying the Clippers?
It sort of is though.
The Clippers get kicked out of the playoffs. When the Clippers got beat by the Denver Nuggets, it was better that they lost to the Nuggets as opposed to going to the finals.
That was a choke. I mean, that's a choke.
I don't care what it was.
It's never a good thing to choke.
Lamar, we discredit, and we.
I don't care what you credit. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying y'all make it seem like getting to the finals, like the road there is just nothing.
There is a road to it. We credit it and we discredit it.
It doesn't count for anything.
You get discredited, and that will be put on your legacy regardless.
Right.
If you lose in the playoffs, that's just the whole meaning of sports, man.
You're separating it for.
You lose, you win. But the biggest where it matters the most is the last game to win that championship, that tournament, that Super Bowl, that World Cup, whatever.
Right.
Okay, so Kid Trumps,
it only matters if you get the ring.
So Kid Trumps, are you saying that Iverson doesn't get credit for leading his team to the finals?
He does. What are you talking about?
Oh, hell no. Hey, of course he does.
He doesn't. Hold on. Time out. So you tell me he doesn't get respect as a player?
Bro, y'all just completely contradicted everything you've been saying.
No, I told you. No, I told you.
I swear.
Hold on. In sports, you get.
Oh my God.
No. Kid Trumps, you just said. You literally just said. Kid Trumps, hold on. You just said.
It's got to be a mental illness.
You said you either win or you lose. You don't get credit for losing. But yet when I say does Iverson get credit for going there, you said, yeah, he gets credit for going there. You ready to explain away.
That's
not an outlier. That's not an outlier.
That's one of the rare times where a guy has no help and he drags his team to the finals.
I said, does he get credit for getting to the finals?
Yes. You crazy. You're Charles Barkley got credit,
but he lost.
Got credit.
But Trunks, he lost.
He dragged the team there.
No, I'm not discrediting. Listen. You still got to give respect.
No, with Trunks, you either win or you lose. He lost. Trunks, based on y'all logic, y'all said you either win or you lose. Losing don't. If you lose, it don't count.
I said if you win. I said getting a championship.
There are outliers.
A Super Bowl.
No,
that means more.
Outliers
in the playoffs. That's a fact. That's an honest to God fact.
Said I would rather lose in the first round than lose.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Who said that? Who said
that?
It's
more
damage. Y'all just said that.
To lose in the finals.
I did not say that. I did not say. I said I give credit. I give credit when a player, if he goes to the finals, he lose. That means your team was the second best team. That's still great.
You equating it though. But what you been equating it this whole time for then?
I don't equal it to playoff losses.
Right.
What do you wait? What?
I said why? Is going to be worse than a playoff loss.
Is a playoff loss a finals loss?
No.
No,
Yes,
a playoff loss. Hold up.
A loss in the finals is a loss in the playoffs.
No, it's not.
No.
The finals are separate from the
Come on, y'all.
playoffs.
I'm about to leave.
That's why
Why would I do that?
That's why there's a
Why would I
playoffs
do
and finals
What
in
you can
between.
say about Jordan is he never
Jordan
lost
Night
the
Logic.
finals when he
That's
was
why there's a
supposed to.
finals in between.
I'm
the
telling
playoffs.
you, it's gotta be a mental illness, man. I'm telling you.
Y'all look at LeBron.
Why you gonna argue with intersections, bro?
That's an honest to God fact. You get
It's
so
not an
much
honest to
credit.
God shit. It's Jordan Night Logic, and you
Hold on,
niggas got a
let me get
fucking
some
mental
people in here.
illness.
Hold on, y'all.
You
Hold on,
got
y'all.
the
Hold
mental
on.
illness. You want to be honest.
Hold on, Trunks. Hold on, Trunks.
Kid Trunks. This is
Mac
this
Def,
is
hold
the-
on, Mac Def. Hold on, yeah. I want to get to the people in the chat, yeah.
This is
We got
crazy.
people in the chat with some comments. They say that dudes on the don't know ball. We got a couple people in the chat being strong chat warriors, and I really want to get understanding of y'all basketball knowledge. So I want to invite y'all to hit the link. Like people like Bradley Martinez, man. Look, Judith says drop the link. Judith never hits the link. He's a strong thoroughbred chat warrior.
Hey,
I know he's not hitting the
Judah.
link.
Why y'all? Later, I'm off.
Judah, man, don't be running, man. Click the link. Click the link.
No, Judah, come in the link, bro.
Click the link.
Playoff. Look, y'all. If you lose in the finals, that's a playoff loss. That counts against your playoffs record. All the games, when you look at LeBron's playoff win-loss record, the wins in the finals count towards his playoff record. The losses in it counts towards his playoff record. The finals isn't separate from the playoffs. It's all the playoffs. Jordan's playoff win-loss record, it counts the first round. It counts the finals. It's not separate.
But why?
So,
why
Lamar,
is there a
what
finals
do
in
you
between,
make
not a
of?
playoffs in
All right,
between?
Lamar. And what I'm saying is you got to give credit to teams that battle through multiple rounds to get to the finals. Even if they lose in the finals, if you battled and fought your way there, like I said about the Miami Heat in 2020, yeah, we pretty much knew it was a foregone conclusion that they was going to lose to the Lakers, but they beat some pretty good teams to get there. They beat some teams that we didn't expect them to beat just to get there.
That team will be
Milwaukee Bucks.
Right, bro.
They didn't beat. Hold on, they didn't just beat the Milwaukee Bucks. They won 3 series to get there. So it's a journey just to get there. You have to win. You have to win 12 games just to get there.
But the knock on LeBron is he's lost when his team should have won.
Right.
Okay, so no, the thing is, the problem with that logic is he's only been favored in 2 finals appearances, and he's lost. He's lost. Yes, we know he lost in 2011 where he should have won, where they were favored. But when he was the underdog, based on Vegas odds, tell me a series that you thought they should have won against one of these juggernaut teams that he played. Because he's generally been the underdog going into the finals.
You tripping.
2014
No.
against San Antonio.
Who they play in 2014? The Spurs?
San Antonio.
Yeah, the Spurs.
Bosh missed 55 games that season.
That's a lie, bro.
Wade missed 45 games that season.
No, the Heat beat them the year before, dude.
The year before, what about that year? In 2014, Blood Clot Bosh missed 55 games and Wade missed 45 games. Can you get that or what?
So that was regular season.
They still made it to
bro.
the finals.
Oh wow.
What do you mean so?
They was
Wade's career damn near ended, and Blood Clot Bosh's career did end when Go James left that squad. Ain't that right?
Hey, so how they make it to
They lost by the finals margin.
Hey, bro. So how they
Why was that?
They couldn't play when they got back.
Renegade.
Huh?
If I
How
said
did they make it to the
LeBron had
playoffs?
How did they make it back to
LeBron
the
had a
finals in
team.
Renegade?
Hold on. If I said LeBron
What do you mean?
had a teammate that
They
averaged
didn't make
15
Go
points,
James left after 2014.
I'm talking about 2014. How did they make it to the
Hold on, y'all. Let me show somebody. Let me show everybody this.
Because of the backpack, nigga.
Hold on. Before we go deep into this, because Cube said he's been favored 3 times. So Cube, we're gonna show you.
He trying to use that OKC.
Hold on, the OKC wasn't favored. We're gonna show him right here because a lot of people don't understand betting. Somebody got an echo. So mute your mic, please.
Not me.
So 2018. All right, somebody's still echoing. Who has the echo? Y'all? Let me just mute everybody. All right. 2018. The Warriors were favored. largely over the Cavs. 2017, the Warriors were favored over the Cavs. So y'all see this minus sign? The minus sign means that team was the favorite, if you didn't know. If you have the plus, that means if you bet on the team with the plus, you're going to gain money. 2016, the Warriors were the favorite. 2015, the Warriors were the favorite. In 2014, where they lost, Spurs were the favorite. In 2013, the Heat were the favorite. In 2012, the Thunder, the OKC Thunder were the favorite. Y'all see it right here, minus 175. In 2011, remember, they were only been favored twice. The Heat were the favorite. And in 2007, the Spurs were the favorite. They've only been favored twice. And again, tell me one time when they were the underdog outside of 2011, or tell me a time. Tell me one of these. Tell me the ones that he lost. Tell me out of all the finals that he lost, which ones should they have won outside of 2011?
You said which one they should have lost?
Okay, so outside of 2011, which we all know that's just the low-hanging fruit that y'all like to run to. Anybody with two eyeballs knows that the Heat should have won. We know that. Outside of 2011, which final series did that LeBron's team lost? Which one should they have won?
2014.
Okay,
yeah,
what? Hold on, y'all. In 2014, the Spurs were the favorites. Why do you say they should have beat the team that was favored?
Because they beat them the year before.
Why did you? No. What? Hold on. What I'm saying is, there's no wait. What I'm saying is the year before. You're right. The year before. See, that's how you know these odds are pretty accurate, because the year before, when they won, they were the favorites. Then the year after, they're no longer the favorites, and the Spurs won.
Wait, Lamont.
They lost by a record finals margin.
Hold on, Lamont. There
He was
I think
favorite
you missed
because
it.
he was the best player.
There is one you missing. They missed. You missed in 2020. They were favored in 2020, weren't they? Against the Heat.
Well, yeah, we know they won that one and they were favored.
No,
they won that. We're not talking about the ones they won. We're talking about the ones where they lost.
They lost, yeah.
They won in 2020. We don't even need that on the screen.
Okay, sure.
We're talking about the ones where they lost outside of 2011. Which series were they the favorites and were supposed to win?
None.
Because generally Vegas is pretty accurate on these odds. And the Spurs were great in 2007. The Heat in 2011 were great, and they choked and they gave that one up. We give them ether for that. In 2012, even though it's still closely matched up, the Thunder were still favored.
Right. And
but the Heat overcame and won as underdogs. In 2013, the Heat were favorites.
We're definitely not underdogs in 2012. Like, if you
it don't matter. I'm just telling you right now. You can say that. Hold on, y'all. It's too many people talking. You can say they weren't underdogs all you want. All the odds, all the Vegas odds said the Thunder are the team to win. They're the team to beat. You can't come backtrack now after the fact because of how thoroughly they beat them and try to say the Heat should have been favored. In the moment, before the games were played, the Thunder were the favorite. See, it's easy to go after the fact in hindsight and try to say this should have been this X, Y, and Z. Before anybody played a game, the Thunder were the favorites, and nobody had a problem with it.
No, because the Vegas
there's no buts. That's what it was.
It's the Vegas.
That's what it was. You can't go back and change history.
What's going to get the most?
The only thing that you have now is revisionist history, and you saw how thoroughly the Heat beat the Thunder, and now the Heat didn't look so much like the favorites the way the Heat beat them.
Lamont, Vegas odds are to get people to bet. They're not a good judge. Like that minus 175.
Okay. So if Vegas odds are to get people to bet, no. Hold on. If Vegas odds are to get you to bet, what I want you to do tomorrow is I want you to go on FanDuel and I want you to bet on
Go
all the
against the
underdogs.
odds.
I want you to put
Right.
$100 on all the underdogs, and we'll see how much money you win. You willing to do that?
Lamont, weren't the
No,
Lakers the
Jared,
biggest
shut
odds
up.
favorites
We don't
this
need
year?
to extra discourse.
Shut up, Jared. Shut up,
Look,
Jared.
come on, Jared. This is what I asked him a question. If these Vegas odds are just
I'm
meant
just
for you to
pointing
go
out that
bet,
Vegas
hold on,
odds-
Jason. Hold on. Because you want to say the odds are okay. If these odds are set up to make you think a certain thing, go to FanDuel Sportsbook tomorrow. Bet $100 on. I want you to bet on every NBA game and bet on all the underdogs. Were you willing to do that since these odds are all fixed? Since it's to make you bet, you're gonna bet on all the underdogs tomorrow.
Sure,
And
but
also-
then we would have to make a side bet.
No, then you would lose because you know you would lose.
No,
You wouldn't because you're not stupid.
I might win.
Come on.
Who knows?
Mike.
And odds are that you would lose.
Thank
Well,
you.
then
Come
why
on,
don't
man.
you just bet on all the favorites?
The thing is, Vegas
right?
doesn't see what we've shown here is Vegas isn't always right, but
Mm.
they're overwhelmingly right most of the time about these matchups.
Uh-huh.
They're overwhelmingly right. Nobody said that they're perfect, but for the most part, if they have a team as a favorite, that team generally wins. Now, just like you get lucky in the casino, sometimes you might win, but if you stay in that casino long enough, overwhelmingly most of the time the casino is going to come out ahead. The same
house
with the
always
Vegas
wins.
odds.
Come on, man.
You're not going to beat
and they'll
them.
kick you out.
Their odds are this way for a reason. Is over time they're going to beat you out. You can keep betting the underdog all you want. You might get that underdog once, just like the person who bet on that 16 seed to beat Virginia. I guarantee you they didn't come back the next year and bet $1,000 on a 16 seed.
Lamont, that 2012.
There's because overwhelmingly the odds
under in 2012.
You keep trying to fight against these odds, but you won't put your money where your mouth is.
Look,
you can bet me. You can just bet me heads up on all.
I'm looking at the numbers you're putting on screen.
Here,
right
I'll pull
now,
up FanDuel Sportsbook right now. We can bet $10 on every game. I'll take all the favorites. You take all the underdogs.
It'd be like a 50-50.
Okay, let's bet it. So you want to bet it?
Bet that up.
So you want to bet it? If it's 50-50, you want to bet it?
This dude,
We don't even have to look at the games. I don't even have to look at the games. We'll bet $10 a game. I take all the favorites. You take all the underdogs. It's 50-50 chance you might win.
50-50.
Do you believe that's a 50-50 chance?
It all seems like 50-50 to me.
Okay, so if it's 50-50, then take the 50-50 bet.
Well, that's some good odds, man. 50-50.
Right?
No, see what you're doing, Jason, is after the fact, you're trying to say, they were the favorites based on how they won.
I remember 2012.
After the fact.
No.
Right. What you don't remember is that
the Heat
the Thunder were favorites. The Thunder were favored to win. Unfortunately, that's the reality of it.
How the hell were the Thunder the favorites?
They had a great
first
team.
time in the playoff, in the finals.
I don't know. Ask Vegas.
Whatever. I mean, that just shows
Vegas didn't have the luxury of seeing the games unfold like you have.
No. I mean, the Heat really steamrolled that season.
Because y'all were telling me that LeBron and them should have won in 2014, but they weren't the favorites.
They and those odds are even closer than 2012.
Who was the favorite? And who won? Even in these matchups against the Warriors, right? In the 4 matchups against the Warriors, hold on, Jason. In the 4 matchups against the Warriors, Vegas said the Warriors were favored all 4 times. Who won the overwhelming majority of those matchups? The Warriors. Vegas did get it right. See, Vegas can't predict the suspensions and the flow of the game and all that stuff.
Or Kyrie, right?
But regardless of that, Vegas got it right the majority of the time. Just in those 4 matchups. But we supposed to take your word for it. You don't even bet. You don't even know what these plus minuses represent. We're supposed to take your word for it that the Thunder, that the Heat were favored over the Thunder.
Man, tell LeBron stop picking Russ over DeMar. Magic had
I gotta stop, man. Y'all be acting like these bad odds is just a joke.
Man, tell Rob Pelinka give DeMar extra, give DeMar third year, man.
Kawhi's 2 championships. Kawhi's 2.
I want anybody to take that bet. If anybody wants to listen to Jason, I take all the favorites tomorrow. You take all the underdogs. We can bet $10.
I'm just saying we would need a side bet, right?
We don't need a side bet. We can just bet straight up.
No, bet it straight up.
Remember, you said these odds are just to get
What
people
is
to
the
bet.
side bet?
Who was the
What side bet would you make?
If I make money or lose money, that's a side bet.
What?
Okay,
No, that's big bet.
Yeah. I'll bet that.
That's the regular bet.
That's a dumber bet.
Bet it, Jason.
Yeah, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Oh my
I'll make
God,
that
that's
side bet
what he
with you.
meant.
Hold on. I'll make the side bet with
bet.
you that I make more money than you.
Oh. You know,
Oh my God.
it's also no fun right now because the regular season's almost over, you know.
But now
Just bet it on the next. Just bet it on tomorrow. On tomorrow's games, man.
What's the whole thing if it's not gonna be fun, right?
Hey, Lamar, I got a question, man. How you feel about Magic Johnson basically, telling LeBron that it was his fault picking Westbrook over DeMar DeRozan, man?
Well, it is. Like, this is what we've been talking about all today. It's holding LeBron James accountable for fucking this season up. I felt like him chasing scoring title, fucked up the ebbs and flows of this team. This was not a team where he needed to be a leading scorer. He needed to be more of a facilitator on this team. That cost the game. It don't matter. It don't matter who he facilitates to, because we've seen plenty of times where LeBron James has played with guys and we didn't know who the hell he was facilitating to, and they were still making shots. And then even with Russ, you should have put Russ on point, let him do his thing, deal with the turnovers, and have LeBron James play off ball.
And come off the
You
ball.
should put him in the bench. No, forget all
No,
that.
you don't put Russ on the bench. Russ is too good. That's
Hell no. Man,
No.
listen, they asked him if you could.
Trunks, you got to go for that, man. Come
Russ is a great
on.
player.
What we going to play? Are they going to play Wenyen Gabriel?
Man.
What are you going to play? Wenyen Gabriel? DJ Augustine? Come on, man. Stop it with these dumb takes. Real basketball, you're not benching Russ. Right? The only thing that handed Russ was people telling him not to be Russ. Come on, man. You can't tell Russ, don't be Russ. Go stand in the corner and shoot. And the man ain't never shot spot up threes in his whole career. And you get mad when he misses shots.
He has to have the ball in his hands.
Well, but Jared, that's what we're saying. We're saying LeBron should have allowed Russ to be on ball, let him play his pace, right? And LeBron can fix everything else with his facilitating, because at least they were competitive. They weren't competitive with Russ just standing in the corner, because they became so easy to guard when that happened.
But can LeBron play off the ball?
Yes. We saw it with Rondo in the playoffs.
He played off the ball a couple of times.
Well, I mean, he's never showed a consistent willingness to play off the ball.
It don't matter about willingness. You ask me if he can or if he can't. Yes, he can play
off the ball in his hands. What the fuck he gonna play off for?
But he's had the ball in his hands most of the time, though, Lamar.
It don't matter.
Whose hands do you want the ball in?
Lamar, somebody asked for a link in your chat.
I just dropped it. I just dropped the link. Yeah, I just saying, like, we know LeBron can play off ball. We know for a fact Russ can't.
But this is my thing about, like, the whole LeBron getting the blame for the GM stuff. When they won, Rob Pelinka was GM of the year or executive of the year.
Right. The GM was LeBron.
Yeah, let him finish.
When they losing, oh no, it's all LeBron's fault. LeBron puts his team together. The executives, they still gotta say yes. You know what I mean? We watched The Last Dance where they were saying Jerry Krause was just telling Jordan no. Jordan, I want this guy. No. I want this guy. No.
That's a good ass point what you just said too.
Like,
the fact that Rob Pelinka gets GM of the year when it goes right, but when it goes bad, everybody's talking about Russ is saying. I mean, everybody's saying Bron traded everybody and all this. That tells you the biases in it all. See, and my thing, I never got on the moves. I just said leadership and some of the things he was doing on court that affected this play. Like, I don't care. They got Russ. I thought Russ was a good move. I think everybody thought it was a good move when they got it.
I think the
What you
surrounding
talking about?
pieces, the
What you
surrounding
talking about?
pieces with like Russ, they is all too old. Like number one, Trevor Ariza, wash. Like Melo, wash. Like all these players, Dwight Howard, wash. It was a reason he wasn't playing in Philadelphia. Like all these players is done. Like I don't know what they was thinking, but at the same time, the salary cap situation is so shitty that like it. Like you're just not gonna be able to command certain players. Them keeping THT over Alex Caruso, it was fucking stupid. Fucking THT is horrible. Like you watch the game, I don't know. I'm not a Laker fan, but I got a lot of Laker fan friends, and I don't know what the fuck talent they be trying to tell me this guy has. He's like he relentlessly attacks.
They going by LeBron.
He missed the most layups I ever seen. Like he don't have no jumper. I'm like, yeah, y'all should have kept Caruso.
Yeah, but Winston, but you know what they went off, Winston? Just like I told people, they went off that bogus preseason where he was going off dropping 30 against G League players. And I said, all right. I said he's a bum. I said he was a bum at the beginning of the season, and you need to trade him while he looks good.
THT?
Yeah. THT is not good.
Yeah, LeBron thought he was a star.
No, hold on. See, Jared, with that dumb logic? You said LeBron thought he was a star. No, y'all thought he was a star.
Right.
What? LeBron was praising him, no, Lamont.
You was. You was one of the people talking about You was one of the people talking about LeBron should be playing off ball, giving it to THT.
He needed to come off the ball.
Now you want to backtrack.
He needed to come off the ball.
Now you want it. Now come on.
Wait, LeBron. Hold on.
THT ain't got shit if he ain't got that reverse layup.
Everyone, we got somebody new in the chat. I want to get to him. I want to make sure I get to him. We got Tricky, Nikki. I'm assuming he's a Knicks fan, man. We got to get him in here. What's your thoughts on this, man?
What's good?
No, I'm not a Knicks fan at all.
No, you're not?
I love the Knicks. I'm joking.
I'm about to say, I'm like, man.
Are you guys talking about Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, a little bit of everything. Yes. Russ, where the blame lies with this season with the Lakers, LeBron's leadership, him chasing the scoring title, like what really cost the Lakers this season? Because even with a flawed roster, I felt like they were still good enough to get into the playoffs. Should have been at least.
You know, with the guys they had, definitely. With the injuries they had, I think they still should have made it. You know what I mean? 100%. And I do blame LeBron on this a little bit, but I also blame Russell. I don't know if I can blame AD other than maybe he's not getting into shape, you know? But if you look at LeBron James, he became more of a scorer. Like he felt like he needed to the second half of the season. And so he started to become a scorer, and you're looking at him like, why are you getting 38 points a game? Why ain't you passing the ball? Why ain't you getting other guys involved, getting yourself ready for the playoffs? And I just didn't see it from LeBron this year, to be honest. And I love LeBron. I really do. You know, I wanted to be a Knick a long time ago, but
you know Kyle Kuzma can shoot, right? You know Caldwell Pope can shoot, right? You know that, right? Like, you know, like all those
but they're different types of shooters. See, Kuzma is the type of shooter where he needs to be pulling up off the dribble with it. He's not a catch and shoot shooter. And that's where he struggled with LeBron because LeBron was trying to transform him into catch and shoot as opposed to off the dribble how he likes it. So he would have needed to dominate the ball a little bit more to get his points like he's doing in Washington. Those are not catch and shoot shots. He's coming. They're letting him facilitate a little bit through the offense.
I'd rather Kuzma do with that little bit more in LA than they do what they're doing with THT. Avery Bradley is washed. He's never really been a consistent shooter. He's been decent.
But with your cap space, who else can you get? Then tell me right now, with your cap space, who else was there? Name a better player they could have got on a veterans minimum at the guard spot.
Nobody. Well, Kendrick Nunn never played all season. So
no, I'm saying name a player that's still out there right now. That let's say another team signed this other player on a veterans minimum. What other guards out there could they have signed on a veterans minimum outside of Bradley? That's a better replacement. Because this is all they could work with based on
Victor Oladipo.
Goran Dragic on a veterans minimum, ain't he?
Yeah, but Goran Dragic, but didn't he have to get waived and stuff?
Nah, he got bought out.
And what about Victor? And what about Victor Oladipo?
I'm talking about they got Bradley before the season started.
It comes down to DeMar DeRozan. It really does.
But that's on Pelinka again. He wasn't guaranteed that third year.
Facts. That's on Pelinka. That's not on LeBron.
Even if you had DeRozan, like with
he wouldn't be playing the way he is right now if he was on the Lakers. I'll keep that real.
Because LeBron wouldn't give him the ball.
Yes, he would. Because LeBron just ain't played. What do you think he would be doing the same thing he doing with versus all these other teams when LeBron and them not playing? And then when LeBron does play, he'll just be like a 20-point scorer. DeRozan is a bucket. Just think about how open the game would be for him if he was playing with LeBron. It's already open. He playing by himself. Well, he got Zach LaVine, but
yeah, right.
But let's be honest, nobody really takes Zach LaVine that serious.
No, but like Winston, you got to remember, LeBron turns his players into spot-up shooters.
Nah, D Wade was never a spot-up shooter.
Kyrie wasn't a spot-up shooter.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
They was all doing their own. Like when you good enough, he don't care if you doing your own thing. It's only like
what about Love and Bosh?
That was different because they was in the paint and LeBron got to drive to be successful. He's not like Durant.
And also AD.
But let's just say this though.
AD kind of soft, so like I really like.
But let's just say that. But let's just say that in the end of the day, if they would have had DeMar DeRozan, they'll be better. They'd be in a better position than they would then Westbrook.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Definitely,
I completely agree.
Definitely would.
Yeah, but
again, y'all. Nobody before this season started said DeMar DeRozan was going to come out and have an MVP caliber year.
No, hell no.
Based off the last time we saw him play with San Antonio. So again, y'all going off what you see after the fact. Before, nobody was saying that DeRozan would be a better move than Westbrook before the season started.
But
now that you
I was still, but hold on, Lamont. But hold on, Lamont. I did say at the end of the day, still get DeMar because I knew how bad Westbrook was going to be. I knew he was not going to win a championship with the Lakers.
Who says that?
Everybody
says that about a former MVP of the league. I know how bad this former MVP can be.
Yeah, everybody had to win the title, damn near.
I've never heard that.
I really never. Like, if we want to be serious, like he got that because he averaged a triple-double and all.
That's what I'm saying.
We not gonna act.
I mean, yeah, that is true. He does kind of stat pad.
He was doing the same thing. The same thing he doing in LA, he is doing in all them other places with all them stupid turnovers and stuff. Right. It just we wasn't watching it.
Hold on, Winston. The second half of the year with Washington, Russell Westbrook was arguably a top 3 player in the league, just to get Washington in the playoffs. He was playing lights out basketball.
Can you win a championship?
He was going crazy.
Can you win a championship?
Washington Wizards had no deal turning the ball over.
Hello, y'all. I just want to.
Hold on. Washington had no business in the playoffs. With Russ's turnovers or not, Russ arguably that second half of the season, especially after the All-Star break, you are going to be hard pressed finding players who were playing better. If he was dropping triple doubles on a nightly basis, he was carrying that squad by himself. You can talk about the turnovers all you want, but you're not going to find too many players that was playing better. That's what the Lakers thought they were going to get out of Russ. That's what they thought.
And let me ask everybody. Hold on, I just want to ask everybody on this panel when they got Russell Westbrook, except the LeBron fans and the Lakers fans. Who really thought they were going to win a championship with Russell Westbrook? Please tell me.
They were the favorites.
They were the favorites. I didn't really think that at all.
They were the favorites.
I did.
A lot of people did though, bro.
Because you got to think
I'm
about
not one of those
that was before they made the other moves.
I would say I didn't think they were going to win a title, but I thought they would definitely be in the finals. I did.
Everybody thought they were
right. Everybody thought that.
No,
everybody thought they were going to be better than what they is.
And look, and you know what? I'm going to show you a stat right here. I'm going to show you everybody who thought that it would happen. Again, it wasn't just us. We ain't the crazy ones.
Exactly. And then I just thought about the premise of Westbrook.
What does it say? 2022 preseason odds. The Nets and the goddamn Lakers.
Second favorites. Yeah, they were the favorites come out the West.
What do you mean?
Like the premise of
the Nets and the Lakers were the favorite. Were the odds-on favorites to be in the finals.
Yep. And I deserve credit in because I said they weren't going to the finals with Westbrook, and everybody called me on that.
You were like in the minority though, Kenzo.
I mean, but if you look through this list, look at the other teams that fell out of this. I mean, the Hawks dropped significantly. They even had the Clippers before the injuries up in here. That was just with Paul George. I mean, these things change after we progress, and so we have the benefit of hindsight. We could be like, I told y'all so. It wasn't too many people walking around talking about the Lakers wasn't going to be in the finals before the season started.
Hell no.
I mean, come on, though. Everybody was bragging. Hold on, you were all bragging, though.
No, but in the moment, people did think they were going to the finals.
I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. Like you acting like you was the Swami that said the opposite.
I'm not saying I was the Swami, but I'm just saying I was saying it though. I was saying it.
You was just hating.
Come on, man. You think it was hating? Hold on, you think it's hating? Hold on, you think it's hating? Hold on, I didn't hate. There ain't no hate in this. I really didn't.
Nah, I think you were.
Hold on. Let me say this. There ain't no hate. I said it right here and I said West was the greatest of all time in regular season, but when it comes down to championship, he really is. He's a great player.
Let me go to some of the new people. I'm gonna ask the two new people the question that I pulled up. I'm gonna start with Tricky. If you had to put your finger on one thing that could have fixed the Lakers this year, say you could have jumped into Vogel's shoes and you could control, what change would you have made at the All-Star break that you felt Vogel missed out on? I'm going to start with Tricky first, then I'm going to go to Winston.
I would have tried to make a trade at the deadline right after the All-Star break.
Would you have pulled that trigger on the trade with Houston to get Wall and get the big man Christian Wood?
I would have got rid of Russell Westbrook right away. Period. Yep. And then if I were to do something else, it would have been to add in maybe a point guard that could get LeBron off the ball a little bit more, because Russell Westbrook isn't a traditional point guard. He's more of a shooter. He's a slasher towards the hoop, and then when he's trying to shoot his threes, when he can't slash, he's missing a lot of them. So to me, like, if I look at it, and I'm looking at my Knicks the same way, the way I do it, but it's just LeBron needed a little bit more help, and LeBron had to become the scorer. So in my opinion, I would have tried to move Westbrook and get somebody else. I think they would have been better just getting two guys for $20 million per and giving up that $43 million contract Westbrook has.
I agree, because I think what you said right there, I think teams are starting to figure out how to combat the super teams, and you combat the super teams with overwhelming depth. That's what I've seen. If you look at the Bucks, if you look at the Heat, the teams that didn't load up with the superstar power, they are loading up with a lot of depth, and they're saying when them starters go out, our bench is gonna outscore you. We're gonna do all types of stuff, and you better hope none of your stars get an ankle sprain. Nothing like that. So I think you're right.
I just want to give a quick rebuttal to what he said. That is a fact. Like, if you're looking at these teams, like when this season started, I thought Lakers Nets finals. I saw 3 stars on each team. And then I saw Carmelo, and I'm like, I knew Carmelo wasn't going to do much, but he did play well in Portland. So I'm looking at it, and I'm like, well, you got the Nets here, you got James Harden, Kyrie, and then the mandate happened with Kyrie, and then Harden wanted out. So everything basically just changed this year. It was a really crazy year if you look at it, but if you look at the teams that are actually going to win it, is teams like Phoenix, Milwaukee. The teams that have depth, they got a couple of good guys, and they got a solid guy, handling the point.
Mavericks went to the finals, by the way. But
I'm still disappointed the Clippers and the Lakers didn't go.
Hold on, it's on Winston. Let me hear from Winston real quick. Go ahead.
What I would have did if I was Vogel, I'd have kept a consistent lineup. Like he and I would have stopped playing people that like are almost useless. Like they're playing like Austin Reeves, and some of those guys are kind of useless. You're not consistently making shots, and you're supposed to be out there for defense, and people are consistently busting your ass. So I'd rather all right, I'm going to just throw Russ out here. We're going to throw Westbrook. We're going to throw Westbrook. We're going to throw LeBron. I'm going to throw Malik Monk. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to say, well, shit, we're going to have to play like the Nets and try to outscore you, because Like we're already playing bad defense, and the people we're playing to play good defense aren't playing good defense. So they're kind of, and then they're not good on offense. So like we're wasting time with these play. Like you could like I see like a winning Gabriel. Like you can kind of get away with him. You know what I'm saying? But like Austin Reeves, like Stanley Johnson, like all these 10-day dudes, they're kind of wasting their time on that. Like Frank Vogel wants that hard grit type of player, and that's not what this team needs to be successful, because that their little defense that they are playing is not enough to impact the game enough. Like we can't like they're already kind of lagging off Russ. We can't have them lagging off 3 out of the 5 players on the court.
Hey, I want to say something though to everybody on the panel. Salute. It's nice to meet all you guys. I do want to say one thing. This is the first time I've ever found this show, FYF, Sports Debates. Never even knew it existed, you know. So everybody in the chat, hit those likes. Do what I just did. Subscribe. Hit that all reminder bell. Select all. Make sure you select all so you get all the updates. Hit the likes. Smash the likes. Thank you.
Facts.
Well, I was just going to say, to be honest, the Lakers are already an offensive team. They pull up a lot of points. That's how they beat all their opponents, really, because they scoring a lot of points.
They just get blown on defense and turnovers.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
they're not really scoring a lot of points though. Like LeBron, like just pay attention to when LeBron doesn't play and when LeBron does. LeBron scored a lot of those points. Those other guys aren't really scoring like that.
When I remember in that Nugget game, like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I believe, I can't remember. They scored 114 points or 180 points, right? And I saw a couple of role players putting up some points a little bit, just a little bit, like 10 to 12, 13, 14, 15 points, so around there. They can put up the points,
but the problem is like the Mark Phillips dude, Supreme Dreams, the anime guy. He did a video on that, like. It was like some guy, he was in the gym and he was going crazy. And then it was like, put him on LeBron team. And he just started doing the complete opposite, like straight, he's taking the same shots, but he's missing everything. That's really what be happening. LeBron plays, these dudes do not be doing the same thing. I'd be like, bro, you even more open than you was 2 games ago when he wasn't playing.
Yeah, but if you look at it, Winston, like, and you think about it in facts, in reality, like, they literally have like 4 players that are good on that team that are veterans, right? And they got a lot of young guys, and these young guys can't be taught if everybody's getting hurt all year. And so when I think about it and I look at the Lakers, nobody expected them to be 31. What are they, 31 and 47 right now?
Yes.
I mean, that is terrible.
31, 51.
Think about that.
But remember
you
what?
got
Remember, y'all.
LeBron.
Hold on, but y'all remember with Malik Monk? He kind of exposed some things why the young players couldn't get better. He said every time mistakes happen, he said the old guys is just blaming the young guys. And there's a multitude of plays this year where I can look to LeBron, Russ, AD, and Melo, and I'm like, they fucking up far more than the young guys. Far more than the young guys.
What I'm saying, FYI.
So he kind of brought you into that circle that some of the things we don't see, and it's just like you got the inner turmoil. It's probably a divide in the locker room with the young guys and the old guys. It started to show on the court because you got old guys. Probably the old guys is fucking like it looked like I don't know what was going on, but the older guys look like they were just being lazy on defense.
And this is what
a lot of them old dudes are washed too. Like
yes, but I thought this is why I was disappointed LeBron a little bit. I thought LeBron would teach these youngsters like where to be at, put them, and lead them. That's why I was like, talk to them, like don't bring them down, because bringing them down ain't gonna do nothing but make things worse. That's what I thought he was gonna do, like teach them, show them some things.
LeBron has never done that. LeBron has always had veterans. He's never like. Why do you think? Because
that's why they didn't want Wiggins.
Exactly. That it realistically. Do you know how raw Andrew Wiggins would have been with him and Kyrie? Like
he wouldn't have been ready for another 4-5 years.
But
hey,
no,
that would have been better than Love.
No, you got to think about it. You think about like LeBron would have turned him into like a mini art. Like he could have turned him into like a defender. Like the defense he's playing, the defense type of defense he plays now for the Warriors, and that a little grit grind. Like he'd have been way better than that'd have been way better than Kevin Love.
So y'all don't think LeBron's talking to these youngsters saying this is what you got to do? Let me teach you. I thought he would.
No, he doesn't have. Well, LeBron's a win now type of player. That's why, like, it in every situation he comes to, okay, boom, I'm gonna fuck your salary cap up. I'm gonna get rid of all your draft picks because we about to win right now. And then after I win, I might, if you don't keep doing what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna bounce. But so like he's a win. He's always in win now mode. So like I don't have time to be. If you're 2 years out from being great, I don't have 2 years.
Well, what he's done is he's taken vets and he's gotten vets to play above expectations.
Yes.
He hasn't really taken young guys fresh in the league and gotten them.
Oh, good point. When you say that, yeah, tell you the truth. I can't think of one time in his career when he did this.
Look, but y'all just use Mo Williams as an example. Mo Williams was a average guard, but he had time in the league. Plays with LeBron, he's an all-star.
Yeah,
but he already had the vet experience.
But that's really what I was trying to say like 2 hours ago is there's two things you're looking at when you're looking at Jordan, Bird, and Kobe is one, the ability to just, put your will on the game that LeBron has, right? We've seen LeBron just take over and put will. But the second thing those three other players did was they took the players they had and made them into what they needed to win championships. Bird did that with McHale, and Kobe did that with Powell, and Jordan did that with Pippen.
But I don't want to say Powell was a rookie. I don't think so. Powell wasn't a rookie.
None of them people was young.
Yeah, but Powell didn't have that toughness.
Kobe actually did terrible with young guys.
Powell had to
like
Kobe didn't.
Hold on, did you say Kobe did terrible?
Yeah.
Hold on. When Kobe had Smush Parker and Kwame and them, boy, he was
Come on, man.
He hated
Look
that
at
shit.
what's that Asian dude named Linsanity. Look what he did to Linsanity.
What do you mean?
Well, he has to.
What do you mean? He got tired of Kobe always at his rack. You feel me?
Well, hold on. The reason I said what you mean by it, because I saw him teach Jason Tatum, and Jason Tatum praised Kobe. Then he teach Kawhi a little bit of some stuff. Kawhi Leonard praised him. Like I was
the same team.
These people don't play with him.
I thought you was talking about like teaching. I was talking about teaching. Like I was going by his teaching. Like he's teaching these guys to play. And all that stuff. That's what I was saying.
Kobe was done by that time. You got to think like he was just at that point in his career. He's kind of collecting a check.
Hey, that's a great point, Winston. Great point. Because that's what I was going to say about LeBron right now. I think he already feels he brought one championship to LA, and I feel like he's checking out. But he wants to make sure to save his own reputation. Listen, to save his own reputation. Hey, I'm going to get my points. I'm going to have the best season of my career, possibly one of the best seasons. I'm going to do it, and everybody else could take the ball. Everybody else can take the ball. But honestly, it's LeBron's job to get these guys to come together. And Kobe actually did that.
I don't know about that. The only reason
that is true. That is
true. That is true. The reason I said I don't know about that is because his tweet. He said, "I'm gonna prove everybody wrong, shut everybody up, basically, by winning the championship."
But I think once they
my only thing.
Once they consistently started losing, I think that's when LeBron's focus shift to like, okay, well, shit, it's year 19. If I win the scoring title, what y'all gonna say?
That's exactly
and I think,
the
and
point.
you know what, Winston?
Good job.
That's perfect right there. I think his focus shifted from winning to just chasing records. And it was clear because they weren't winning, but yet he was still getting the statistical outputs needed to get to the scoring records.
Because he's like, if I'm gonna only score 23 and get 10 assists and we're still gonna lose, fuck them other 5 assists. I'm just gonna get 30 and I'm gonna get like I'm getting my 30.
So Lamar,
LeBron wants his ring. He wants it. And
so Lamar
so whack this season. But he just doesn't feel like he can win a championship with this team,
So
Not this season.
He already mentally. LeBron's already mentally preparing for next year. What they're going to
Yep.
do with
Yeah.
Russ
Because stat pattern.
Because at the end of the day, I thought the premise of having Russ was a good thing. Like, okay, because like you look at last year, LeBron missed time, AD missed time. Okay, so either one of those guys missed time, we could get Russ to come in there and do Russ, and it's not gonna affect the team in the win-loss category because we know Russ can still win some games out there because he's a good enough player to do that. But when that was not happening, he's just like, all right, well, this is not gonna work. We gotta get off him because now we don't have any cap room. Like I wouldn't have somebody said they would have did the John Wall deal. I wouldn't have did that just because John Wall hasn't played in 2 years, so I really don't know.
But it wasn't about John Wall. It was about John Wall and Christian Wood.
Yeah, somebody else is coming with them.
They need strength and numbers now. Like their numbers were getting thin. You're relying on guys off the street like DJ Augustine and stuff to play. They just needed active bodies to go out there and compete. Christian Woods competes. You can say whatever you want about him, but he's out there competing.
Yeah, I give you that.
Same with John Wall. John Wall's out there going against the young guys in practice. He's competing. If I could get two competitors and get rid of Rush, who just doesn't fit well with the system, I got to pull the trigger.
And that goes back. That goes back to the point. That goes back to the point, though, where we're saying you need depth
for that.
You need depth.
I'm not giving up my pick for that.
And have two of them
out.
Winston,
tell me the last time. Tell me the last time the Lakers had a meaningful draft pick anyway.
No, I'm just not gonna give up my pick.
But how valuable is the pick when you never use them anyway?
Because this is how you could take the same pick.
We're gonna hear you.
Okay, this is the difference. The difference is if you wait till the summer, I could put Russ with the 2027 and the 2029 first round picks. So that's 2 first round picks and go try to get someone else.
Okay, but here's the problem. Now you have to bank on somebody wanting to take Russ on and be happy with the 2 picks.
No.
Who has the cap space? Because you got to think 2 things have to happen. I got you next. No, but 2 things have to happen. The Pacers have to have equal salary to match coming back in.
You can they have to and
hold on. First of all, you're making it seem like the Pacers are actively just trying to get rid of Brogdon. And that's not even enough money by itself right there. You got to match.
You got to throw somebody else.
Yeah, that's be Warren. That's be Warren too.
Okay, but I'm saying even if you do that, the Pacers are going to deplete themselves just for 2 Laker picks and Russ, who you can't use because it's not going to fit well with Tyrese Halliburton.
You got to think. You got to think about it like this. Well, you got to think about it like
it don't benefit the Pacers to do that.
But them picks are going to be valuable because how long you think it's 2022 right now, and we talking about 2027 and 2029. LeBron's not going to be playing. So if things are going how they're going now, if LeBron leaves that team, they're way worse than they already in a position. So that could be the fucking second pick.
The Lakers I believe Russ is going to be a Laker next year. They've completely emptied all resources. They have no more picks or resources to trade. They gave up everything trying to get AD. They're not going to you're stuck with AD, Russ, and Bron. You're going to have to figure it out next year.
I think if nobody takes a trade for him, I think they'll buy him out.
To me, I think they should go trade for.
Why would you buy out Russ?
Why?
See, we finna go to another topic, and I want to comment on what y'all was just, BSing on.
Go ahead, one cool P.
Go ahead.
This Woods contract that y'all talking about, you pulled the trigger on. I heard you say Lamont. Here's the problem with them pulling the trigger on it. First of all, the deal was straight up Russ for John Wall, right? Later, when the Lakers was seriously thinking about doing the deal, Rockets come back in and say, "Hey, can you take this Woods contract, which is a bad contract for them?" Lakers woulda, coulda took it, but it would have put them $30 million over the salary cap, hard salary cap. They'd have been in the luxury tax paying that $30 million. That's why
And
they
the,
didn't do it.
and Jeannie
Carry
Buss
on.
only they family only own the Lakers, so they don't really they only got basketball revenue coming in, so they're not really trying to go too much over that cap like that.
Yeah.
They're not trying to
And
get
that's what the
tax.
problem.
Hold
And
on, the
that's what
Lakers
the
are already
problem with
over the
taking.
cap.
Right.
Yeah,
So
no,
and if they
but
had
they don't want to be in the luxury
if they
tax.
had a took Woods' salary with that trade, that would have put them paying $30 million in luxury tax. That's why they didn't do that deal.
Right.
And the only reason you do that deal, only time you really want to go into the cap like that is if you know for a fact your team is going to be in the playoffs and you can make that money back.
Right.
Or make the championship, make it to the
They
championship.
didn't have any cap room.
Okay, I waited all that time just to say that. Now you boys carry on.
Okay. Didn't I also hear the trade before for Pal Siakam, and look how he's performing right now? I say, yeah, like the
who?
Raptors, the Raptors,
Siakam.
yeah. Then they was talking about trading him before. That's someone who's playing good right now. And I say, yeah, I say they should have went after him, the Lakers.
Nah, they had a trade for Kyle Lowry last year, but they didn't want to put in
THT.
Taylor Horton bum. Like they will put his bum ass in the trade. So
They thought they could potentially build around THT.
I don't know why, but you know what I'm saying? Hey.
As far as that DeRozan thing, the problem with that, and I don't know why Magic missed that or why he didn't say it or why he wasn't, maybe he just maybe he just wasn't up to the knowledge, but DeRozan came on Shannon Sharp podcast, not on the show with Undisputed, but on Shannon's podcast.
Yeah, Club Shay Shay.
Thank you. Unc's show, and he came on there and he said the only reason the deal didn't get done is because the Lakers Plinka didn't want to do him 3 years, and he wanted to do 3 years. So I think that stalemate talk stopped, and then they diverted to a different direction, especially when the Russ Avenue came up. But Rosen said the deal was done, and he was happy and was headed towards the Lakers. He was taking a pay cut and everything, but he wanted 3 years, and Plinka didn't want to give him but 2. And him and his agent said deuces, and then the Russell shit picked up stronger.
I think Jeannie Buss got to do something better in that front office because, like,
Jeannie Buss need to get rid of Phil Jackson and the Rambuses out of her ear. Because see, Phil Jackson, it's already in records that Phil told Vogel not to bench Russ.
But you can't. Realistically, who you gonna bench Russ for? Like, that's just like so disrespectful. Like,
Why? Why? Because he make all that money?
Like, no, because he's better than all them other guys you're gonna try to put in the lineup.
How is he better when he's playing the way he's playing? He's like that cow that gives a great bucket of milk and then turn around and kick it over.
If he's playing poorly, I agree with her.
No, I don't care how poorly he's playing. He's better than DJ Augustine, Malik Monk. Like, there's nothing you can say. There, in no reality, in no shape, form, or fashion, are any of those other guards on that roster better than him.
It may be addition by subtraction, though.
The game seems to have more energy and more flow, and the guys seem to want it more when Russ ain't up there. Every time you turn around, we running back on defense, and dude up here just chunking up shots and ain't letting nobody get set, this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. So
yeah,
why
it don't
not
seem like they
all the turnovers.
It seems like they don't want to now end with LeBron then.
Well, I mean, shit, season over with. 1, 2, 3, Cancun.
They're done. They're done.
People got plans in mind. They already setting dates. It's like,
niggas trying not to get hurt.
You know what?
I'm just not. Frank Vogel is not a really. Number one, this is where the Lakers went wrong. The reason they suck like this is because they want too much front office control on the court. Like when Ty Lue, when they didn't hire Ty Lue because Ty Lue said, number one, I want 5 years, and number two, you're not gonna pick my staff. That's when I knew it was all downhill. Because Frank Vogel is just like he's traditionally been a loser. His team has always played hard defense. They never been known for offense. They got a lot of dudes that can play good offense on their team. that he doesn't know. Like if you look at the backup coaches, Phil Handy, and all those other guys they have, they're like mostly offensive coaches. They're so like when he doesn't have anybody that's like relatable to him on his staff. His staff does not match him at all.
Can I say something real quick? Like I didn't see you pop in because I ran to the kitchen real quick in the bathroom, but can I ask you what your name is, girl? No, your nickname. That way I can respect you that way. You know what I'm saying?
One Cool P.
One Cool P. Okay, so
he called me
cool
girl
P.
FYF. Hey.
Shoot that shot.
Come on.
But go ahead, young man.
One Cool P though. So you know, like I kind of agree with your point. Like Russell Westbrook maybe in that second unit would have been better, because I look at the New York Knicks and my team, and I look at them and I go, well, we got Derrick Rose. We put him in our second unit. The only disagreement I would have is Derrick Rose is making $10 million per year and Russ is making what, 40 something.
And Derrick Rose is literally a shell of himself.
So
that's
the only point I wanted
Derrick
to make.
Rose when had all them ACL injuries, do you really think he was Russ before Russ? And we talking
Russell Westbrook not a shell of himself?
No.
Not yet.
No. He's just playing in a different situation that he never played in before.
That's what I'm saying.
So like maybe if say in fact they do keep Russ. So say they don't buy him out, they don't trade him, he will be way better next year than he would be this year.
Yes.
I mean, when you get to where you miss that many simple layups, I mean,
come on,
but you got to think over the summer he's going to work on that, because he's older, he's losing.
Wait a minute. He got triple doubles in all these teams and all these years, with some of that being these layups. How you come over here and miss layups? It's the same goal, the same height, it's in the same square. It's just in a different, it's a team that you came to and played a few times, so
he
shit
was
didn't change.
Literally missing them same layups.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. I'm just trying to figure that out. I'm just going to discuss just the layups.
He was not watching, and he had the ball in his hands a lot more. So for every layup he missed,
so how is you missing the same amount of layups with the ball in your hands less, and you got niggas putting you in the better position to succeed, nigga? How is you fucking up even worse than you ever did?
Easy. He never been in that position.
What they got with you still missing layups?
Like,
come on, man.
I mean, the simplest thing in the world. I mean, everybody missed sometime, but this dude missed about how many a game?
Come on, man.
I mean, he's an NBA professional. You can't miss layups like that, especially when he's a superstar like that.
He's not a superstar
in front of your home. I mean, they said how many family, friends, cousins, schoolmates, classmates, college mates. They had what, over 50 something people there to see him one night.
If you look up,
nigga say he about to go in year like 16. And he want him to work on layups, huh?
No, if you look up Russ when he plays
Shit, I can make layups.
When Russ plays in LA, he's traditionally been bad. If you look it up, when they played in LA, Russ is tradition. I know he had the 20-20-20, but if you think about it, when he played in LA, he has traditionally been bad over his career.
Then he shouldn't have never wanted to come back there. Okay, when he first told LeBron, hold on. When he first told LeBron and AD at LeBron's backyard, and he first told them, "Hey man, I appreciate it and everything, but I think I'm gonna stay in Wizards." He should have kept his ass in Wizard land. Okay, he should have stayed there. He waited till 10 minutes before they got ready to pull the trigger on going a different direction to call and say, Hey man, is that offer still open? I think I want to come. I changed my mind. And now everybody's scrambling trying to accommodate you.
The thing is that also, my bad, Cable.
No, go ahead. I was done. I'm not a big Russ fan, if y'all can't tell. Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
We could definitely tell.
No, Russell Westbrook though, I think he wore himself out getting 4 years of triple doubles.
Then don't come here being the bullshit.
Right, and don't come here giving me a $40 million contract. So that's on Rob Pelinka, and that's
No,
on,
they didn't
on,
offer him, sir. They didn't offer him that contract. That was
But they,
already his
I
package.
know, but
they
they
accepted.
signed him. They took him in.
Okay, that's fine, but you made it sound like they gave him some bonus money for coming. Okay, I just want to clarify that we're on the same page. Carry on.
And I'm just saying, like you
Well,
bring
you
a
guys
guy in
are
like
thinking
that.
about.
Hold on, y'all. But look at it like this. Ever since Russ transformed this game, just go with the month of March, which was one of the Lakers' worst months. Russ averaged 19 points a game, 7 assists, 6 rebounds, with 3 turnovers a game. Is he the problem?
No.
Right, when they lost to the Houston Rockets in overtime, he dropped 30 points on 50% shooting, on only 2 turnovers. Is he honestly the problem?
That
I
game's
was
on
playing
LeBron. He has to
fine.
take that last shot. He had that dunk and he passed it.
Yeah, but you shouldn't even be in a last shot situation against the Houston Rockets.
But they're always
How
going
many
to be
shots?
in
How many shots did he take to get that?
They're always going to
He
be.
shot 11 to 21 from the field, 52% from the field.
They're
That's not
always going to
bad.
be in situations like that because they're old and teams are just.
And he actually
running
made
them.
7 to 8 free throws.
They're
So he
getting
didn't-
ran.
Okay, you gave me
He don't have
2-3
5
games.
games like
Give me
that.
some more of them.
It's like
I can
when
give
you're
you
at
more.
the Y.
Okay, because right now, Russ sound like I said, that cow that gives you a beautiful full bucket of milk
Hold
with
on.
absolutely almost no help, and then turn around and say, you know what, just for the, I'm gonna kick it over and kick
Look,
it over.
I could give you more. So we can go from the Utah game. So on March 31st, they played Utah. They lost. Russ had 24 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 turnovers. They lost. He shot 50% from the field. He made 6 to 10 from the free throw line.
All right,
That's not a horrendous stat line where I'm looking at Russ saying he cost us the game.
What I would say though, with Russell Westbrook, if you look at him, he played well these last 12 to 14 games. He's been playing really great.
Oh, the entire month of March he played well.
And then, but you look when he started playing well, LeBron was out, and AD was out. I mean, so what is it without?
I don't believe so because
if
if you look back to November, this might have been his best month with the Lakers. The only thing wasn't the November. That was his highest turnover month. But and so when you think he had some big games, he had a big game against Sacramento, Detroit. They won both those games. He had 4 and 3 turnovers. Solid game against Indiana where they won. Another good game against Detroit. They beat San Antonio where he was kind of quiet right there. That was actually a bad game for him. But against Miami where they won, he dropped 25 points, 14 assists, 12 rebounds, triple-double in the win against Miami. They beat Charlotte in a tough game. He drops another triple-double, 17, 12, and 14. Even against Houston back then, he dropped 27, 9, and 7 on 3 turnovers in a win. When you go back and look, when they allow Russ to be Russ,
hey,
they're much more competitive.
FYF, I just joined your show tonight. Thank you for allowing me on. I need to know your clear understanding, your point about this team. Do you honestly, what I'm hearing when you say all these things, I'm hearing Frank Vogel. That's all I'm hearing.
Yeah, I believe Frank Vogel is the issue because it's just like what Winston was saying before he fell out. I think Vogel was trying to play around too much. When you're changing lineups consistently, nobody understands what their role is. I know the injuries hurt, but the thing is, have a consistent lineup. Like if an injury does happen, make sure the guys know, okay, if AD goes down, this is who the starter is. If LeBron goes down, which they saw, this is who the starter is. Like don't be switching it up. Like one week, Austin Reeves is in the rotation. Next week, he's out of the rotation. How does that work? And then fans can't understand it because he's actually been playing pretty hard. All right. One week, Melo's in the rotation. Next week, Melo's out the rotation. Like, I don't understand this. Like,
and then I think
also what he does is too, he tells this guy at this time you going in and at this time you going in. It's like the teams already know well, LeBron is going out in the third quarter at such and such time, and he's not going to come back in until the fourth quarter at such and such time. We can go in there and feast. And he has everybody on that same kind of time clock. You already know what time. He doesn't adjust to the game. He adjusts to what he feels like, how many minutes each one of these players should and shouldn't get. No, adjust to the game.
He's not good at in-game adjustments. His game, his
kind of what I just said.
His game plans for a game are on 10. Like if he might come in and say, oh, like if you look at the playoffs when they went in the bubble, okay, like you think about the Denver series, or we're gonna play Dwight this series, but the series before versus the Rockets, we're not playing you, Dwight. Dwight ain't play none. So like his like game plans are like on 10. But like she said, in the game when they switch and do something else, I don't know what he be doing.
But
like,
look, we have a recent example against New Orleans, up 23 early in the game. Now New Orleans make a few adjustments. They come back in the game and end up winning. How does that happen in a game that's a must-win, playoff caliber type game? You got to be able to make adjustments. You got the 20-point, 3-point lead, so you know you're good enough to play with this team. You just got to maintain and hold it. How did that happen?
Because Vogel has a time clock as to which player is going in when from the time the tip off go till the end of the game.
Yeah, it's almost
he's not making any adjustments according to whatever the other team does. Which is why Russ, by the last few minutes of the fourth quarter, he's a little burnt out. His shots is not falling. Whatever good that he might have been doing, I did say might for all y'all that didn't hear it. Whatever good he might have been doing in the early part of the game, now he become a total F up come the last 3, 4, 5 minutes. I'm sitting over in front of TV. Please take Russ out. Please take Russ out. Oh, he made it. Oh, yes, he made it. Okay, don't do it again. Take him out. Take him out before he start fucking up.
You know, so everybody in the chat knows, though, and I know nobody here knows a little bit about Tricky Nicky. I'm on nothing but Knicks. I'm on a lot of Knicks broadcast shows and stuff. But I love basketball in general. Like I watch Luka Doncic. I'll watch any team. I watch LeBron a lot.
Second best player in the league.
Yes, and when I'm looking at when I'm on this panel, I want you guys to know that I'm actually from Michigan. I'm wearing a Lions hat, and so my Knicks suck. My Lions have been sucking for years. I got my Tigers that made a couple World Series, but they still suck. So you guys know, hit those likes, get those likes up, subscribe, hit that all reminder bell for you know. And then I just want you guys to know, like, but I am Tricky Nicky, and what I grew up to was my bad boy Pistons. I was born in 1979. I watched the Lakers. I watched Kareem. I watched Magic Johnson, and I watched Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, Bill Laimbeer finally get past them. I watched Jordan. I watched my Knicks, and that's when I became a Knicks fan. Because Michael Jordan beat my Pistons. I wanted the Knicks to beat Jordan. Never happened. But and then I became a Kobe fan. I kind of did. I really did become a Kobe fan. So you guys know a little bit about my history, just so you know where I'm coming from. And I'm not here to troll or anything like that. It has nothing.
No, you fine, man. Even if you came here to troll, man, I troll people. I don't mind it.
No. But honestly, Kobe Bryant was. I honestly think I would rank him third all time.
You Walla.
Oh shit!
I got him at 11.
Let's not do this.
I got Michael Jordan.
Let's not do it.
I got Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Kobe.
Yeah,
where's LeBron?
I don't knock that third.
Yeah, you
hey, let me ask you a question about the Lakers though, because a lot of people say Vogel should have made adjustments. But when I look at this roster, like as a coach, you got to look down at your bench, and you like, okay, what's the answer? So let's say Brian needs a break. And you got to look down on your bench, man. And you got William Gabriel, you got DJ Augustine, you got Kent Bazemore, Wayne Ellington, all staring at you. Because you know when the coach looked down the bench, all of them they lock eyes. You're always trying to lock eyes with the coach because you want him to call your name. You got all these people locking eyes with you: DJ Augustine, Wayne Ellington, Kent Bazemore, Trevor Ariza, all these Austin Reeves. Who you calling to come in for Brian? confidently.
And that's my.
The dude that used to play the Joker to sit on the sidelines at Laker games.
I'm just saying because like this is the things that Vogel got to deal with when he looked down that bench. Like, and then imagine if Russ also gets tired and calls for one while Brown is on the bench, and then you look down the bench. You can't call Brown just yet. He ain't ready. What you call it, man?
That's what I was just trying to say, Lamont. Like
it's like that's is
what I was gonna say, Lamont. Like I understand that people want to bring Frank Vogel because how he, his coaching, how he been coaching, all this the adjustment. I get all that. That is true. But 31-47, I can't blame all that on him or most of that on him either. That's why I said it just to me he ain't at fault. It's the players because he ain't got much to work with, and that's why I say it's the players. And AD and LeBron, because that should be enough to still make the playoff. You talking about AD, Russ, and LeBron, y'all still can't make the playoff. I mean,
but
come on,
AD missed more games than he played, so they ain't really
I know,
had
but
AD.
But here's the problem when I look at my Portland team, and we got 27 wins with a whole bunch of players that I know none of y'all know. None of y'all know CJ
Anthony
Ellis.
Simons is cold.
No. And Simons is out. Dame is out. I'm saying, do you know CJ Ellerby? Do you know Trenton Watford? These is my starting lineup. But do you know Brandon Williams? That's just, do you know these guys? Like I can say our whole starting lineup, you don't know them. But we got almost the same amount of wins as the Lakers. That's why the Lakers should be in the play-in.
Lamont, you just proved my point though. Hold on, Lamont, you proved another point for me though. Mm-hmm. Dame and CJ was able to carry the team, especially Dame when CJ was out for most of the season. Carry the team to a playoff by himself. I like that same thing. AD, LeBron, or Russ. One of y'all can't do it in the regular season. I mean, we seen Russ carry teams to the playoff. Why he can't do it now? We seen LeBron do it many years. Why can't he do it now?
Because those teams,
I can understand.
They don't have any like Russ and LeBron will work if they had shooters, and due to the contract situation, they cannot afford shooters. So you getting all these veteran minimum guys that you hope can shoot. Wayne Ellington is 33 years old. He can shoot, but God damn it, he can't run worth a shit. Like
guys was cooking Wayne Ellington. I'm talking about guys be cooking Wayne Ellington.
And Kent Bazemore too. Like man, you watched the game the other day. I think they was playing. I don't know who they was playing, but goddamn, somehow, some way, Trevor Ariza was taking buzzer beater shots. I'm like, man, what the fuck is going on? Like, I did not know what the fuck was happening. I'm just like, bro, hell nah, bro. I don't know what, but he need to go back to wherever the hell he came from.
But you know what's changed in the league though? See, when LeBron was like during that time frame when LeBron was able to get all those shooters at the veterans minimum, that's when shooting wasn't as prevalent, nor were shooters getting paid as much. Now we in a day and time where a guy like Davis Bertans can get close to $15 million a year just because he can shoot. Joe Harris is getting $15 million a year just because he can shoot. When before Brown was able to get them guys on minimum deals. That's the change in the NBA now. Now shooters are
Mike Miller, Ray Allen, all of them.
Yeah, the players that Brown need, it costs too much to get them. This is why they can't stack up and create super teams now.
Like Duncan
Robinson, they're gonna have to now spread it.
And nobody's
LeBron Trust retired,
and then nobody's gonna like the NBA is so totally different from like the NFL. Nobody's gonna be like they salary cap so different. Like if you could just say, oh well, we're gonna convert most of Russ's salary into a signing bonus, and then we're gonna sign this guy, and this guy, and this guy. Like they would go crazy if they could get some shooters. Because think about it, those Russ teams that he dragged to the playoffs, it was always okay. I'm gonna drive. Oh, you're gonna double team. Here you go, Steven Adams, dunk. Oh, you're gonna leave him open. He can knock down threes. Like it's simple. The game has always been that simple for them type of players. But when you have people like that you think are going to be shooters that are not shooting well, we're like when the beginning of the season, they were trying Kent Bazemore. I don't know why he need to go to hell too. Him, like I'm like him.
He said go to hell.
Yeah. They I like, and I only watched because I'm a Mavericks fan. I only watch the Lakers because I'm from Ohio, so I watch them for LeBron. I cannot stand Lakers. Actually, I'm happy they're horrible. Like,
yeah, but if you look at Dallas paid for premium shooting. They didn't like Hardaway Jr. didn't come cheap. He's a great catch and shoot 3-pointer, but that didn't come cheap. Maxi Kleber, again, a guy that was underlooked as a big, he can make the shots as well. Like they went and got Spencer Dinwiddie, another guy that can make shots. Like they've been paid a pretty price to surround Luka with the right players. They understand Luka's style of play. They understand what he needs around, but they willing to go pay for it. The Lakers, they know what LeBron needs around them. They are trying to get it on the cheap. They're trying to get washed up guys
but they don't
make shots.
But that's only
problem,
because the Lakers are their only source of income. Like, you got to think, Mark Cuban owns a plethora of different businesses. The Clippers are able to go out and sign all these guys because
the Lakers are the richest franchise next to the Knicks.
I was just going to say that too. Yeah, I was just.
They got all day in LA. They got a billion streams of revenue coming in.
Look at the Knicks are first. Lakers are second. But the Lakers find a way to win championships. That's the bottom line.
Knicks and the Lakers make the most money. Money ain't the issue with them. It's brain power thinking about putting it together.
It's ownership.
I was just going to say this:
the front office really killed.
They shouldn't have pitched.
Can anyone remind me last year who was the shooters on LA last year?
KCP.
KCP and who else?
Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Caruso was a good shooter.
That's the funny part.
They let Caruso go. That was devastating.
You said Caruso was a good shooter?
Yeah, he was turning himself into a decent 3-point shooter.
Look what he's doing in Chicago right now. They actually let him shoot.
So it's basically like 4 shooters y'all had last year.
But see, they gave up everything to basically construct all these veterans that literally don't want to play defense. So that's why I feel like when you look at it, the front office, like it's you want to build a championship team, but think about it. You got to have people that fit. And so I feel like for what Frank Vogel wants to do, you don't build a team around 10 plus veterans that don't want to play defense. So I feel like the front office is at fault because it's like, if you want to build a championship team, everybody's getting younger. You know what I'm saying? You got teams like Phoenix, Memphis, you got young teams that are going to run you off the court.
And you look at Golden State, like with guys like Jordan Poole and guys like that, like Clay doesn't have to score 30 more.
Well, but see, that's what I'm saying. They built their roster based on the fact that they have older guys, but hey, let's get younger. The Lakers chose to be older.
I mean, they did.
If y'all want to be realistic, though, like Memphis mess around losing the first round.
I think they probably easily could, honestly.
Like that, all that playing 10 players, we 18-2 without Ja Morant. Don't nobody care about that when you got to play Karl Anthony.
Who's the 7th seed?
It's Minnesota.
When it's 3 on bums.
Man,
like,
if y'all want to bet against Memphis the first round, I'm taking all bets, man. Y'all
nah.
Hold on. So you thinking? Hold on. Do anybody believe that Memphis could beat the?
Memphis is 17-2 this year without.
Hold on. Second round, I'm not doing that. With anything can happen in the second round, but the first round, I'll take all bets.
Minnesota against Memphis.
Play Karl Anthony Towns will go crazy on them. What are they?
That would be a good matchup. John Moran versus Anthony Edwards. That would be good.
Gonna be slowing. The game is always slower in the playoffs than it is in the regular season.
Right, and I think Anthony Edwards.
So when you slow the game down, is we gonna be depending on Desmond Bain to get a bucket? Are you serious?
Nah, you got a point.
Like, that's what we're going to be dependent on? I don't care how many times you pass the ball around. Them shots don't look the same as they did you never as open as you was in the regular season. Them shots don't feel the same. They don't look the same. They're not the same. They mean a lot more.
But I still believe they're gonna beat the Minnesota though. I still believe it. Cause Minnesota, they so happy right now. They finna make play after all these. Well, I ain't gonna say after all these
If
years,
Ja
but they
Morant
gonna be
play,
happy.
oh yeah, they're gonna beat the shit out of them. But like,
he just called it.
But if Ja Morant not playing, I'm taking Minnesota. I ain't even gonna hold you.
I think
I'm gonna take
Minnesota
that
could
right
beat.
down to the MGM.
I do too. I agree with whoever just said that.
I think Minnesota could beat Memphis. I wouldn't be shocked.
Did y'all really just say that if they don't have John Morant, Minnesota gonna beat?
If it went to 7 games, would you be shocked if the Timberwolves beat them?
Nope.
Yes.
No.
I would.
No,
There's
they
no
got
way.
Nah, they're not doing that.
Towns.
I just can't.
Towns and Russell or three in the playoffs. It's about the best players. So them are three. All right, they have Ja Morant, but then Dylan Brooks. But then we start getting down. They have 3 at the top. Then you got to think about somebody like Patrick Beverly. That's an X factor. Like you got to think about dudes like that.
Forgot about Valanciunas.
If you put the teams
Steven Adams, I mean.
side by side,
Valanciunas,
Jonas Valanciunas.
No, I meant Steven Adams.
No, Adams.
Adams. Karl Anthony Towns cooking him. I'm sorry. He gonna take him to the 3-point line. He cooking him. He's too slow. Like Towns cooking.
So you take Minnesota over Memphis?
Yeah.
I can't. No.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Memphis win it, man. I'm sorry. I can't see it.
I can see Memphis.
It's the same thing. Like it's the same thing. Like it's just like when we was talking about the Hawks. Like it's the same thing. They win all them games in the regular season because guess what? You playing this team on Tuesday, then on Wednesday you playing this team that came off a back-to-back, and you're playing 10 guys, and this team a little older than you, so you're just running them, and you're doing all this, you're doing all that.
I think the only team that could beat Memphis has got to be a veteran team. Another young team is not.
There's only 2 teams that'll beat Memphis. That's Phoenix and Denver, in my opinion.
I don't think. I think they can beat young teams. Memphis, I mean,
not Golden State.
Minnesota's another young team. Yeah, Golden State can beat them too.
I think Golden State can.
Number one, all fan bias. The Mavericks
Lamar, people are really believing that the Memphis can beat the Golden State Warriors just because John Morant always keep beating Stephon Curry. I was like, really? People keep thinking
that.
No, I'm basing it off health right now. If Clay and Steph are healthy and Draymond is healthy, nobody's beating Golden State. I got them in my finals, to be honest. I got Golden State Warriors versus the Bucks. It's gonna happen.
I don't think the Warriors are making it out of the
playing, and they be losing to Luka. So I still think if the Mavericks get the 3 seed, they're going to the finals.
Tell me how Klay Thompson looking. I look at their stats numbers. I see 18 points per game. But how is he really looking on that court? That's all I say.
All right, I'm never betting against the Warriors until I got to see them lose before I really start betting against Steph and Draymond.
You saw them lost last year. That wasn't the plan.
But they didn't have their guys.
Clay wasn't there. Why?
He just said Draymond still. He just said Draymond still. I ain't hear Clay.
No, I said all 3. They need all.
They still got Wiggins. They low key got a strong 4.
Wiggins and Kuminga go crazy.
And Kuminga been balling lately. Like once Kuminga wake up, it's over with for the league. If the Warriors are able to, if he wakes up next year and turns into the player that they predicted he's gonna be, it's over with. They're lucky James Wiseman is not right.
So Lamar, are you saying? Hold on, I just want to ask Lamar.
Yeah, they did pull Spurs.
This is for the whole panel. Let me just say this for the whole panel. Do y'all think these are the same Golden State Warriors 2015?
No.
No.
Yeah, but
that's my point. They not even giving me that vibe like they was 2015.
Okay, but tell me, can you name another team
7 years
with that type of depth and confidence coming off the bench?
Shoot, I got the Suns and the Memphis bench.
Hold on, and something to prove because they got hurt and KD left them. They got a lot. You know what I mean? That's
you heard what Draymond Green said. He said, "I don't care who we play in the first round." He said, "We could be for 1, 2, 3, 4 seed." We said we win in the chip anyway. I mean, they don't care. They don't care who they're not playing for matchups. Anyway. But they not worried about matchups. They just worried about whoever they get matched up against. You got to beat them. You're not just going. They're not going to be pushovers.
If the Nuggets, okay, so the Nuggets are half a game above the Jazz. If the Nuggets go to the 6th seed, could they beat the Warriors in the first round?
No.
Because
Draymond will change that.
Yeah,
Draymond's going to nullify Jokic.
The only way that happens, like I said, it depends on health. I got Golden State Warriors in the finals, but if one of those three go down from the original 215, 216, 217, 218, we can keep going. But Steph Curry, I'm not even counting him out. And then you got Andrew Wiggins, you got James Wiseman, you got Jordan Poole. Like they're deep again, like they were in 2015. But if the veterans don't stay healthy, those top three guys, Clay, Steph, and Dre, then yeah, maybe, but no way. Denver.
Well, James Wiseman is not playing this year right now.
No,
so
he's not. Hey, y'all. I don't want to shut it down, but I got to, man. We about that time, man. Going on 5 hours. I got to go ahead and shut it down for the night. Actually, only meant for this stream to be about 3 hours, man. So we went a little over tonight. Man. It was a good conversation. I can't lie. Good conversation. Couple new faces pulled up. Let me make sure I got the names. Jason Liang. I think he might have been here before. We got Winston. He pulled up. We got Tricky Nicky. Hopefully he can pull up more often, man. We got to talk about the Knicks too, because I got to do a stream about the Knicks. What went wrong? How did that plan fell apart?
I mean, Julius Randle, a B player.
You're gonna have a lot, months. You gonna have a lot to talk about next week, because this week, because there's gonna be playoff around the corner. Playoff around the corner.
Broke my heart tonight. Thank you.
Hey, we gotta talk about.
How many more games
I'm gonna
your
definitely
college,
be back.
your team have?
My team at GCU, we got pool play. So it's down to the last 16 teams in the country. And so we're all going to be meeting in Wichita, Kansas. What we're going to do is they're going to put each team into pools, and then the top team out of each pool is going to go into an 8-team playoff for the national championship. So, but us being the number 1 seed, we're probably going to get put in the pool with some of the lower seeded teams coming in. But I mean, you still gotta be careful. Yeah, you still gotta be careful, because we got a super target on our back. We've been talking crazy to teams, all types of stuff. So.
Hey, I just want to say one more thing again. I know I keep saying it. Thank you for letting me on your show. Yeah, I'll come back. It might be once or twice a month.
Hey, whenever, man.
I'm on a lot of other shows, so but. Everybody in the chat, hit those likes, subscribe, hit the L reminder bell, select all. Do it for FYF Sports. Thank you guys for allowing me on your show tonight. And Tricky Nicky is out.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate it. Man,
there's
Tricky
two
Nicky.
songs there's 2 songs that has those lyrics, Tricky Nicky in it, and
I never heard that saying before.
Well, there's that one song, and Nick Span TV was going to do it for me. They're like, it's hard to rock a rhyme is tricky.
Tricky Nicky.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's one. And then Prince have a hook that says Tricky Nicky.
I never said I was crazy, but I am.
Yeah, I'm gonna be mad. I can't get second. We got second a couple years ago. I put that game on the channel. I was pissed too. I ain't like losing in the championship game like that.
Also, cool P. What I was gonna say is the reason also Russ had to wanted to go to the Lakers, because he got a business there.
Yeah, he's making clothes and such. Yeah,
Russ?
Of course. Yeah.
Yes. So that's why he went there to make,
And he's the reason that Magic said cut out all the commercials, because Russ has a lot of commercials that I'm understanding, haven't seen them all, that's been played up there in that area, advertising what he's doing with his clothing design and how he's having future designers to come and help him design and putting up their designs and shit like that. So yeah.
So I can't blame the man if he want to do business, outside of basketball.
Yeah, well, do put first what got you there.
That's facts. All right, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and shut it down, man. I appreciate everybody pulling up, man. Salute to One Cool P, one of the mods of the channel, Hall of Famer of the channel, man, holding it down in the chat. We're gonna be live. I'm gonna try to, like I said, we head out of town Friday. We got practice tomorrow, so I really don't like going live on my practice day, but I do got a podcast video dropping tomorrow. Man, I got my second game in NBA Jam coming, man. We had to play the Dallas Mavericks again. That was an epic finish right there, man. But y'all see it, man, when I drop the video. But other than that, we ain't got much going on. We're gonna try to go live a couple more times before the weekend. Make sure y'all hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter, because that's the best way to know we're going live too.
Don't mean to interrupt, but I'll say one more thing before I go.
Yo, go ahead.
Let's go Celtics.
Oh man, another. Celtics are surprising me. That's one of the teams that I like.
I've been a fan for 20 years.
I'm like an undercover Celtics fan. I love seeing them do well because I like those players. They don't really have many players you can hate, right?
Yeah,
I like
favorite
seeing
player,
them do well.
Marcus Smart. I mean, I've been watching Celtics basketball for 20 years. I ain't never seen no player like him. He a Gary Payton 2.0.
That is facts, man. So yeah, next stream, man, we might expand it out, man. Get on some of these other surprise teams of the year, man. Give them their props, man.
The playoffs start next week.
For who? For the NBA?
Yeah.
The NBA stuff is gonna be starting up soon, so. Yeah, we're gonna be covering all that. But hey, y'all, it's FYF Sports, man. Been a great podcast show. We're gonna get up out of here for the night. We're gonna catch y'all later. But until then, it's FYF Sports, man, and we out.
All I hear is yeah. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show, couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real